What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to the NFL Draft Show powered by FTN Network. Chris Meaney and Mike Randle here with you through the entire NFL Draft. And we are finally able to talk where these players are actually going to go. Mike, it's been a long few weeks leading up to the NFL Draft. We appreciate everybody hanging out with us here. This is going to be a fun, loose show. We're going to crack some beverages. We're going to talk some NFL draft props here off the top of the show. Mike is already ready to go with the martini. He does not just tweet martini emojis. He actually does indeed drink them. Right off the top, I do want to give a shout out to our guy, George and Quan, helping us run the show, making it look so fantastic. It really does. A lot of work has been put into the show over the last little bit. So this is year 3 doing the FTN show. We do appreciate everybody hanging out with us. We're going to try to follow along. Any comments, any questions that you guys do have, we're going to hear from several people over at FTN. Of course, our very own Benny Ricciardi is going to join us. Scott Spratt. We're going to hear from the Pope, Adam Pfeifer. And we will hear from many others across the industry as well. Mike, looking forward to it, dude, man. It's here. It's finally here.
Meaney, it is an honor, my friend, being here, being part of FTN, the absolute best coverage that you're going to find across all sports here, bets, daily, everything we have, data, fantasy, of course. Great stuff. It's an honor to be here with you. This should be a holiday. That's why we're celebrating so much great stuff. And you know what's great, Chris? Is in a lot of ways, we have no idea what's going to happen tonight, which makes for a good product. So we're just going to react right away. I cannot wait. Is it a possibility that Bryce Young doesn't go first? That would throw everything off, but I think we're locked in there.
I was joking today on Mean Streets that there's 2 picks I'm definitely going to get correct. One is that Miami is not going to pick. They just forfeit their first round pick. And I think first overall, Carolina, Bryce Young. And we'll get into that in just a little bit. Some news, of course, that's not NFL draft related. Lamar Jackson finally got paid. He held out, and there's a lot of talk that, he wasn't going to get the money that he wanted. And, he certainly got the money that he wanted and then some. So now he is top Jalen Hurts, and we are going to wait for the rest of the dominoes to fall with Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert looking for new deals as well. But good news for Baltimore and Lamar Jackson and all the Ravens fans out there as well. And what do you think is going to happen at the quarterback position? Because we're starting to hear all kinds of rumors, reports. Texans want to trade out of the 2 spot. Arizona wants to trade out of the 2 spot, reportedly packaging that number 3 pick and DeAndre Hopkins. The Titans are rumored to wanting to move up in this draft and get a quarterback that they potentially have their eyes on as well. So how do you think this is all going to shape out here in the next half hour, 45 minutes?
Only in the NFL draft, Chris, can we have 3 teams all in the exact same division going for the same quarterback in essence. They're all looking to get quarterbacks. They're looking to leapfrog each other. 2 things I'm predicting here. Number 1, it is not going to go 4 quarterbacks in a row. That I do not think. And number 2, the question that's going to haunt me all night, like Clyde Edwards-Helaire going with the last pick of the first round several years ago, is are we going to see Hendon Hooker go? Are there going to be 5 quarterbacks taken? I don't think so. There's a lot of movement out there, a lot of questions here in Paris Johnson moving up. Will Anderson, of course, now. Could Houston possibly, Chris, is there any way that Houston could possibly pass on a quarterback at 2 and be savvy enough that they could still get one of these top 4 quarterbacks, even though right now they're sitting 2nd overall and they could pick whoever they wanted to after Bryce Young? It's amazing. That's what we're looking at. 4 quarterbacks. When are they going to go? And that 5th quarterback, Hendon Hooker, when is he going to go? Is it going to be in the first round?
I just don't feel like he's a first round talent. I really don't feel like he's a first round talent. Maybe I'm wrong. I know that you've done a lot of NFL draft previews. You basically hit on every team here over at FTN Network for the past, few weeks, and you've heard the ins and outs when it comes to the Vikings. I know that they're penciled in. A lot of smart people have them potentially looking at him with their pick in the 20s, or maybe he's just an early 2nd round pick. But you and I chatted before we got underway, and he's a little bit older. He's not your average young quarterback here. It's going to be taken in the NFL draft. He does have some experience for sure, but Kirk Cousins is definitely the guy there this year. He doesn't have too many years left, Mike, but he's definitely the guy. What do you think the Texans should do with pick 2? What would you like to see them do?
I don't think it's possible. I was thinking about this. When you make your picks here, Chris, you have to think like an NFL GM does. Everyone sits here and we all get into the numbers in fantasy. but you have to think there's real people here. If you're Nick Caserio and you're going into year 3 here with Houston, after what did he have? 7 wins over 2 years at 4-13, 3-13-1. Is he really going to come away without a quarterback? We heard rumors of them trading for Trey Lance. We heard rumors of them trading for Mac Jones. In that scenario, it's fine, but it seems like those have died down. We haven't heard anything lately. I think if they do go for Will Anderson, it's because they know with almost 100% certainty that they can get that one of those top 4 quarterbacks. I do not think the Houston Texans can afford to come out of this draft knowing the Colts are going to get a quarterback, knowing that the Jaguars already have a quarterback, knowing that the Titans now, there's rumors they're looking to make moves. The Texans cannot come away with Davis Mills and Case Keenum. They can't do it. I think they're going to find a way to get one of these 4. If they pick Will Anderson, something's coming down because they're going to make a trade.
And I think that's the first domino, right? That we're going to wait to see how that plays out. With Carolina favored, with Bryce Young favored to be the first overall pick, minus 2,000 just a few days ago, went down to minus 1,600 when we saw that there was some Reddit messages that everybody freaked out about with Will Levis. And then Levis went from 50-1 to 40-1 to 30-1 to 5-1 to be that first overall pick. Of course, we know he's not going to be that first overall pick. But for me, I think that's where it all... What I'm looking forward to, I think this is certainly an unpredictable draft up at the top. Like there's a lot of players, and of course, quarterbacks this is different than last year. We'll say that last year was certainly an outlier year with some of the quarterbacks that were taken. It wasn't, quarterback heavy off the top of the draft, but what are the Texans going to do at pick 2? I personally would like to see them get CJ Stroud. I'm a big CJ Stroud guy. I think it's 1A and 1B, and I have a hard time believing that they are willing to pass on a quarterback at 2 and let their division rivals in the Indianapolis Colts get a guy, and potentially the Titans trade up with Arizona and also get a guy. So it'd be 2 teams inside your division getting a franchise quarterback. And I'm sure Houston's going to be in this conversation next year as well, near the top of the draft. Maybe they just have their eyes set on Bryce Young and that's it. Of course, Mike, they could have just lost that week 18 game and they'd have that first overall pick and they'd have Bryce Young as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that falls. And once we see that pick number 2, maybe teams are aggressive trading up and moving up. But what other teams do you think could potentially trade up?
Yeah, here's one that I think is fascinating. You have to get into the mindset of Seattle. We're hearing Seattle, Geno Smith, comeback player of the year. They're not really committed to him. Well, hold on a second. They have a lot of money. I heard $17 million if they cut Geno Smith here. I think they're committed. Pete Carroll is 71 with Seattle. And you look at Seattle in the NFC, we have to realize, Chris, teams can make a run. You don't have those dominant teams in the NFC. This is a team that was 9-8 last year. They lost the wild card game to the 49ers 41-23, but they were driving. And then Geno had that fumble in San Francisco territory. So they were very close. I think you're looking at a Seattle team that's another sort of inflection point here. The other one that I'm curious about is now that Baltimore has signed Lamar Jackson and that is done, that takes another team out of play for Hendon Hooker. So the Vikings and all the rumors we've heard is that Kirk Cousins is not going to be a quarterback for the Vikings in 2024. So are the Vikings going to make a move here to try to lock up Hendon Hooker and get him ready over next year? 25-year-old quarterback coming off an injury, probably wouldn't be 27 until he starts. But in a draft here, and I've argued, people have said this is not a strong quarterback class. It may not have a Patrick Mahomes, Chris, but it's got 4, potentially 5 guys who could be starters in this league for 5, 8, maybe more years, or at least a solid backup. That to me has depth. That to me has teams thinking. And you have teams in the back of round 1, much like a Minnesota, who's going to say, wait a minute, do we make a move now to prepare for life after Cousins?
Yeah, it's a good question. We will talk a little bit more about the quarterbacks before we actually officially get going. We're about 20 minutes away from the Carolina Panthers being on the clock. And of course, they made that big move a few weeks ago, trading DJ Moore, trading some picks to move up to get a franchise quarterback. They made a lot of moves here in the offseason. Of course, Frank Reich now there in Carolina, and also, bringing in Miles Sanders and Adam Thielen and DJ Chark. They've made a lot of, it's a different team. It's very different. Of course, like a few years ago, it was Cam Newton and this team went to the Super Bowl, but also Christian McCaffrey. Their two biggest weapons last year, CMC and DJ Moore, not with the team anymore. So our first guest is going to be Brendan Anderson of the Action Network, and we're going to talk a little bit about the quarterbacks and who he likes, who's his favorite quarterback, and how he thinks this draft is going to unfold with those quarterbacks. But before we get going, some people making some last minute bets. I know you got a few in the FTN Bet Tracker, you myself, across the board, ftnbets.com/free. If you don't yet already have a subscription with us over at ftnbets.com, you can hang out for 3 days for free and see what we're all about. Included in the package, picks across all sports from everybody, tools, projections, Discord channel where we can talk some bankroll management. We're always very active in our Discord channels, and we have them split up into sports as well. So maybe you're a big football guy, maybe you're just a big hockey guy, you like a little bit of football, I mean, you can college sports, it's all there for you. Appreciate that, Quan. ftnbets.com/free for the DFS players out there. It'll be here before you know it. We'll be talking week one. Before you know it, we have optimizers in the NFL, NBA, PGA, NASCAR, ftndaily.com/free. So share a bet or two. Maybe people are looking to make a last minute sprinkle. What you got over there? What's your favorite one on the board?
God, there's so many. Listen, I'm a BC guy. I'm a BC grad. I love Zay Flowers. I got two bets, and I'm trying to lock in profit here. Zay Flowers, first wide receiver selected, got it at plus 250. And then back that up with Zay Flowers, second wide receiver selected, minus 120. So as long as he doesn't go third, Chris, and I think there's an outside chance that he goes first. I love Zay Flowers here. Explosive guy, over the middle, Boston College, not a high-powered offense. This is a guy who can absolutely shine if he gets with the right quarterback there. That's one of my favorites. Other ones here. Paris Johnson is absolutely going to be, in my opinion, the number one offensive lineman taken. 6'6", 315, 320 pounds. I have him ahead of Peter Skoronski, the short-arm guard from Northwestern, who's great, but he's an interior lineman. Paris Johnson, to me, can go as high as 3. There are teams that possibly are trading up. It may not be a quarterback, Chris. It could be trading up for Paris Johnson, because what is more important than your offensive line? The answer is absolutely nothing. So many other things here. Maisie Smith, a super athletic guy at the end of round one. I think he's going in round one. I got him at plus 110. He's a guy from Michigan's got a lot of buzz. If you're going to look at a draft here, back end is not as strong. You're looking at players that possibly are athletic, like a Jason Pierre-Paul, someone who could come forward and really make an impact. I like him. And we see some questions in the chat already. What are the Giants going to do? Chris, the New York Giants need a center. Brian Daboll, to me, is a smart, savvy head coach. Everything he's done has shown us that. You want to fortify that center of the offensive line. You gave a big contract to Daniel Jones. Protect him there. Get that center. Going to have his options. Only one who could really take a center and possibly steal one from him, I think, is Seattle late. But questions on how they're going to trade, what they're going to do. Those are some of the ones I think for sure that are going to happen. And Chris, last one here. I do not think three tight ends are getting taken in round one. Enough with the tight ends here, please.
I think it was Emmanuel Sanders on the NFL Network said he thought 4. I know they were making some bold predictions, but he thought 4. The wide receiver class is fairly weak. Gave this on Mean Streets yesterday. Over 3.5 wide receivers taken in the first round was minus 125. It's all the way up to minus 180 now. Do you believe that? Because you mentioned the Giants and people in the chat. I mean, keep the questions coming. We'll try to monitor them here throughout the show, and it certainly address them. This is all for really you guys, and we do appreciate you guys hanging out with us, and that's what we want, some questions that we can sit here and answer for you guys before we get going. And there was I got the teams, the candidates here. I mean, Tennessee's taken a little bit too early potentially. Houston, Green Bay, be jokes, right? Wouldn't it be funny? Green Bay finally drafts a wide receiver in the first round after shipping Aaron Rodgers. The Chargers, the Ravens I came off of, I don't really feel like, for following Ravens trends, I don't feel like they're a team that's going to take a wide receiver in the first round. We can get into the Bijan Robinson conversation in a little bit as well with the Eagles. Minnesota, the Giants, because the question came up with the Giants. And I do feel like they definitely are going to leave this draft, whether it's tonight, tomorrow, or on Saturday, with a wide receiver or two. So over under 3.5 wide receivers taken tonight in the first round.
Yeah, I think it could be over. I do, Chris. Especially at the back end, Kansas City, they're not rolling with Sky Moore here as their number one wide receiver. So I like that. I got it early at under 3.5. Now the way the line is moving makes me lean towards it's going over. And by the way, I think it's a close to a lock that the Packers are taking a wide receiver. I believe that their thought was that Aaron Rodgers is so talented that he can make mediocre wide receivers great. They take a wide receiver tonight. You're going to hear the storyline, all this stuff. They're playing games with Aaron Rodgers. No, they're not. They just have a quarterback now who is not at that level. So they have to fortify their weapons around them. That's what I think they're going to do. It's going to be fascinating there. Already flip-flop with the Jets, of course. So the question is, who are you going to take?
And Bijan Robinson, you have going to the Falcons. You have going to the Falcons.
Chris, you are a loyal Eagles fan. You're dressed. You're set to go tonight. Bijan Robinson, I do not see him going to the Eagles. I don't. You say it's a luxury pick. The luxury is that they fortify that offensive line. That's what I think the luxury needs to be. I like him going to the Falcons. They're committed to Desmond Ridder. They're not taking a second quarterback here. You have a coach in Arthur Smith who's had success with primarily a running game with Tennessee. Now he gets a chance to get Bijan. They're not going into the year, even though Tyler Algier had a tremendous year. You have Cordarrelle Patterson, who's aging out. You have Tyler Algier. You have a solid offensive line. Our own people here at FTN ranked that. Dan Fournette ranked them the third best offensive line in Atlanta in the NFL. You have a chance to run the ball with Ridder, limit his mistakes, pass to Drake London, maybe finally wake up with Kyle Pitts. I love Bijan Robinson to Atlanta. I really do.
And we'll save that conversation for another day as we're bringing our first guest here on the NFL Draft Show presented by FTN Network. And our first guest is from Action Network, and it's Brandon Anderson. You can follow him on Twitter, Wheaton Brando in the house. Brandon, thanks for taking the time. I know it's an exciting time and you're busy yourself, and the draft is just getting underway here in about 10 or 12 minutes, and we will see the first quarterback taken off the board. And it does sound like it is Bryce Young, but I want to ask you, if you had the first overall pick and you were the GM calling the shots in Carolina, which way would you go, sir?
That is a great question. Thank you guys for having me on. Happy to come on, talk some quarterbacks, some NFL draft. I'm a Vikings fan, so I don't think we can screw this up too badly tonight, right? We're just out there. We're out here. Like, it's 20 years since we didn't even get our pick in on time. We're getting stories about that all week. Thanks for that. I needed that PTSD this week. But what quarterback would I pick? It would not be Bryce Young, actually, for me. I look at just some very simple metrics to kind of measure quarterbacks, just accuracy, interception rate, number of starts. If you look at Young, you look at CJ Stroud, they're both pretty even in those. Like, they're both good profiles. I think Stroud is the more accurate quarterback, especially when you dig into some of the more advanced ways of measuring that. Stroud definitely, I feel like, has been better in big games. He had 6 games against top 10 teams, 73% completion rate in those games, only 1.2% interception, which is fantastic. He had the finale against Georgia, 384 yards and 4 touchdowns, good on the ground too, an area that he gets criticized a lot. 2 other games in those top 10 opponents, he had 6 touchdowns, obviously that huge Rose Bowl the previous year. So it's funny, I mentioned I'm a Vikings fan. To me, the concern for Stroud is I think the floor is actually very comfortable. I think he has easily the safest floor of the quarterbacks here. I just don't know if I quite buy the ceiling of number 1 overall, Carolina Panthers. This is it. This is our guy. I worry that he might end up maybe in that kind of Kirk Cousins-y range of quarterbacks, or maybe a Matt Ryan, a Derek Carr, that may be like 8th to 12th best sort of quarterback. He got criticized because dude had incredible receivers, right? At Ohio State, better receivers than he'll ever have in the NFL, probably. Great blocking. And when he was under pressure, when things were not just in the pocket, he wasn't as good then. So it's one of those where he can be as good as the system helps him. Put him on San Francisco with all those weapons and blocking and everything. Great, we're cooking. We can make a run. But we know quarterbacks can only be so valuable that way. So I think that he is the safe pick at the top of the draft, but you can tell I have some reservations as well.
Yeah, Brandon, listen, talk to me about Will Levis here. You know, this was a guy who Reddit post puts out that he's going to be number 1, which is absurd. The same Reddit post that was talking about who the next Batman's going to be. But right after that, then he was the heavy favorite to go number 2. Now he's dropping off. Your concerns, your critiques here of Will Levis, quarterback from Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm not a Will Levis fan. I think that it'd be crazy if he went. You know, we've seen the first and second rumors. I don't know who's telling them things and where the Reddit information's coming from. It would not be from me. I mentioned those 3 metrics that I consider. All 3 of those metrics are red flags for me with Will Levis. Under a 65% completion rate. And again, If you look further into the numbers, the accuracy is a really big concern with him. Inconsistent footwork, inconsistent mechanics, and I think the accuracy is a big problem. 3.4% interception rate, that's a bad number. Like the interception rates tend to be 1.5, 2.5. The numbers, the margin is small, but that is a lot of mistakes, a lot of interceptions. We fall in love with the tools, right? And the traits. Well, what's the first thing you hear? Big arm, right? He's going to get the ball down the field. But you look at the numbers, that's actually where he was worst. He threw an interception about once every 8 times he attacked down the field. It's almost just kind of like playing 500, right? When you're a kid, just chuck it downfield and see who comes up with it, dead or alive. I feel like that's kind of, we're doing the thing with Will Levis. We're like, well, lots of mistakes. He took a lot of sacks once every 3 pressures, but we said all these things about Josh Allen, and look how good Josh Allen is. Couldn't Will Levis be the next Josh Allen? Guys, I think we're going to spend the next decade looking for the next Josh Allen. I don't think there is a next Josh Allen. I think the whole point of Josh Allen is he got these critiques fairly when he's coming out of the draft, but then he was the outlier. He improved. He had amazing coaching, great system, and I think he proved all the criticisms wrong, but that doesn't mean then you throw out all those criticisms for the next guy and the next Levis this year and whoever. There's going to be someone every year where it's like, well, couldn't this guy be Patrick Mahomes? Couldn't this guy be Josh Allen? No, there's one Patrick Mahomes and one Josh Allen. That's the point. So if you're looking at a range of outcomes, I don't think that we can count on that upside. And the downside here, I think, is massive. He turns 24 in June. So already you're missing a couple of years of development and upside as well. I don't see the upside, and I see a lot of downside. I would not put him as a first round pick for me personally.
Interesting. And he's my least favorite of the 4. And we'll get to Anthony Richardson in a little bit. But I'm with you on CJ Stroud. Like, I always have been. I feel like, I thought you said it perfectly, Brendan. Like, especially, he really won me over that game against Georgia. Like, really, his poise in the pocket and the playmaking that he was able to, produce in that game, I thought was, okay, this is it. He checked a lot of boxes. He answered a lot of questions that I have. And, with Bryce Young, we haven't seen a quarterback. Let's be honest about the height thing, because we haven't seen a quarterback go first overall this early with that height. So maybe he has the processing more so than anybody else, but the height is huge. And when you mentioned Will Levis, a lot of people are comparing him to Josh Allen, but I think we can say Josh Allen is the outlier. Josh Allen had that significant upgrade, as you alluded to, with the offensive play calling from Dable and the weapons that they brought in, great route runners, made the trade for Diggs, and then you can see the growth in year 1 and year 2. So I think Will Levis is definitely a project. He is built differently than other quarterbacks. Like, he's pretty tough. He's got that cannon. There's no question about that. He was like sleeveless on his pro day yesterday, and he's just like throwing bombs off the ceiling. And I had a good laugh at that, and that was great. But the guy who I think could actually be coached up and be a difference maker is Anthony Richardson. Of course, he popped off at the combine, Brendan. You know that, setting records left, right, and center. I don't know. Is he going to jump over offensive linemen, catch his own touchdowns in the end zone? I don't know if some of those metrics really check a lot of boxes, but it was still very, very impressive. But he is completely, compared to the other 3, very raw. Right? When you watch the film, he does need to be coached up. Do you believe that he can be coached up in the right system? And we could see a growth like maybe that we saw from Josh Allen and that we've seen from Jalen Hurts recently as well. What is your take on Anthony Richardson? Where do you think he's going to go?
Yeah. So the process I spoke of, accuracy, interception rate, number of starts. Oh man, did they not like Anthony Richardson? You're not going to find any traditional metrics that are like, yes, here are some numbers that tell you to pick Anthony Richardson, not in the top 10, not in the top 100, probably not in the draft. Like, honestly, not exaggerating. The numbers would tell you this was one of the least accurate quarterbacks in the country that started the games last year. His 1 year starting, we've seen quarterbacks really dangerous with that. Trey Young had all the tools, Trey Lance, my guy from North Dakota State. I'm back from North Dakota. So he had the tools, but didn't have the background, didn't have the experience, and that continues to be a problem. There are a lot of the same red flags as Will Levis. Here's the difference. He's 20. So we have a huge number of, 4 years of development that can come here. And I think, too, when you watch the film a little bit, number one, some of the things just look a little more natural. He's got good footwork in the pocket. He moves around a little bit. He feels like he senses things. And unlike Levis, who takes a lot of sacks, and sacks are a quarterback stat, Richardson doesn't. Richardson gets out of the pocket. He broke 39 tackles on 97 runs. That's insane. That's like more than a third of the time. And when you watch the film, watch film makes us sound like elitist, right? Just watch a highlight. Go on 1 minute of Anthony Richardson highlights. This is what he looks like. He looks like you were playing Madden and you're like, I'm going to make myself a 99 rated tight end. He's going to be 6'4". He's going to be 230 pounds. I'm making the fastest player on the field, the strongest player on the field. Dudes are literally going to bounce off of him. Not just any dudes, SEC dudes, Alabama dudes, and LSU dudes, and Georgia dudes. Guys who are playing in the pros later, they're going to bounce off him like they're not even there. I'm going to take that guy. I wonder if he can play quarterback too. Like, that's it. That's Anthony Richardson. We've got that athlete. Like, we get comparisons to Cam Newton. You mentioned the combine results. Anthony Richardson ran the 40 2/10 of a second faster than Cam Newton, and he had a 6-inch higher vertical. Cam Newton was the outlier. This is like Cam Newton and then 3 standard deviations past it athletically. So I think the bust potential is clearly massive. He might just not be able to play quarterback. In this draft, the upside is very clear, and more in the NFL, you see you need the Josh Allen, you need the Pat Mahomes, you need the guy who can just go win it for you. And boy, on the other end of that spectrum, here's me, Kirk Cousins, Minnesota Vikings. Vikings fans, I tell you, will be ecstatic if somehow something happened. Vikings fans would trade their whole draft and just go get Anthony Richardson. Who cares? Get rid of Kirk. Let's start over. The upside is worth the risk. You swing for the fences, you're going to strike out a lot of times. And I think Anthony Richardson, most likely scenario, is probably a strikeout. But boy, if you connect and now you have that guy in that body, and the upside is way higher, I think, than Will Levis. And you're 4 years younger. You have a lot of time to get there. He has a super fast release, top 5 in the league this year. So that bodes well. A lot of his numbers too were skewed by he's chucking it downfield. So he has a high ADOT, and then that's going to make your completions worse. I feel like there are a lot of things. The criticisms are fair and they have to be there. But when you watch, there's reasons to believe despite them. And I got to say, I watched the Mannings have like an ESPN special on this week where they're talking through all the quarterbacks. You watch like a half an hour with this dude, and I just published my article at Action Network with ranking all my quarterbacks, and I just said Richardson 3rd, Stroud number 1, Young number 2. That's the clear top 2. Richardson 3rd. I watched like 10 minutes of that, and I was like, doggone, maybe I should just put him number 1. Maybe just take him number 1, because the thing is, I don't think there is that true number one quarterback in this class. There's no Trevor Lawrence. There's no prospect like that. And if we're talking about Young with the size problems, and I think that's my biggest red flag there. He is truly, we're talking about Doug Flutie in the modern NFL. That's the size. That's the only comp, because it's just him. So I worry about the durability there. So if we got a guy that I don't think can stay healthy, or a guy that lacks huge ceiling, but can be a Kirk Cousins, Matt Ryan-y sort of player, or a guy that could, I don't know. I don't know what Richardson can be. He literally like defies imagination of what he possibly could be. I think you take a swing. I don't know if that's number 1. I don't think Carolina is about to do that in the next few minutes, but maybe Indianapolis. He seems to fit what Ballard looks for. I think Richardson's going to go a lot higher than anyone ever thought he would have.
Brandon,
that's what makes him intriguing, Randall.
100%. Brandon, we got Adam Pfeifer coming in, so I got one more question, then we'll let you go. We know you're super busy, do amazing work at Action Network. Hendon Hooker. I am very invested. Chris has already signed off on it that we're going to have under 4.5 quarterbacks taken. Tell me I am correct, Brandon, that we are only going to have 4 quarterbacks taken in the first round. You've done some research on this.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is my favorite bet of the draft. I got the under 4.5 multiple times. The number is moved in our favor, so you can't necessarily bet it now. It's gone, but that makes us look better. 3 red flags. Torn ACL. Guys are recovering from torn ACL, but it's probably going to take a year. It's probably going to knock him out of the summer mini camps and all that, and now you have a quarterback who's not ready to start necessarily at the beginning, so you might have a lost year out of the gates. And the lost year is a much bigger problem when the dude is 25 and a half years old.
You got it.
Here's the data. Age 25 and a half, Hendon Hooker would literally be the second oldest quarterback ever drafted in the first round. Brandon Weeden and then Hendon Hooker. That's
Brandon
it.
Weeden. That's it. What was he? Brandon, he was like 18, 20? What, Brandon Weeden was like an 18, 20 pick, right? Somewhere in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think a little later, but so Hooker will turn 26 by the end of the season in January. Here are 26-year-old quarterbacks: Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Justin Herbert's 25, Jalen Hurts is 24. These are MVP and Super Bowl berth quarterbacks, and this is a dude that hasn't even gotten to the league yet. Only 3 quarterbacks age 25 or higher have ever been drafted before the 6th round. That's Brandon Weeden, Chris Winkie, John Beck. They went 8 and 44 in the NFL.
Winkie. Oh my gosh.
It's rough. Like we do this every year. We did this with Malik Willis last year. We get bored. It's March, it's April. We need someone to talk about. Yeah, we know the top 4 quarterbacks. What about the next guy? Could he sneak in? We did it with Malik Willis. He went 86th last year. We did it with Drew Lock a few years ago. He went 42nd. We did it with Geno and with Andy Dalton and Garoppolo. They all end up in the 2nd round. I kind of like the skills. The measurements I talked about, they look pretty good for Hooker, but he's a 26-year-old this year. We've only ever had 4 drafts ever where we had 5 first-round quarterbacks. So we're looking at, when I bet on futures and things like this, bet on the side of history. And this is a bet on the side of history that we don't take 5 quarterbacks in the first round. We don't take 26-year-olds in the first round, 25-year-olds. Also, I didn't mention the gimmicky offense. So that's helping his numbers out. Lots of go balls, lots of no huddle. So that's really inflating the numbers. Some of the underlying stuff is a lot more worrisome. Sacks, fumbles, that sort of thing. I just don't see it. I think he's like a 3rd-round prospect, and I think we just got bored and talked our way into the 1st round. So I like the under a lot. One less pick this year, too, so it makes our life a little easier.
That's right. I mean, I couldn't agree more. I think we're 3 for 3 here. I mean, Randle and I have been talking about this for a few days, and I think he said it perfectly. People are just bored and mocking him into the 1st round. I know a lot of people mocked Malik Willis and like as a top 10 pick last year, and like that we were just waiting on this show last year. Are these quarterbacks going to get drafted in the 1st round? And it's something that we didn't see. Brennan, fantastic work. We do appreciate you. I know you're going to enjoy the draft. I thought you were a Carolina fan coming in with that Carolina blue, but you got the Manchester City there for you. Well, rapid fire on the way out. I want to get forget Hooker. We don't care where he goes unless it's to your Vikings. Rapid fire, those 4 quarterbacks, the top 4 quarterbacks, the team that you think they'll be on.
Yeah, I'll say Bryce Young goes number 1. It looks like the pick is in there, and we're all expecting that. I think Richardson to Indianapolis at 4. I think that's where he goes. Levis, I'm going to say the Raiders. It feels like a Raiders pick at number 7. Just kind of, I feel like Levis is going to be more of a wild card pick. And then Stroud, I don't know. I feel like Stroud ends up kind of falling through, which is weird because he's the guy I had number 1 on my board. But I could see him kind of dropping to maybe a Detroit or Seattle, one of those luxury picks where it's like, all right, well, we're just here and I guess our quarterback is there. Let's make the investment. So I think that'd be my picks.
Love it. Right there. Give Brendan a follow. Wheaton, Brando on the Twitter machine. Check out all of his work over at Action Network. Brendan Anderson, thank you so much for this. Enjoy the draft, and we will talk to you soon. Cheers, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy the draft.
Thanks, man.
We're going to keep things going here on FTN Network, and we have our very first FTN guest joining us. Adam Pfeifer is in the house.
Fife Dog is here. Baby. Yes.
He's rocking his Bills jersey. Listen, one thing I meant to say off the top, and things are delayed for me a little bit. You guys remember we did this last year, Pfeifer? I feel like you guys always had the picks before me. So it's cool. If you guys know who's going to get picked, let me know in the chat.
I'm trying not to.
I'm all about it. It's okay. Spoilers. People in the chat are going to know as well. I see the question. Chris Bijan. We'll have that conversation another day. I just don't feel like the Eagles are taking an offensive lineman. I don't think that they're taking a backup offensive lineman for a Super Bowl winning team this year. That's my 2 cents. They can take an edge rusher all they want or Bijan, which will be fine, but I don't think they're going O-line at 10. Pfeifer, what are the Bills doing as we wait for Carolina? That pick is indeed in. They've been on the clock since they've made that move. What do you think Buffalo does here?
I think they could go like 5 different directions. I think they could hopefully land one of the receivers at 27. I saw a report from someone that says the Bills would draft Bijan if he falls, and yeah, I would think so. Newsflash, he's not going to be there at 27.
Right.
I think they could trade back because I don't think they want to take a linebacker at 27. But if they trade back, early second round, it makes more sense for them. Then, of course, there's the DeAndre Hopkins situation where Bills fans and Chiefs fans and I guess Ravens fans are kind of waiting to see what happens there. Obviously, if the Bills, get a trade done for DeAndre Hopkins, they would not draft a wide receiver tonight, you would think. But I think if they don't go receiver, it'll be a boring selection for everybody for fantasy. But for Bills fans, it's just get a right tackle, please. The right side of the Bills' offensive line was one of the worst in football. So, I'm hoping it's Hopkins, but I'll take a right tackle. Anything to help Josh Allen is pretty much what the Bills should be doing at this point.
Adam, we talked about this last night. You had me on the pod. Oh, the pick is in. Go ahead. What do we got, Chris? Go ahead.
Man, I love it. I love it. Like the music.
Oh, ringtone now. I have it as a ringtone.
All right, so it's Bryce Young, which we kind of all expected. I'll be honest, like shortly after the combine, I was really feeling like it was going to be CJ Stroud. When Carolina made that move, I was thinking, you know what?
Did you see Josh McCown? Josh McCown was like,
yep.
He was starstruck. He was so excited about CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I think he's the guy. I've said it all year, like 1A, 1B, very close, very similar. All right, so let's talk about this from a real life standpoint. Pfeifer, will go to you. Bryce Young, quarterback, Carolina. They made a lot of moves. We talked about it, like a few years away from, Cam Newton on the squad, going to the Super Bowl, trading their two best skilled players offensively over the past year in CMC and DJ Moore to move up to this spot and get their guy, Bryce Young. What do you think about this from a fantasy perspective? Year one, is this a guy we're going to be talking about as in a single quarterback league? Is he going to be the first quarterback off the board in dynasty drafts? What do you think?
Yeah, he should be the first quarterback in rookie drafts. And for traditional 12-team redrafts, I think he'll be on that QB 14, 17 kind of range because obviously he gave you some mobility in college. I kind of compared him on the FTN Dynasty pod with Jeremy. We kind of try to do some player comparisons. I compared him to Russell Wilson and Jason Kidd because he's just a playmaker. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, great call.
And I'm not worried about the height. I know everybody else is. If anything, I'm more worried about the weight because I think he came in a little over 200. I think by the time we get to the NFL season, he'll be under that for sure. But look, he completed over 70% of his passes across the middle at Alabama. So it didn't have that much of an impact in college. I know it's a little bit different, obviously, going to the NFL. Didn't even have that many passes deflected at the line of scrimmage. I'm a fan of Frank Reich and what he does for the quarterback position. His offense, assuming what he did in Indianapolis carries over to Carolina, I think it'll be a lot of crossing patterns, mesh concepts. And yeah, they don't have the greatest room of wide receivers, but I think Chark, Thielen, and I think they'll add somebody in the draft is good enough. Bryce Young will give you, I think, he can give you, 25 rushing yards per game. We know that adds up. So, yeah, I think he's the not the 101, but the first quarterback off the board in rookie Superflex drafts, and probably on that QB 14 to 17 range for redraft. Maybe lower, though, because it is obviously per usual loaded position. But, yeah, Bryce Young, it was expected, and I like it.
Adam, what do you think about we talked about this on your podcast last night. I'm in love with Maisie Smith, someone like that. What's your view on taking a risk on a super athletic player that maybe has a lot of questions? Is the back end of round one the place to do that? Or do you prefer to wait to round two because round one picks are so valuable?
I mean, honestly, and I think a lot of general managers feel the same way. If you pick 27th, how much of it is it a first round selection compared to picking in the middle of the second round? So at that point, I feel like you just go for whoever you value pretty highly and not even worry about we spent a first round selection on a player with a little bit more risk. So yeah, we talked about that with the Saints yesterday. I think that's definitely a spot to do it. But overall, I'm of the philosophy go get the player you want.
Yeah, go get the player you want. So with Bryce Young being selected, Alabama breaks the record for the most consecutive drafts with a first-round pick at 15. Young is the 42nd first-round pick Saban has coached in his 16 years at the school. So no surprise, Bama. We could see another Bama player with pick 2. I guess I'll ask the same question I asked Brandon when he was in here from the Action Network. If he was the GM and he was the coach, what would he do at pick 2? What would you do, Pfeifer, if you were the Texans here in this spot? A lot of holes, obviously. D'Amico Ryan's first-time head coach here. Does he draft a defensive player? What would you do if you were the Texans? Would you take a quarterback here, or you just take a franchise edge rusher and you'll be in the conversation for a quarterback? I'd assume they have a top 5 pick next season as well.
So I think Will Anderson is an unbelievable talent, but like you are not guaranteed to get Caleb Williams next season. Like the Texans won that game in overtime to end the season, and it kind of changed everything. So things can happen. The Texans played pretty tough last year too. Like they played tough against a lot of teams. They were in a lot of games. So for me, like I go CJ Stroud here. I know that's probably not what everybody else is going to do, and probably not what Houston does. But yeah, like what happens? You are clearly in a position, unless they already have plans to trade up from their 12th overall selection and move back up for one of these quarterbacks. But obviously there's some more risk with that. But if it's me, like. Yes, the Texans have been one of the worst franchises in football, but does not mean you are guaranteed to get the first pick, which we would expect. Again, it's so far away from now, but like you aren't guaranteed to get Caleb Williams next year. So if it was me, I'd probably go quarterback, but again, it doesn't seem to be the consensus or what the approach is for them.
Adam, that's my attitude. If they want, I just want a strategy. I don't want to hear them taking Will Anderson, assuming that they can somehow trade up and get in the top 4. I would almost rather them say,
especially when we've seen reports that there's like 9-10 teams that are apparently looking to trade up.
Adam, I'd rather them just say I'm going with Davis Mills. I know that sounds crazy, but I don't want to see indecision because you're rolling the dice. If you want Anderson and he's your guy, that's fine. Then you should have traded for Trey Lance. You should have traded for Mac Jones, or you're going with Davis Mills. I don't want to hear the risk that, oh, maybe we can pull off it. Maybe you have the number 2 pick. You got to get it right.
Yeah, and I actually love the idea of them, if they aren't planning on going quarterback, just trade for Trey Lance, because you have Bobby Slovic coming in from San Fran, who is going to probably run the same offense that he was running. You know, obviously he wasn't running it to the extent with Kyle Shanahan and then when Mike McDaniels is there, but he's going to be the offensive coordinator. It's going to be a lot of the same stuff, which Trey Lance can do, and obviously you can feel pretty comfortable with him. We haven't seen what Trey Lance can do. He played one game in the monsoon and then got hurt the second game. So I actually like that idea. Maybe that's still part of their plans, but if it's me, I go quarterback.
I'll go quarterback too. I mean, I'm in agreement with you guys. I think they should. I've always said, what are you doing? You're going to let a team in your division in the Colts potentially take one of these quarterbacks, and then the Titans, who are rumored, they have their eyes on a quarterback that they want, and apparently they are, making the calls to Arizona and trying to be aggressive to move up and get a quarterback. So we could see the Texans pass on a quarterback, and then 2 teams in their division get a quarterback in this draft. So I'm still seeing that Carolina's on the clock, but I guess maybe I'm super, super behind here. Is the timer still going for you guys on the Panthers?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
It's still in, guys, but it's, I believe in Shams. Shams reported about 5 minutes ago that it's Bryce Young. So until proven otherwise, guys, we're going with Bryce Young here with Shams. We got Schefter, Shams, everyone here is on the clock. We'll make history if Shams is wrong, given how legendary he usually is.
Oh, absolutely make history. Everyone be telling him to stick to basketball. So yeah, Frank Reich. I'm a believer in him as well. Pfeifer. I think he's a good head coach. He did some really good things with the Eagles. En route to the Super Bowl with Carson Wentz and then Nick Foles a little bit later on during that run. So I think he's a good get. He's a former Panther. I know he's a fan favorite there in Carolina as well. So I think it's exciting times. Pal.
There it is.
There it is.
Adam, you are salty that you're not getting DeAndre Hopkins. I can tell right now.
He wants Hopkins, eh?
We talked about it last night, right? Go over it. We were saying it would be.
That's all I've been talking about the last month.
That'd be a nice 1-2 punch. I mean, Hopkins still has I think definitely 2 elite seasons left in him. When he came back off that injury and the suspension, I mean, he was still a stud.
Like, I'm almost at the point now where it's like, if you're Buffalo, you might have to just trade for him just so Kansas City doesn't. And then of course the fact that it'll drastically help your team. But I mean, if Kansas City gets him, Buffalo might as well just chalk it up.
What are you looking for here in this draft? The quarterbacks is one thing, the Bills is another thing, but when you think about this draft in the first round, what are some of the things that you're really looking forward to seeing tonight? Some intriguing storylines.
Yeah, so obviously the trades are being talked about a lot, but outside of that, I think where Bijan goes is, especially for fantasy, right there at the top. Whether it's Chicago, it feels like it's going to be at this point Chicago, Philadelphia, or Atlanta. And then obviously the wide receivers. And I think I'm also interested, especially after talking about tight ends on the podcast this week, if we get 2 tight ends in the first round, if we see Michael Mayer and Dalton Kincaid go in the first round, because if they do, the spots that they could theoretically go to are all pretty good for fantasy, right? Cincinnati, Dallas, Green Bay, maybe even the Chargers. Like, they're all really good spots for year one production for fantasy, and of course, the rest of the rest of their seasons. So obviously for fantasy, it's those skill position players. How many wideouts go in the first round, and then outside of fantasy, I'm also interested to see when we see. I say when because I think it does happen when we see this offensive tackle run that we pretty much see almost every year.
Oh, Adam, we're going to see a 3, assuming there's no trade. And ready, Chris? You want to see Adam get lit up here? Ready? Adam, Gabe Davis. Thoughts on Gabe Davis for the Bills? Go ahead. Give me a rundown. Are you in or out on Gabe Davis?
You trying to get rage?
I am. I'm ready.
I love Gabe Davis. I just love him as a 3.
Well done.
And that's fair, right? Is it not fair? Yeah, he's better suited as a 3. He had a significant uptick this season, an opportunity to be a 2. He struggled with some drops. He still had some really nice moments, but I agree with Pfeifer. I think he's probably better suited for a 3. Go get a 2, and then you can compete with all these powerhouses in the AFC. Let's be honest about the AFC and these quarterbacks. Now that Rodgers is there inside the division, and Herbert and Lamar just signed the richest contract just hours ago, and then Herbert and Mahomes and all of Trevor Lawrence, right? The leap in year 2. So there's a lot of really good offenses and good quarterbacks with talented wide receivers on those teams inside the AFC. It's absolutely loaded. There's a question here. Well, it's not really a question, but Mike Tallis is in the house. Can't wait to see JSN, his landing spot. Pfeifer, where do you think is the best spot for him, and where do you think he'll end up? And we were joking earlier, the Packers taking a wide receiver in the first round. Wouldn't be shocked and be flipping the bird to their old buddy Aaron Rodgers, I think, on the way.
I think it happens. I turned the stream on, and I believe, and Mike was talking about this before, I believe, about how probably the reason they didn't feel the need to go wide receiver early is because Aaron Rodgers, they thought he could just make anyone produce in that offense. Exactly. And now Rodgers is gone. And for me, JSN fits perfectly. He complements Christian Watson so well. Christian Watson, playmaking down the field, contested catches, deep ball. And then you have they have nobody in the middle of the field. Randall Cobb's gone. He was their option in the middle of the field other than maybe Aaron Jones. They have nothing at tight end. So I think JSN, I think Jordan Love, I don't think he's going to be as good as he was in that second half against the Eagles for an entire season, but I think he's legitimately talented. And I think if you put JSN with Jordan Love, he could still post really good fantasy numbers. So my favorite landing spots are probably Green Bay. Houston, I still think looks good at 12. And then my favorite overall for a while was Seattle, when it looked like he could be there at 20. I don't think that happens. But right now it's probably Green Bay, Houston. I did see Daniel Jeremiah's mock yesterday, when I think he's as plugged in as anybody. He actually had Zay Flowers as the first receiver and JSN all the way to 19 to Tampa, which was incredibly interesting. And that would tell me that we might see one of those veteran receivers traded today.
Oh, baby. I'd love that, Adam. Plus 300, and I hit it again at plus 250 today. I'm just saying, in a situation, you never know. That's what I'm saying.
I had Addison weeks ago around the combine at 5-1. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the play. I like JSN. I think he's my favorite wide receiver. We didn't see a lot from him last year with an injury, but I think he's pick is now officially in. Is what?
Yes, it is. It is officially in. Yes,
he's Shams rocking the Panthers hat.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Shams was right. Well, we'll give some credit to Shams. He's 1 for 1 here, breaking the news. I mean, I think we all seen this coming for quite some time as Bryce Young takes the walk as the new member and the new starting quarterback of the Carolina Panthers. Exciting. It's going to be different. Like I said, it's a different vibe. It's a different feel in Carolina. And I do like when teams are aggressive and going after it and trading some of the pieces that they've had. I really like DJ Moore, though, as a wide receiver. What do you think about DJ Moore in Chicago, Pfeifer? Is this guy just another wide receiver 2 season and people may be disrespecting him because he still doesn't have a great quarterback? Because I know that people just seem to hate on Justin Fields, and I'm not here for it.
Justin Fields was one of my favorite prospects since I started doing fantasy stuff. So
well done.
Love Justin Fields. It has nothing to do with Fields. It's just I don't know how much volume is going to be there in that passing offense. I think we do see them throw a little bit more because I don't think they could possibly throw the ball less than they did last season. But DJ Moore was living off a ton of volume in Carolina. And I think at worst, it's kind of like a wash. Like he's probably still in that like wide receiver 17 to 20 range where he's kind of been each of the last couple seasons. So for me, it really didn't move him. Like I didn't really move him in my rankings or anything after the trade. He's a good football player. He's playing with a good quarterback. Just need to see more passing from the offense. And tell you what, if they do draft Bijan Robinson, they might not throw as much as I think. So.
Hey, Adam,
taking Bijan Robinson, guys. Stop it.
Adam, question. I'm curious, man. With DJ Moore being there, is Darnell Mooney the type of player who's going to have a post-hype sleeper season? You know, we all thought he was going to break out. He had a great year 2 years ago, especially at the end. Last year was kind of disappointing. Is he a little more comfortable now in Chicago, do you think? I know it's not a high-volume offense, but maybe, you know, Darnell Mooney in redraft is going to drop down draft boards because of what happened last year.
Yeah, I could see it. Again, it's just for me the concerns with the volume because last year it was Mooney or Cole Kmet. And other than that, they were running the football. And I still think even with Montgomery gone, they like Khalil Herbert. They brought in Donta Foreman. I just don't see a scenario where he's getting more than like 6 targets per game. But at the same time, I'm a huge believer in the talent. And, you know, it's not in the same situation, but maybe if the Bills add a receiver, you talk about 2 post-type sleepers that are going to go way later than they did last season. Gabe Davis and Darnell Mooney could kind of fit that bill.
Excellent.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just going to be very boom or bust. Like, I just don't feel like the Bears, even though they still have a lot of holes, and they've done a great job, you know, through free agency with a couple trades and bringing in some players. They had a lot of money to spend. I just don't feel like we're going to see Justin Fields drop back and chuck it 40 times. I just don't feel like that's going to be the vibe. So there'll be some boomer bust with Darnell Mooney. I'm interested in DJ Moore. There's obviously a lot of boomer bust with him as well. I mean, I think over the last 4 years, he's top 6 or 7 in terms of receiving yards, but he's nowhere close to the guys in that range when it comes to touchdowns. Yeah, he's just not a big touchdown guy, but he's certainly extremely explosive. Shams, another bomb from this guy. And I mean, you gave it in the chat, Randall. I'm here for it. If this is pick 2, this is exactly what I think they should do.
Adam, there is a Shams bomb going that CJ Stroud is going number 2 after everything that went on. Could you imagine? He was locked in. Then he was plus 2,000. I mean, if this ends up being the case, unbelievable. And I told you, Chris, Houston is not passing on a quarterback. They're not. They just can't.
I mean, I agree. I didn't think that they should, but
I think I changed my mind. I might prefer Houston over Green Bay for JSN at 12 now.
Wow, good call.
Yeah, and you know that's originally it's so tough to do these mocks because you try to block out some of the noise. And I do. You mentioned Daniel Jeremiah earlier, and I have a lot of respect for Peter Schrager too. Like those are 2 guys that I definitely want to read their mocks and feel like I need to know what they're thinking. But I've always been like, okay, if it is Young, I always thought Stroud 1 and then Young 2. Reverse it all you want, but I just felt like Stroud don't pass in a quarterback, guys. Like get a quarterback. He's a franchise guy. I do believe it. He's very.
I also think a lot of it might have to do with the division, right? Like obviously Lawrence is the guy in Jacksonville, but Tennessee's looking for a quarterback. Apparently, we know the Colts are drafting a quarterback.
Exactly. Yeah, get a QB, man.
Adam, you're totally right. If you guys, when you want success in the NFL, you have to start within your division. The idea that they were going to let Jacksonville, Tennessee, the Colts are now linked to Levis, if this is true, and they were going to roll the dice, you have to have a quarterback. This is a bombshell. Man, everyone was off of Stroud. I guess, guys, the S2 score doesn't matter, huh? We all talk about the S2 score. I guess if you throw 88 touchdowns or whatever he did, it doesn't really matter.
And, guys, real quick, because I just saw it on Twitter, Jeff Ratcliffe is posting his initial projections for all these rookies. So he just posted his initial Bryce Young projections. So make sure you're checking that out throughout the weekend.
What do we got for a projection? I see somebody hanging out with us in the chat, and it's jokes like Jerry Nesson. Shout out to you. Young looks small. Dude is small. He is small. Let's be honest. He's a small quarterback.
So Jeff's initial projection for Bryce is 3,500 passing yards, 23 touchdowns, 13 interceptions, 50 rushes for over 200 yards, and 2 additional rushing touchdowns.
That's a solid rookie year. That is a solid rookie year. That is a great QB2 in best ball. Super flex. I'm telling you right now.
All right. So here's a question. Now, is Bryce Young still the QB1 in rookie drafts?
Oh,
I think as of right now, but you know what I was saying earlier when I What I was saying earlier with Stroud potentially to Houston, I agree with you, Pfeifer. I think at pick 11, get it done. Like go get the wide receiver.
Yeah.
Right?
The thing that will probably still push Bryce ahead is the fact that he has that mobility, and we only saw Stroud do it at that game against Georgia, which was great to see. But and also I think there's a chance we see more of an emphasis on offense in Carolina than Houston with D'Amico Ryans there. But yeah, I'm glad we talked about it because I'm very, very happy with the selection of C.J. Stroud. I love the fact that he still went second after all the nonsense over the past couple weeks. And look, I feel like between the division wanting to upgrade quarterbacks across the board outside of Jacksonville and the fact that you are not guaranteed to just get Caleb Williams next season, I think this is the right decision from Houston.
You live in the moment now instead of going next year like you talked.
I'm mad because John McClain got me off of CJ Stroud, but he reinforced John McClain, the great beat reporter who's retired, that they were going to take a quarterback. I just went with Will Levis instead of Stroud. I never believed in Will Anderson. I didn't.
All right. So, 3,500 passing yards, 23 passing touchdowns, 13 picks, 50 rushing attempts, 201 rushing yards, and 2 rushing touchdowns. That's from Jeff Ratcliffe, our guy. You guys are well aware of Mr. Ratcliffe, and give him a follow if you are not already, because I'm sure he's going to be doing this with all the skilled players here in the first round and throughout the rounds in the NFL draft, because we will be with you again tomorrow as well. If Jackson Smith and Jigba does go to the Texans, he's definitely going to lead this team in targets, Pfeifer. Like, he's going to be the guy there, in the slot. He's, if he went to Green Bay, great. You still got Christian Watson there. There's other teams in the NFL and around that spot that have other wide receivers. Like, he would be, let's project him with the Texans, first rookie wide receiver off the board, in my opinion.
Yeah, not close. Has a connection with Stroud, obviously, and he would be competing with Robert Woods and Collins at wide receiver for targets. They have nothing to speak of at tight end. Damian Pierce doesn't really catch the ball. They'll still give him his carries, but he would probably push, top 26 status for me if he goes here. And CJ Stroud's as good as I think he can be. Accuracy wise, there's no one better in this class than CJ Stroud. I'm excited about this, and I'm equally as excited to see what they do at 12. If JSN's there at 12, I don't think they hesitate. I really don't.
That's right. Pick 12, Green Bay at pick 13 with the trade with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets.
Guys, you can't underestimate. I mean, these are not robots. Nick Caserio has a job with the Houston Texans. His job is to win. They've gone 3-14, 3-13-1. I was getting in arguments on social media. People like, just wait till next year. Folks, these people have lives. Their job is to win and to compete.
Also, you have to remember this too. Like, you can say that, we'll just draft. Like, you might not be able to make a draft pick next year if things go bad.
You got it. That's it. You got it.
CJ Stroud last season, 41 touchdowns, 6 picks. 2021, 44 touchdowns, 6 picks. Completion percentage, 71% in 2021, 66% in 2022. Not a lot of rushing upside, but you talked about the game where he ran around a little bit. I don't really feel like Young has a lot of rushing upside either, but certainly I do believe a little bit more than
Stroud didn't have to, right? You look at that offense, it was snap the ball, throw to Marvin Harrison Jr., throw to Chris Olave, throw to Garrett Wilson, throw to JSN. Like, they didn't ask him to do it, and why would they? But that Georgia game, when that defensive line collapsed the pocket, he made plays outside the pocket, and that was very, very encouraging and very impressive. So, and we didn't talk about this with Bryce too. Like, it's the first time in a while we're talking about a top-tier prospect Alabama quarterback that actually didn't really have the weapons to throw to.
Right. Yeah. And, okay, Mike, you just mentioned it. As we get here for pick 3, I think we can all agree, and it does sound like it's official, that Arizona is going to trade. Do you guys have the details of this?
The Texans are on the clock.
Yep, Texans are on the clock. So it looks like
they're going to get both.
Yeah, Shams is saying Arizona is selecting Will Anderson at number 3 overall. That's what we're hearing right now.
Wow.
The Texans are on the clock.
Wow.
Yep.
I thought it would be a different team looking up for a quarterback.
No, the Texans traded with Arizona.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
And now I'm hearing that part of that trade is going to be Will Anderson.
That is Okay, so everything we said went from being right to it didn't matter because they have Anderson and Stroud now.
Wow, what is this trade going to be? This is crazy, guys. The NFL draft never disappoints. Oh my goodness.
No, it doesn't. I'm hoping that we do see a couple massive trades as well. That's like wide receivers, like we saw. I know it might be Hopkins to the Bills, like Pfeifer alluded to earlier.
12-3 for a position that's not quarterback is pretty interesting though.
Wow.
And Will Anderson's an awesome player. It's just wasn't San Francisco 12-3 for Trey Lance a couple years back.
Yeah, and it's amazing, guys, that they somehow still succeeded despite that. I mean, it's really crazy, and they haven't even played Trey Lance because of injuries, of course. Wow, this is crazy. So Houston will now get to take a QB and its top defensive player. Nick Caserio playing chess. Good job, Nick.
I dig it. I like when teams are aggressive, right? You like both of these guys. Maybe they were just sitting, oh my goodness, what do we do? Anderson or Stroud? Anderson or Stroud? Let's take the quarterback. We'll call Arizona. We'll still get Anderson as well with pick 3, assuming that's correct, and that's the pick. The pick is in. Is it official here now, Anderson? Number 3?
Not quite yet, but I'm kind of upset about this, Mike, because I was very, very sold on my Titans. My Titans trade up from our mock draft yesterday. Thought that was going to be the move.
I had that too. I had that as well.
So basically, guys, what the Texans did here is they had a myriad of second-round picks, a lot of draft picks because they were savvy. So they said, you know what? We're going to get our quarterback, but we're also going to get our top defensive player, DeMeco Ryans, obviously the connection to Alabama. Wow, what a job by the Texans here. Hey, guys, so they don't just lose on purpose to wait till next year. That's crazy.
Yeah, so here's so it's 3rd overall and 105 to Houston in exchange for 12-33, a 2024 first, and a 2024 third.
Wow.
It's actually a great trade for both teams, but especially Arizona. They have so many holes.
I was going to say, I really like that for Arizona. A ton of holes. I expect them to be the worst team in football this year. They're going to.
And look, they have Houston's 2024 first now, and I'm not like these are great moves by Houston, but like, what's their ceiling? 7 wins?
Yep.
It's still going to be a pretty valuable draft pick next season for Arizona.
All right, so movement already. Trades over under 3.5 trades tonight. Pfeifer.
So 3.5 total or 3.5 from now?
For tonight, just tonight. Total. For total. This one counts.
I'll take the over.
We got Chris, we got some people coming in here. I mean, they're coming in at the right time. Oh my God. We got some people joining us here.
Well, who do we got in here next? We got our guy Scott Spratt. We got the Pope hanging out with us. So we can bring in Scott. Should we bring in Scott, our guy? And here we go. Let's bring him in. Let's bring in Mr. Spratt, Scott_Spratt on the Twitter machine of FTN Fantasy. We have already seen a trade, Scott. Bryce Young, of course, first overall pick. Houston goes CJ Stroud, then makes the trade with the Arizona Cardinals for pick 3. They
boring night, guys. I mean, not much going on. Just hanging out, I guess.
Scott, could you pick a better time to come on? I mean, chaos has joined you joining it here. This is nuts.
I think the only thing that would entertain me more than this is if they then took Anthony Richardson, went with the double first-round quarterbacks. You got to win the job in the preseason. I think that's the only pick that makes any sense here.
Scott, I'm just happy we have eliminated this 4 quarterback in a row, which has never happened in NFL history. That did not happen, guys. Enough of that, please. Scott, welcome. Thanks for joining.
What's up, guys?
So how do you think this is what do you like here from the Texans? You like the aggressiveness from Houston here to start the draft?
Honestly, I know I kind of hate it. Like I'm good with the CJ Stroud pick. I think in general, it's really tough to forecast which of these quarterbacks is going to be any good. So like, I don't mind that there was perceived indecision and Stroud being the guy that was falling and then they pick him. I'm fine with that. I think Stroud has a chance to be really good. I think he was top 5 in Division I in adjusted net yards per attempt, both inside the pocket and outside the pocket. I think he's a little bit more of a playmaker than he's been getting credit for. So I'm fine with the Stroud pick, but I hate the trade up. I don't mind the Anderson pick with the selection, but the Texans, they don't really have that many above average starters. They need more picks. And I think the biggest mistake.
Scott, Devin Singletary is on that team now, and you are the only person that likes him as much as me.
I love if we want to spend 5 minutes on Singletary in the middle of a draft show, I'm game. But I just think teams make their biggest mistake being too confident in their projections for these prospects. A lot of them aren't going to work out, and it's always better to have more picks than fewer. I mean, you can ask this of Adam. I mean, the Bills, maybe the most respected front office in football at this point, but the Bills, their last 4 drafts or so, it hasn't been great in the first 3 rounds. And I don't think that's a reflection on the Bills having bad processes or anything along those lines. It's just there's a lot of randomness here, and you want to give yourself more bites at the apple. I think that's the key to having sustained success the way that, say, the Ravens have done things. I just don't think it makes any sense for the Texans to trade up here back to number 3.
Well, we were talking about JSN, Pfeifer, for a second. We were getting ahead of ourselves. We were like, oh, wow, CJ Stroud, they're going to take JSN.
Green Bay's feeling pretty happy right now, assuming Arizona doesn't go JSN, which I guess they could if they do end up trading Hopkins. But Green Bay was right behind Houston at 13. Much higher chance of JSN making it to them. And I will say, like, the trade up, like Arizona, I think came out really well in that trade. But Will Anderson's going to fit in D'Amico Ryan's scheme absolutely perfectly. It should be fun to watch.
Guys, I'm so excited that I got to click on the FTN bet tracker here. Bryce Young, first overall, -115. It's just a sense of accomplishment, guys. We're starting in the positive. That's the key here.
Hey, good for you. And you didn't jump on board.
They essentially got
2,000.
They essentially got 2 firsts, right? Because they got 33 this year, which is essentially a first, and then next year's. That's such a good haul for Arizona.
Scott, here's my question now. With assuming pick 4, we're getting a quarterback. Who are the Colts taking? Is it Levis?
I'm not sure who they're going to take, but I'm a big Anthony Richardson fan. Frankly, I'm surprised he didn't go 1 or 2. I know there are all these concerns about his accuracy, and in a way, they're very founded. I think he had the third lowest completion percentage in D1 among like major prospects in the last 20 some years. But I think that it's a bit misleading to assume that he's an inaccurate passer because he threw such a disproportionate number of his passes deep. And if you look at more of a depth-adjusted type of completion percentage rate, it's not that bad. Derek Klassen, in fact, who did the charting for all the rookie quarterbacks here, said it was about 2% worse than Bryce Young. I just don't think it's that big of a deal, especially when you bring all the athletic traits to the table. They could just make him such a dangerous player. So I definitely prefer Richardson of the ones, but I'm not sure what teams like him or what they're going to do. I don't know if you guys have any insight there.
I do.
Tell me.
I
Please do share.
I scrolled on Twitter and I saw something.
Share it.
Oh, so go ahead, leak it. It's all right. Tell us what'd you see? Is this another Shams bomb? What's going on here?
Apparently, the Colts are selecting Anthony Richardson.
Wow.
Which is, if he starts week 1, he is the clear-cut QB1 of the rookies, right?
Excuse me, guys, while I click Will Levis over 6.5 at +240. Sorry, excuse me for a minute.
Just making cashing in over there. I shouldn't have messed around with my mock, right, Quan? This is what I had. I had Stroud at 2. I had Anthony Richardson at 4. I agree with you, Scott. I mean, I really like he checks a lot of boxes for me. I think he can be coached up. A dual threat world when it comes to quarterbacks. Steichen did it, in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts, so maybe a little bit of familiarity there as well. And you can coach this guy up. They got some weapons. The offensive line is solid still. I know it didn't play great last year. You got a bell cow back and Jonathan Taylor that you can hand the ball off to as well. If this is indeed the pick, I am a fan. And I think from a fantasy standpoint, we don't have the projections yet from Ratcliffe. He just gave CJ Stroud, and it's very similar to Bryce Young. 3,500 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, 13 picks, 178 rushing yards, and 1 rushing touchdown. Very similar numbers for Bryce Young. What would you project, Scott, for Richardson inside this offense if it is indeed him in Indy?
So like as a week 1 starter, potentially, like
Sure.
I think the real key from a fantasy perspective is that I think he's just going to have a lot more scrambles than the first 2 picks. So like from a fantasy production standpoint, I think it could be great. I don't know about the touchdown interception ratio may not be as great, especially if he's going to be aggressively pushing the ball downfield. That's a strategy that's gotten a bit nerfed a bit as teams have shifted towards more 2 high safety looks. But I think there could be a lot more of the hey, looking once, looking twice with maybe the reads and then taking off for the run. So I wouldn't be stunned at all if he had more than 100 carries this season and was just super productive, maybe threatening the top 10 from a fantasy perspective at the position.
Jalen Hurts last season easily led the NFL in plays out of RPO. It was like 150. Now you have Shane Steichen there with Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about this.
Yeah. And we talked earlier about Young potentially being.
It's been a good start to the draft, boys.
Pace yourself, Mike.
I think Pfeifer, I would take Richardson in a rookie-only draft. It's all about context, of course. If you need a quarterback, you get aggressive. But where does he rank for you? Like, rank these guys now. These 3 guys in a rookie-only single quarterback, assuming it's not super flex, but really doesn't matter. More aggressive, of course, with super flex.
I mean, I guess there's still a chance that Minshew starts, right? Which I would really hope doesn't happen.
Adam, I got to jump in. I talked to George Bremer on the FTN NFL Draft Preview Series. He mentioned 2 months ago that he thought that Minshew starting was more possibility than anyone would give it credit for. Now, listen, he wasn't saying they would take a quarterback, but they take one in Richardson. He's not going to be ready week 1 probably. Minshew is, we may not like that as fantasy people, but do the NFL people like it? Probably. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, because if Richardson starts week 1, I don't see a scenario where he's not my top-ranked rookie quarterback for fantasy. The upside is just too high.
I'm still kind of shocked that Houston picked 2 and 3. I'm still kind of just kind of wrapping my head around that. I kind of agreed with you, Scott. Like, I like teams being aggressive, but there is a lot of holes, and they could use a few more picks. But nonetheless, it's in. They did it. Number 2 and number 3. Scott, what are you looking for here today? Of course, quarterback's a big talking point, but you follow a lot of running backs and wide receivers. What are you looking for tonight in this draft, other than quarterbacks?
Yeah, I mean, I think the top of the wide receiver board is maybe the most interesting to me, because I feel like I guess Jackson Smith and Jigba is emerged as the consensus number 1, but between Quentin Johnston, and Jordan Addison, I feel like you have 3 pretty different stylistic options at wide receiver. So I'm interested in how much team fit kind of comes into that picture. Like with JSN, he didn't break a 4.50 second 40 time, so I feel like he might be a slot only type of player. I know he's a bigger player at wide receiver. Maybe he's a little bit more versatile than what you would think of as a traditional slot receiver, but he might make more sense on some teams than others. Maybe like a Seahawks team that already has an option on the outside. I think you guys were talking about the Packers earlier. They would make a ton of sense with, Dobbs and Watson on the outside, but he might not be the perfect fit for every single team. So I think that becomes really interesting to me. I'm just curious how those guys are going to shake out, and whether that's a reflection on what teams generally think of their talent, upside, et cetera, or whether there's like a big team fit component with which wide receivers go where.
Yeah, Jackson Smith and Jigba is certainly the consensus, according to Vegas, anyways, to be the number 1 wide receiver taken off the board. In fact, Scott, he is favored to go to the Green Bay Packers.
There you go.
As we bring in the Pope.
Jeremy, what's up?
Pope's FFH in the house. The whole crew is here now. Welcome in, Jeremy. What do you think of the first few picks here in the NFL draft?
Well, I almost fell asleep.
How?
That was a joke. God, everybody. God.
So what do you get that guy?
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I agree with everything you said about Houston. I don't know if that's a smart move. I like Will Anderson just like everybody else, but that's a lot of dinero for a linebacker. Let's put it that way. But yeah, I'm excited. Anthony Richardson and the Colts. Definitely an interesting. The quarterbacks are going to be hard to decipher and break down at the top of most of our rookie-only drafts, just because I feel like, Anthony Richardson makes a ton of sense, shooting a ton of upside, but I still like CJ Stroud a lot. He's not going to have all the talent around him right there, but that landing spot in Houston isn't overly bad. I think that's going to be a quarterback-friendly system. And then Bryce Young, obviously, in Carolina is nice because of the coaching staff and everything you need. Again, though, you're going to go with which quarterback do you take, the 2 that have less weapons or the one that's a more raw prospect with a higher upside with actual weapons around him? So,
guys, I'm curious. Little room poll here. Pick 5. I don't think Jalen Carter goes here. What do you think? Maybe I'm wrong.
I think he should.
I think they're looking to trade out now.
Yeah, I bet they're trying.
What do you
to
think
trade.
they were thinking they were going to get? That they had Will Anderson as a guy that they wanted, and now he's
Richardson.
gone.
Probably
thought that they
maybe
wanted
Richardson
the quarterback.
too.
Are we sure they wouldn't want Levis? I know it made so much sense that they would want more of the younger guy, the perceived prospecty guy, because they had Geno Smith as an option, but they have the ability here to take a swing at a quarterback. They may be too good to get a high pick in future years, right?
Scott, it may be because I'm a boomer, and that's totally possible, that I'm thinking the Seahawks are saying we can make a run here. Pete Carroll, 71 years old, Geno Smith, comeback player of the year. I think their move that they're thinking is to fortify the now. That's my guess. It's possible that they go from there, but I think they're looking right now that they think there is a chance that they can make a deep run in the playoffs because the NFC is so wide open. But that could be a boomer talking. It could be, Scott. I don't know.
Well, they aren't
I bet
trading
it's
it
Jalen
because
Carter.
the selection
50
is in.
seconds
So.
left. Oh, it is.
Jalen Carter.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know who it is.
I think it's
the
gonna be Jalen.
selection's in.
Okay. We will say goodbye to Adam Pfeifer for now. Adam is going to be with us through most of the first round and tomorrow
He's coming
as
back.
well.
I'll be back a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be back in a little bit for sure. But we have our next outside guest who's hanging by. I see him in the green room. I think he's ready to rock. I think he's ready to talk about the Colts. So can we bring him in, Quan, right now? And it is Evan Sattery, Sattery on the Twitter machine. Evan, welcome in. Thanks for taking the time here and joining us on the FTN Network NFL Draft Show. An exciting start to the draft with the Texans making a trade and picking number 2 and number 3, but the Colts taking Anthony Richardson with pick number 4. What do you make of the selection?
Yeah, first off, I think it was one of the better smoke screens we've seen that Chris Ballard and the Colts just pulled off there, because the odds there before it closed on FanDuel was minus 1,500 for Will Levis. So whoever got that ticket late, kudos to you there, because it was a great smoke screen by them. But overall, I think Richardson for the Colts, this is a fantastic fit. Like Adam Schefter mentioned on the air, Shane Steichen just ran the Eagles offense. I doubt Anthony Richardson plays right away. I could see him sitting the first 6 to 8 weeks of the season. But I think eventually we will see him be utilized later on in the season. I think this Colts team is not good enough right now to be a serious contender in the AFC South. So probably later on in the season, we will see Richardson there.
Evan, I'm curious here. What are your thoughts on what's gone on so far at the top of the draft? I mean, you do tremendous work, of course. Forbes sports reporter, you're on Sports Grid, you do tremendous stuff. What are you thinking so far? Top couple picks. We've gone over Bryce Young. We've gone over comparisons. Will Anderson, CJ Stroud. I was of the belief, Evan, that there was no way Houston was getting out of this draft without a quarterback unless something was going to happen. I was locked at step. I should have not put Will Levis in my mock contest for Huddle. I should have stayed with CJ Stroud. Scott, I see you laughing. You should laugh. It was a terrible job by me. What are your thoughts on what's transpired so far?
Yeah, I think honestly, just looking through all the smoke of this draft season, they kind of went as we should have expected, with CJ Stroud being the QB2 of this class in a similar tier to Bryce Young going number 2 overall. It's what we all thought what was going to happen back at the Combine before we heard all this smoke around CJ Stroud. And I think it was honestly a good move by this Texans team. I don't know if the 2024 first might be a golden ticket for that Cardinals team next year, but to get Will Anderson, to get CJ Stroud to kickstart for Houston, I think it's a big thing for them.
What do you got for us, Jeremy?
Devin Weather.
Wow.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Who is it? Is it Witherspoon over Gonzalez? Oh, that's a loss. Oh, my God.
Witherspoon over Gonzalez. You can't win them all. You can't win them all, Randall. What do you make of that, Evan? Seattle, I guess Jalen Carter is just, I suppose, too much of a wild card, I think, maybe for some teams.
Yeah, I kind of thought defensive line for Seattle this whole time, just because you can always add more on the exterior there to help out against these NFC West quarterbacks, NFC West quarterbacks. But when you look overall at Seattle, their secondary, there's not much experience back there. You have Tariq Woolen last year, had a great rookie season. But when you look at Devin Witherspoon, you add him now opposite Tariq Woolen. That's a really, really fun 1-2 duo there in the secondary for Seattle. So I like the pick, but honestly, pretty surprising for me.
Yeah, a little early. I didn't think he was going to go that early.
You know, he is, though, not to be narrative based all the time, but he is a bite your kneecaps type of guy. I mean, if they were going to take a physical cornerback here, this is the type of player they're talking about. It sort of makes sense. I'm curious. You know, Jared Goff, they could have gotten out of Detroit could have gotten out of Jared Goff's contract really easily. Seattle, like I said, had a ton of money invested in Geno. So interesting here. They're going for it, guys. They see the NFC. Pete Carroll should have been coach of the year last year in my book. They see the NFC as fertile ground for them to make a run here. They do.
Yeah, he kind of seems like a Seahawk defender, like an old Legion of Boom type of defender.
I like him. I think he's a stud. I think he's a good pick, Scott.
Yeah, Evan, let me ask you another question about Anthony Richardson. Like you mentioned that he might need some time to develop, and I'm sure that's from the accuracy perspective, but we've seen some other quarterbacks with the ability to scramble like a Justin Fields be able to kind of make an easier, less steep adjustment to the NFL just because maybe they don't have to do as many things pre-reading, pre-snap. They can just take off and run. Do you think that could maybe be an option for Richardson that could sort of help him get on the field a little earlier, especially for a team that maybe isn't in the playoff mix in the short term?
Yeah, I totally could see that, especially like red zone situations, and obviously with the Eagles playbook last year, that quarterback sneak that was unstoppable for the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. I imagine now Anthony Richardson running that behind Quentin Nelson and co up front. That'll be a really fun goal line package for him. But I think the Colts taking Anthony Richardson at 4 is just my opinion here. I think with how much upside he has, I think he truly has. I wouldn't say Mahomes type upside, but a guy that could really transcend the league with his type of physical attributes going along with if he develops as a quality passer, he could really be an elite level quarterback. I think the Colts be very, very patient here and make sure he doesn't bust in the NFL. So I could easily see him just being conservative here, say in the first 6 to 8 weeks. And looking back at Josh Allen, even in Buffalo, he sat, I think, the first month of his career before he took over there. So I think that's kind of the path I'm looking at. Probably the first 4 to 8 weeks of the season that Richardson will sit. And then eventually, when the losses pile up, probably with Gardner Minshew, they'll probably put him in there.
Evan, this is a question from a salty guy who drafted Jonathan Taylor in a lot of redraft leagues last year. I'm going to tell you that, especially best ball. What are you hearing about Jonathan Taylor? Again, tremendous 2 years ago. Last year, not as great. I think it's going to be centered around him, obviously. Michael Pittman, I love, of course, just the target share that he should get in this offense. Thoughts on Taylor, and then, of course, Pittman here for the Colts.
Yeah, Taylor recently spoke at OTAs, and he said his ankle's 100% cleaned up. It was a minor procedure, so he should be fine throughout this regular season. I think more so his issues last year were based on how bad the offensive line was. The offensive line really rotted from the inside out, made the quarterback play awful, made the running game awful. It just went horrible for the Colts all season long because of that front unit up 5 there. And I think, to be quite honest, when you put, let's just say hypothetically, Anthony Richardson into this lineup in October, November, that RPO with him and Jonathan Taylor, I mean, that could be one of the most dynamic duos in the NFL. 2 guys that can run 4.3, 4.4 speed back there, keep defenses honest. I think this is a perfect situation for Jonathan Taylor, especially in fantasy, because he's going to have guys with Anthony Richardson now on the field with him. There's not going to be much attention. It won't be 8-man boxes solely dedicated to Jonathan Taylor. So I love this fit for him. I love his upside for next season. And then also Michael Pittman Jr., number 1 weapon in this system. But I'm actually really high on Alec Pierce because Anthony Richardson is one of those guys who loves throwing the deep ball. PFF rate him as one of the best deep ball throwers in this draft class, actually. So I actually am buying more Alec Pierce stock than it would be Michael Pittman Jr. because he's the guy who can run more of a route tree than many expect. He's had a couple flash games here and there. He has that speed down the field. But Pittman will be that security blanket. He'll probably do very well in PPR leagues. But maybe more of the surprise, more upside guy to go for here is Alec Pierce. So I think it's going to be a fantastic fit now with Richardson down the field.
Guys, I want some prayer. I want you to join me in meditation here. This cannot be Will Levis. I'm cashing a big ticket here.
Looks like we got a trade.
Oh, here we go. Here it is.
Lions
Chris.
traded back. Lions traded back.
It looks like Arizona's the Cardinals came.
Paris Johnson.
Came up.
Yeah, I have an over 7.5 ticket myself for Levis, so I'm sweating this out.
Yep, over 6.5. Give it to me.
Well, they're not going to take Will Levis with this pick. The Arizona Cardinals. What do you think they do here?
It's
Evan,
Paris. I think it's Paris. Say it, Chris. I've been telling you. Forget Vontae Mack. It's Paris Johnson Jr. no matter what. Top 10. Say it, Chris.
You've been telling me Paris to the Eagles. I just keep disagreeing with that. But I do believe that Paris is going to be the first offensive lineman off the board. And I could see this being the pick here. I thought we would see the Titans trade up with Arizona and they would drop back to maybe 11 and then they would go that route there potentially. But yes, get an offensive lineman. There's so many holes, Evan, on this Arizona squad. They're in for a long, long season.
Yeah, it's going to be
coming up for Gonzalez.
I could easily see that a corner here or Paris Johnson. We know Kyler Murray obviously vouched for Paris Johnson recently. I think that's holding a lot of weight here in this. I would go Paris Johnson here if the Cards are indeed moving up here. So, Mike, I think your ticket should be good here on Paris Johnson. I don't want to blow your cover just yet here before it gets official, but I really like the fit of Paris Johnson in Arizona. I believe DJ Humphries is the only guy under contract in 2024 and a post June 1 cut next year saves him about $10 million. So I think this could be a situation where it's easily Paris Johnson.
You see DeAndre Hopkins get traded this weekend, Evan?
Yeah, I think it happens tonight, honestly. There's been local buzz out of Arizona because I actually used to live in Arizona, so I follow most of the beat guys out there. There's a lot of buzz about using Hopkins to potentially move up from their second-round pick to go up to their middle late first round, maybe Buffalo, Kansas City, or Baltimore, and get 2 first-round picks there. Excuse me.
Scott and Jeremy, rapid fire. The best rookie quarterback in fantasy this year will be. Go ahead.
Jeremy, go.
CJ Stroud.
Stroud, go ahead. What'd you say, Scott?
I'm going to say Anthony Richardson on a per game basis.
Got it.
On a per game basis. Yeah, he's gonna play one game and have 30 points, and Scott.
I think he's going to come in.
That's BS.
After a month, 1 month off, and then he's going to be a top 12 or so option for you.
We could see something like that with Jalen Hurts, right? In this first couple of years, didn't really play, and towards the end of, I believe it was year 2, started to get in there. But I think, can we set an over under on 10 games? Do we agree? Maybe over 10?
I think
is
over.
that a fair
For Richardson?
over? Yeah.
To start?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I would definitely say it's right on the money there. I'd say around 10 or so games for sure. Because I think Richardson's talent, I think he's going to pick up the playbook pretty fast here in training camp. I'm excited now to go watch him at training camp, see how he does, because just the physical talent's going to be fun to watch up close there. But I think definitely Richardson could start and get 10-plus games for sure.
And if he does get 10 games, I'd probably give him number 1, Jeremy, as the quarterback.
Guys, I need a beret. Is there a beret? I got to ask my wife if there's a beret in this house, because it is. It looks like it's going to be Paris Johnson.
It is Paris Johnson.
It's Paris Johnson.
Great fit for them, too.
Kyler Murray gets what he wants. First, enough with Peters. Very good, guys. He's not a tackle. That's Paris Johnson.
All right, Paris Johnson Jr., Arizona. Now the Raiders are on the clock. A lot of different ways that I think they could go here.
This could be Will Levis.
Take a corner. Yeah, what do you think?
I think this is Will Levis territory at 7. I think if it's not Will Levis here, though, I'd be very curious to see how far he falls. Because if he goes past 11 at Tennessee, I think he's in for a really long slide here. So I would say, just based off Witherspoon being off the board here, I would maybe go Levis if they want a quarterback. But if not, maybe Christian Gonzalez.
And to answer Meaney, I still think Stroud beats Richardson out. I'm going to call it.
All right. I was really excited about the possibility of JSN being his wide receiver 1 in year 1, but I don't think that's going to be the case. But Paris Johnson, and then we have the Raiders on the clock. Evan, I don't know how long you want to hang out with us. Any final words here, and some things that you're looking forward to seeing for the rest of the first round draft?
Yeah, honestly, I'm just now the big storyline for me is where does Will Levis fall? Because if he doesn't go here at 7, if he doesn't go at 11, I think he's going to be a guy that probably goes in the 15 to 20 range. I think Minnesota was a team I've been looking at as a potential team that could trade up for Will Levis. If he slides a little further, I think it makes an awful lot of sense to put him in there. Liam Cohen and Kevin O'Connell ran the same system. I think it makes a lot of sense for me as far as fit for Levis. But I think Hendon Hooker, too. I think that's going to be another intriguing one to watch out for. I have personally under 4.5 ticket that I'm looking out for the rest of the draft in the first round. But closing out here just on Anthony Richardson, I love the fit. I thought it was going to be Will Levis for the last couple hours here, so I was a little going to be disappointed. But I think Anthony Richardson is a fantastic fit for the Colts. And from fantasy perspective, I think at 2024, 2025, this could be like QB1, QB3 type of guy in fantasy.
Oof. Yeah, I agree. And I don't know if you're a big rookie only or dynasty. I'm not talking a dynasty startup, but a rookie only draft. I would imagine that this guy is going to be like pick 1 or 2 because of, the rushing upside that he brings and the fact that he could be coached up. And I really do like the system in Indy.
I think he could play early in the red zone packages, especially because they want a elite running attack in Indy. I think he could be a guy kind of vultures touchdowns early on as he gets familiar in the system.
All right.
We'll always have Paris. We'll always have Paris.
Evan, we appreciate it. Evan Sidery right there. Sports Grid, Forbes Sports as well. Give him a follow on the Twitter machine. You see it right there. Sidery on Twitter. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the draft, and we will talk to you hopefully very soon, sir.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
See you, Evan.
All right. Pick 7, Will Levis, potentially. I just feel like Josh McDaniels, Scott, is stuck in his ways. He wants his quarterback in his own system. He doesn't want to rebuild. There's a lot of holes in this Raiders team. If I were Las Vegas and company, I'd be taking a lockdown corner. I'd be taking Gonzalez. Inside that division, are you kidding me? With those quarterbacks, we expect an uptick in offense with Denver this season. At least I do, with Sean Payton calling the shots. And then also, Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes, go get a corner. I get it. You could have a quarterback behind Jimmy G and learn from Jimmy for years, but I feel like he's just stubborn, and he feels like he's got a win now squad. And I think to be competitive this year would be to take a cornerback. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I think the balance is literally name the position that the Raiders don't need a major upgrade. Outside of the number 1 wide receiver, they could probably go any direction, but is like how much of a leeway, how much of a runway does McDaniels even have with the Raiders? It's not like he's had an amazing track record of success as a head coach. And if this year goes badly, like, I don't know, maybe you don't want to wait for 1 or 2 more years to draft your quarterback. Maybe this is the chance that you have. And kind of the way that you were talking about with like a Nick Caserio type, you kind of push your chips in, even if that's not necessarily the perfect prospect that you would ideally want to draft here.
You know, guys, I want to poke the bear a little bit. Hey, Jeremy, I this is a spoiler alert because I got it from the podcast last night. Would you take, because I'm waiting for Bijan to go to Atlanta. Okay, then we're going to start pouring another martini. I'm curious, Gibbs or Charbonnet after Bijan?
I'd go Gibbs. I think the upside is better.
Gotta be Gibbs.
As far as today's NFL goes, Charbonnet could be a 3-down guy at the NFL level, but his passing work was decent, but not overly great. So I feel like he might profile as a 2-down guy at the NFL level. So I think depending on team need, but I think Gibbs fits a little bit more into today's passing league, I'll say. And then the teams that are likely looking at him are in the later half of the draft, which are going to be a little bit more of those pass heavy teams as we've seen in the past. So I think that I'm going to go with Gibbs. I think to be that second guy to kind of fit that mold. Personally.
I want to. Oh, here's Dane. Oh my goodness, he's tracking. Here we go. The Jets. Guys, room poll. I want a 1-word answer to this. I'll go around. Over, under 1.5 running backs in round 1. Jeremy?
Over.
Scott?
Under.
That's the answer. Chris?
Well, I've got the wrong one because I'm going over.
Dane, what do you think? Over, under 1.5 running backs?
Under Bijan and only Bijan.
That it is. That's the correct answer. Guys, we'll always have Paris. Just want to remind you of that.
Well, since we're on Bijan, welcome in Dane Martinez. Spitting speeds there. These are some of the running backs. I think I do believe that Gibbs is kind of in that tier with Bijan Robinson. Maybe it's 1A, 1B, and then I would put the rest of these dudes in a tier in itself, in tier 2. What do you make so far, Dane, as we bring you in on the draft? As the Raiders pick is in, we're just waiting on it. I mean, you can discuss where you think Bijan's going to go or just how you feel like this first 6 picks have gone here so far on the draft.
Yeah, to me, the interesting thing has been the Houston Texans kind of getting CJ at pick 2 and then trading right back in for pick number 3 to get Will Anderson. I think I told you earlier today, meaning that there was a lot of steam for Will Anderson to be the first defensive player off the board instead of Tyree, right? And so I'm watching right now because I have an interesting prop that I am 3/4 of the way home on. Ooh. So now I feel really good about it because Will Anderson was the first defensive player off the board. So now I have my eyes intent on these next couple of picks. But for me, it's the steam on Will Anderson. And now I guess the fall for Will Levis, which may end right here at 7. But there were markets for Will Levis, and the favorites were Indy or Houston. So now whoever gets him, if you had that right, you're talking about 6-1 at least because it was Vegas and then Tennessee at like 10-1. So if you had, kind of the right read on the Levis situation, you can get paid tonight.
I had a lot of people wasted some bucks, I think, on because they came across a comment on Reddit because the pick is not Will Levis. So we'll see how
Richardson
far
say it.
He does
or Gonzalez.
fall.
Gonzalez. Say it's Gonzalez.
It is not. I do believe it is Tyree Wilson.
Okay. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. So there were some reports that maybe with a foot injury that falling down outside the top 5. I know some people had him penciled in. Geez, just even before the whole Will Levis nonsense on Reddit, he was the favorite to be that second pick. Bats on who? Bats on me or bats on dude on Reddit and all the people that listen to dude on Reddit because Levis is just a cocky, confident guy. I mean, he probably said, listen, I've heard him multiple times. I'm the best quarterback in this draft. I'm a Hall of Famer, win a Super Bowl. It's like, I like that confidence that he has, but we'll see how. Scott, where do you think? Like, we're looking at the board here. We got Atlanta next, Chicago, Philly, Tennessee, potentially an option at 11. That's probably the pick if he's going, or else the fall is going to be really significant.
I mean, Tennessee definitely makes the most sense stylistically. That's not necessarily how I would want to make all of my quarterback decisions, but a guy that seems very willing to stay in the pocket and take hits, like his sacks per pressure rate was like dramatically bigger or worse, I guess, than everyone else. But it's kind of the Tannehill philosophy. It's like you can hang in there and then throw the ball downfield on play action passes. It makes a lot of sense with the way the Titans are currently constructed. It's just that you don't really know how much longer the current Titans are going to look like they look right now. I mean, Derrick Henry may not be there forever. They've kind of lost a lot on the offensive line. They may not be the power rushing team that they used to be, but it does seem to fit with the style of football the Titans have previously played.
What about a team like Tampa Bay?
Yeah.
Like Baker only there for a year or so is kind of a stopgap. You get the red shirt year. I think that could be a landing place as well.
Yeah, I think Levis still goes in the first round. I think it's just going to be late, or a team that didn't go quarterback early here trades back in if he keeps falling and keeps sliding. But yeah, it could be pretty drastic if it gets past 11.
Jeremy,
question for you, Chris. Like, given that the Lions traded back, does that rule them out as a possibility to draft Levis more towards the middle of the round? Like, where do they sit now at 12? I mean,
12.
Maybe that's a little bit more palatable, or is that just too weird?
No, I think that's a good point to bring up. I thought that they were a team that was very interesting to me. I thought that they would keep that pick and take a cornerback. And if there was a quarterback available at 18, maybe they'd go that way. I thought potentially Richardson could be available or Will Levis. It does make some sense to do something like that. They got a guy in Jared Goff who they can roll out again this year. He had a great season last year. They almost made the playoffs, and you could have Will Levis behind him because I do believe there's still some issues with him, like accuracy issues. I think he needs to be coached up a little bit. I don't believe he could be a week one starter here. But yeah, I'd say just looking ahead at the board, I mean, Tennessee, Detroit right after them. I think Washington's probably just going to roll with what they got. I think they're going to take a defensive player in a corner. Tampa is interesting. I just don't know Mike, what did the Bucs do? Like Brady just left them, right? They still have a lot of great pieces on this squad. I think Kyle Trask, I'm actually kind of interested and intrigued to see what kind of he has to offer under center. I don't know.
Chris, I have a lot of issues. We know that. And I have done an underdog fantasy draft every single night. I'm challenging friends, family, random people on Twitter. One of the players that I end up with more than anyone else is Rachaad White, because I think that his volume is Tampa Bay is looking to reload. I think there's a lot of uncertainty in the offense. I'm fading Evans. I'm fading Godwin. It's a good question. Guys, the other issue, though, Chris, which ties into what you just asked me about Tampa Bay, now that Will Levis is sliding, what does that mean? Dane, we talked about this on the Betscast podcast this week, didn't we? What does that mean for Hendon Hooker? Because if Will Levis is sliding, I think Hendon Hooker is also sliding. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that number's 4.5, right? And it was heavily juiced, thinking people it was going to wind up 4. And so we all thought that maybe Hendon Hooker, a team like Minnesota or another team, would trade back end of the first round. But now supply and demand, if there's 2 guys there, we don't know. But who's the pick, Meaney?
Say it, Chris.
I don't know. I'm not like I'm on Twitter to really ruin it, and I ruined it.
Starts with a B. Say it. I want you to say it.
I think it is. Adam just tweeted it, and I haven't seen it yet. It still says pick in on my feed, but I think it's
Jeremy.
Bijan. I think it's Bijan.
Guys,
I don't have it confirmed yet, but Adam just said, and
wow.
If so, I gotta like sign out for a minute and go back to my Twitter feed.
Yes, go ahead, Jeremy. You're coming back. We'll have you back.
No, I'm just joking. I don't have to sign out. It was a joke because so many people gave me crap because I said Bijan was going to 8. So
guys,
it's not confirmed on my TV yet, but.
Say the code red, Meaney. You're the guy here. Say the code red. Say it.
I'm not seeing anything confirmed, but it does sound like yes, the Falcons are indeed taking Bijan Robinson.
Guys, it's very simple. You have to realize these people are coaches. They have families. If you're Atlanta and you're Arthur Smith, you're saying to yourself, we can make a run here. And if we're going to make a run, we're committed to Desmond Ridder. They brought in Calais Campbell. They talked about Desmond. They showed him they believe in him, but you need to have a strong running game. That's what you're doing. That's who they are. They have a style. They have a belief. This made sense. Meaney, I want the official stamp of approval before I celebrate here.
Dude, you should celebrate.
It still says pick is in.
I still have pick is in as well.
I seen it from one guy.
It's all over Twitter.
Dane, we said it. We said it on Wednesday, Dane, at 1:00. We talked about this.
But let me ask you though, Randall, because you were talking about how the Levis slide impacts the over-under for quarterbacks, right? Because it impacts Hendon Hooker too. Now, if Bijan goes 8, like say before Philadelphia, and a lot of people thought maybe the Eagles would be in that running back market, does that now change what you were telling everybody else is the right and wrong answer about 1.5 for the running backs? Now that we're clear of Bijan and we still have a long way to go and some interested teams in the running back market.
This is why I like the spitting statistician, because he's a little frisky, and I like this. I'm going to tell you what the tentacles of this is, Dane. I think there is a chance that the Eagles take a running back later in the round 1. I think that is very live. I think that's possible. I think they're taking Skoronski. Meaney's going to be bored out of his mind here with that, with an interior lineman, but I think that's a possibility. But they are not taking – they could take Gibbs late. They could do a lot of things. The Eagles are who they are. I just think this fits Atlanta. It fits who they are. They can win this way. They showed it. It makes a lot of sense. That's all.
So the pick is in. It's definitely Bijan. My whole thing with Philly, I thought that they maybe would consider Bijan if he was there at 10. And I know that Howie doesn't have a history. And listening to him talk, I mean, he's done it for years, right? He builds the trenches, offensive line, defensive line. I just feel like this is pretty rare to have a team that just went to the Super Bowl pick inside the top 10. There's not a lot of holes on this squad. You're picking an offensive lineman to what? To be a backup this year? I don't think so. They already have a starting offensive line. They can address the offensive line late in the first, in the second, third, a bit later on. I think that they take an edge rusher. I've always kind of felt like they were in on maybe potentially trading up for Jalen Carter, a Georgia guy. There's Georgia guys on the squad. Nakobe Dean, like they can pair him up with him. Davis last year, right? I feel like with Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham brought on for another year or two, near the end of their career, that's where I think that they should build. Listen, offensive line is key. You want to have offensive linemen. You're only going to have Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson for so long, but I think the pick for the Eagles is going to be Jalen Carter, and I think that they will take a running back in this draft. I don't know if it's going to be at 30. Maybe it is Gibbs, but I think that they are going to get after it defensively here with pick number 10.
Chris, random point here with the Bears. Right. We're talking about Chicago. Jacob Infante was positive when I interviewed him that that's a floor for Jalen Carter. So something to think about here.
And this is what I think. If it's not Carter here, then the Eagles will go Carter. But don't you guys think, Scott, with Fields and company, like let's get an offensive lineman here and protect this dude?
I'm all about offensive linemen, especially in the first half of the first round. And frankly, that would be the point that I would make about the Bijan Robinson pick for the Falcons. The Falcons ranked 25th in run block win rate last year. Like, convince me this isn't going to be what the Steelers have been with Najee Harris the last year. I mean, it's just like there's so much more to a successful running game than having a really good running back. This seems like maybe a pick you would make if you were a team like you mentioned, like the Eagles, that were a piece away from winning, but the Falcons just aren't there.
Man, poor Tyler Algier, Jeremy. Like,
Scott,
this guy was awesome last year.
Scott, you are correct. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeremy. Scott, you are correct in what you're saying. But remember, it's what the cocoon of the NFL thinks. It's not what we think. That's always the key. But I agree with what you're saying. Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
No, you're good. It's kind of been, I said it last year, like Tyler Algier was going to be great in 2022 for you as a fantasy asset. And it just seemed like he was a 1-year rental where they got him. And I kind of always had my eyes set on Atlanta going ahead and taking a running back in this draft. And when they fell into at 8, I really have been kind of in on this for a long time, that Bijan's been the guy for them. He's kind of the closest thing we've seen to a generational workhorse type running back. And Arthur Smith loves that. He's always had it kind of in Tennessee and stuff like that with Derrick Henry. So why not? Go ahead and grab him. You got the pick at 8. I mean, you have other needs, but this is a guy that you can give 30 touches and definitely win you a game. So for me, I am in on Bijan going to Atlanta. That run scheme fits him perfectly. I know the run block win rate wasn't really there, Scott, but this guy's a guy that can make things happen without the blocking necessary. So I'm not overly worried about that. I do think, obviously, like you said, a lineman might have been a little bit better long-term, but I'm not worried. I think Bijan's good enough to overcome that necessarily blocking, but the blocking scheme helps them as well, kind of get those running backs to the edge and stuff like that. It will only open up holes for Bijan. And I think he does see 20 or 30 touches. I don't think they're going to ask Desmond Ridder to throw 40 passes a game. So Bijan's going to be very active, and he's still going to be that 1-1 in every type of fantasy format for me. So
Eagles trade, is that what you're reporting here, Randall, in the chat? The Eagles would just moved up one spot?
They moved up one spot.
So who? Okay, so
they flip flopped.
They want Jalen
they
Carter.
flip flopped.
that guys, that's what it is, because Jacob and Fonny told me I had him on twice that they're taking Carter. The Eagles traded
I love it.
pick number 10 and a 4th-round pick next year to move up to number 9. I will go so far as to say this. I'm going to predict. I'll see if I'm wrong, but I'm hot right now. Jalen Carter, and the backup, I think Skoronski goes to the Bears.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Randall. And also, I wanted to bring up Skoronski's number was 10.5 for the over/under, right? And so I thought that was an interesting thing coming up, because we could have saw Philly go offensive lineman or Chicago go O-line, and those were the last 2 chances for that number to hit. But Meaney, you gotta love it if it's Carter, because they really, Philly is dominant on that front line. That's what they do. And they try to have depth, right? So they can rotate a ton of guys. Look at the use they got out of Fletcher Cox for the better part of a decade. And if that becomes kind of the heir apparent there in that rotation, when you still have some of those guys like the Reddicks and the Grahams or whatever, that is kind of right in the wheelhouse of the Philly playbook for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to sound like a broken record. Yeah, I'm jealous about Bijan. Are you kidding me? I'd love to see Bijan under that offensive line in Philadelphia.
You don't need it, Chris. You don't need it. You're that good. You don't.
I know you can put X running back. I've seen it. Like, the offensive line is so good, and I don't feel like they're going to roll into week 1 with Penny and Scott and Gainwell. I think they are going to find a way to. I think they're going to address it and draft somebody, and it's going to be a crowded running back room. But the offensive line is already fine. Again, the NFC is completely, it's the Eagles, the Niners, and the Cowboys, and then up and coming squad. So I feel like just if they took an offensive lineman, he would have just been sitting on the bench. And I don't feel like it's a wasted pick, but for a team that's win now, I like this. And if it is Jalen Carter, there was a lot of reports that Howie was really trying to move up aggressively with Arizona and getting up to that like 2 or 3 spot so they could actually get this guy. So now they got a bunch of Bulldogs on the squad, and I am like, eat away, boys. I love it. Scott, we'll get you out of here on this. You mentioned Robertson. It seems like you're maybe a little bit skeptical of where he is, maybe his first season with the offensive line in Atlanta. Just kind of off the top of your head, like, is this a guy that's a top 5 running back, a top 12 running back in redraft fantasy? What do you think?
I would say maybe top 10, but not top 5. I think he's going to get plenty of work. So like this is not in any way bad news for his fantasy prospects. I'm not sure the trade or the pick makes a ton of sense for the Falcons where they are in their win cycle. The only sort of reservation I would have is that, like, I've been hearing about how he's a generational prospect, and I'm just not sure the metrics totally back that up, right? From a speed score perspective, that's basically adjusting how fast you ran the 40 for weight. He just fell a little bit short of that like 110 benchmark that a lot of the best backs do, like way behind Saquon Barkley, way behind Jonathan Taylor. There have been a lot of running backs in the first round that didn't really quite work out up to their ceiling. And I wouldn't signal out Bijan as being maybe one of those guys. It's not a value pick the way that the NFL works these days. I just don't think the pick made a lot of sense. Great for fantasy, but not for me as a team building strategy.
All right, giddy up, Scott_Spratt on the Twitter machine. Check out all the work over at ftnfantasy.com. As you guys are well aware of Scott, all of his work. The pick is not officially in.
Yeah, it is. It's Carter.
Is it Carter?
It's Carter. Yeah.
It's Jalen Carter.
I saw him
crying
earlier
in the green room.
Talk about how he really wanted to be an Eagle from some of the Georgia boys that were on the squad as well. Kind of looked up to them as like leaders. So we do appreciate Scott hanging out. You guys take it away for a second. I am going to swap out headsets. You see Adam Rosenberg rocking the green in the green room. We're going to go more Bird Nation here as well, as we await what the Bears are going to do at pick 10.
Skoronski.
Word.
Oh, no, it is 10.
Probably...
Is that the pick, Scott?
No, it's not in yet.
No, it's not official, but I'm in agreement with Randall that that's where we're going to wind up.
That's what the spitting statistician does right there. Thank you very much.
I'll triple it. We'll hit it all 3.
Let's go.
Oh, Jeremy, let's
solidarity,
go.
baby. Remember, though, I will say this.
The pick's already in, so they obviously didn't jump them and grab the Bears
there you
player
go.
they wanted.
And remember, it was 10.5 for Skoronski. We're also coming up on 12.5 for Jackson Smith and Jigba. And I think this is interesting, Mike, because remember, if that was his over-under, they thought the Houston Texans were going to be that team at 12. Yep. Right there. That might have been that team that got him before that. But then with that trade going down, now I think it's Detroit in that spot. And it's probably going to go over. It's probably going to wind up being Green Bay or New England that winds up with the first wideout off the board.
Dane, I agree. I have to welcome in the great Adam Rosenberg, who, by the way, folks, is more connected than anyone in the mafia. I have to tell you. He has got so many guys. He's got the jersey.
He knows the guy. He knows the guy.
Follow him on Twitter at Hey Rosenberg. The guy, he's an advisor here at FTN Network, does a great job. VSN Live, SGP Network. Adam, thank you for joining us, and thank you for, despite having young children and potentially children on the way, joining us here, brother. How you doing?
I'm good. First of all, it's an honor to be here because this is literally the GOAT panel of people. I got my guy Dane. I got Meaney. I mean, I'm the one who's pretty humbled here. And yes, we may be adding an additional draft pick within the next 12 hours because every time my wife clutches her stomach, I'm like, oh, this is about to happen. So
Adam, true story.
Is there an over-under on that?
Adam, true story. When my wife went into labor, I was giving out a locker combination to a student. She calls me. She goes, my water is broke. I'm running out of the office in education. And the student looks at me and goes, what about my locker combination? So, when that happens, it's all chaos.
Our first kid in the middle of a fantasy football draft in a dad league that I was in without the only guy who wasn't a dad. And at the 5th round, I said, I get a text from my wife from upstairs and she just says, oh, my water broke. I'm like, no, it didn't. And then, but it did. And so the draft now is, we always know because Nora came in the middle of the draft and I had to auto draft the rest of the way. But you guys got me on the right time because it was right after my Birds made their pick. I personally cashing a Jalen Carter over 7.5 and Jalen Carter to the Eagles. I think it was always going to be Jalen Carter. There was a lot of Bijan smoke. It just wasn't you guys talked about it. You had Bo Wolf on talking about it. Not a Howie move to do that. And he's building a Georgia defense and Bama skill players. So I would expect, when we get into the back, it's that's why I like Gibbs or somebody coming to the Eagles if they're going to draft a running back. And they love Alabama guys on the front end and they like Georgia guys on the back end and they know exactly what they're doing. But this is a fantastic pick.
Guys, I got to ask you, Eagles fans here, lock in for me. I'll go around the entire group. Do you think this pick triggers a running back at the end of round 1? That's my question. I want to know. I'm starting to feel like I wish I had over right now because Howie's a smart guy. By the way, guys, we just saw a video of their war room. Is everyone wearing the same jacket? It was very Men in Black vibe.
Yeah. They dress well in it.
Adam, I'll start with you. Do you expect them to take a running back here at the back end of round 1?
So in the back end, I could see it. I also could easily see that. I mean, they build in trenches. What's probably more likely is that if they have a couple of their O-line guys that they are looking at and they're able to get a high second-round pick, this is exactly the way that they build. If you're getting a second-round pick is basically a first-round pick that either didn't have a good combine or smoked weed or did something that made them push down. They're still a first-round talent. I could see them trying to trade back and do that, but look, I do think that they might go for a running back. It's not a necessarily position of need. I think offensive line is obviously a little bit more, so we can add some depth there. But it would make sense. Like I said, they go Georgia on the defense side and Bama on the front side.
Meaney, I'm curious here. Just came out from Schefter. Howie Roseman has never drafted a running back, cornerback, tight end, or safety in the first round. Will that be broken with the 30th overall pick?
Man, listen, the Eagles, I think they've only drafted a running back in the first twice. I think you got to go back to the early 80s to see
Wilbur Montgomery, maybe.
Yeah, the last time that they've done something like that. No, I agree with Adam. I mean, this is a team that builds through the trenches. I'm ecstatic with the pick. I didn't actually think that he would fall. I thought that they would be aggressive and trying to move up and trade for him. But as Adam alluded to, I mean, you got Nakobe Dean, you got Jordan Davis mixed in with Josh Sweat and another year or two, maybe from Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox. So I think you guys were all spot on with addressing the offensive line, and I do believe that they will do that later on in the draft. It could be at the end of the first, but I would say if Jahmyr Gibbs is ready or he's there, Adam, I think it's a
Quan Skoronski, say it. Keep the scalding hot streak going. Say it, Quan.
The pick is in, but I'm not sure who it is.
I got Goodell at the podium on my feed.
Is it baby arms? Is it baby arms?
I'll let you know.
We got Benny
No,
live.
it's a tackle, but it is not Skoronski.
Darnell Wright.
Darnell
It is
White.
Darnell Wright.
Over 10.5.
Okay.
There we go.
That's a few things. That's over 10.5 now for Skoronski, right? And now I think it makes, to be honest, I'm bringing enough of this Eagles talk. I'm bringing the Jets into it.
Yeah.
Okay,
We got
because
green,
the
green
Jets-
on green.
And now I got my boy
Benny's
Benny
live.
Ricciardi
Benny's
there.
live from the
So it's time to
stadium.
start
Go.
talking about the Jets.
All right,
here,
Benny.
Okay, the whole issue with this Aaron Rodgers trade was from 13 to 15. Benny, could we still get the same offensive lineman at 15 that we could get at 13? And now with Skoronski and Broderick Jones still on here with only a few picks left, I think the Jets are going to wind up just fine with their tackle at 15.
Yeah, I've been sitting here all day reading how Darnell Wright's going to be a Jet because those guys are going to be off the board. So if Darnell Wright's off the board, that means we're either getting Broderick or we're getting Skoronski. So I'm pretty happy about that. Everybody here was happy when the Darnell Wright pick went up. All the Jet fans were cheering. So hopefully that's the way it works out.
Benny, you are tremendous. Benny, are you buying the hype that the Jets should be the Super Bowl favorites, the betting favorites for the Super Bowl here, as per every sports book? Talk to me. Jersey Pride. Talk to me here, Benny.
I have been a Jet fan for 42 years. There is no way we should be favored to do anything right now. We're not even the best team in our division. And listen, I love the Jets. You guys know this. There is no bigger Jet fan than me right now. I love the Jets, but we're at best the second best team in our division, let alone the AFC or the NFL. There is no way I would take the Jets at like 12 or 15-1 to win the Super Bowl this year. 30-1, maybe I'll start entertaining it. 25, all right, maybe. Anything less than that is not even worth it.
So, Benny, they got to protect Rodgers, right? I think that's the decision here. You put a lot of money in. The guy came in. We saw the aggressive back slaps when he walked in on social media. You got to protect him, right? I think.
Yeah, I mean, listen, that it's always been the way. Like the Jets pick is always going to be offensive line this year. That's the way it is. The only way it doesn't come offensive line is if those guys go off the board. Before that, I'm a little worried about the Patriots, what they want to do. Skoronski is a Patriot kind of guy, right? Because you can move him around, put him at different places on the line. That's exactly the kind of guy that Belichick likes. So we'll see what happens in the next couple picks here. But if the Jets get either one of those guys, I'm going to be pretty happy.
This is coming up on Tennessee. This has to be Levis, though, right? At Tennessee here at 11?
Well, the thing is about the whole stuff with Levis is that, they really can't. I don't think they're going to give Tannehill another year. But I mean, that contract doesn't make sense to move him right now. But let's see what happens.
Yeah, this pick's been in for a while. They just haven't announced it on my TV. So
Zay
it was
Flowers?
a quick pick.
Anybody? Zay Flowers?
Was it?
No, I need Jackson
Oh, my
Smith and
goodness.
Jigba to be the first wide
They
out.
need an
off
offensive. They need attack. They need. This could be dinosaur arms.
Dinosaur.
Is that what we're calling them now?
There's so many holes in this Tennessee team. Who knows?
Someone's got to get
direction
player
they're gonna go.
profiler to put like T-Rex in for Peter Skoronski as they do.
They didn't even on PFF. They don't even have a picture of Anthony Richardson's face. They
Yeah, I
have
know.
just a gator. It's just a gator.
Me and Mike and Adam on the Dynasty Pod did a mock yesterday, and we did it. And you clicked on Anthony Richardson, and it was a Florida Gator symbol. I'm like, really?
That's what I did. Yeah, we had the same thing. The one thing to quick on the Eagles stuff is that, look, if they're going to take a running back, there's a running back in the draft that I think is a better fit for this Eagles team, and that is Kansas State's Deuce Vaughn, who I would love to see them get in a later round. I think that's the kind of move that this Eagles team can kind of make, where you have guys that not necessarily every down, but can shift in there. They haven't had like a real every down. They used Miles, but they don't usually do that, and you can see how they do it during the year. That's who I would love for them to get, but I wouldn't be upset if they ended up going on the Alabama side and getting Gibbs.
Guys,
Can't
how
go wrong
far?
with that.
Guys, how far does Christian Gonzalez go here?
That's what I was just going to bring
Yeah,
up.
what's
The guy's
going on
a
there?
legit cornerback.
I think that could be Detroit. I think
I
that
would
could be
agree.
Detroit
Yeah.
at 12.
Yeah,
Because,
I agree.
they traded down. Maybe they read the market and saw this in the right way and thought that they could still get their guy, who is Gonzalez, at 12 after a little bit of a slide, thinking that the beefy boys would be in this little spot here with the offensive lineman, defensive lineman coming off the board. Maybe
what do you
Detroit
got?
knew that and pull back.
Benny, what do you got? Go ahead.
Well, no, I was going to say, I mean, there's so many good corners in this draft, or at least guys that are ranked pretty highly, that I think people are like, well, until there starts to be a run on them, we don't really have to worry too much about it. We can get one of these good guys later on in the draft. So I don't think it's as big a need as some of these other positions where the fall off from the top 1 or 2 guys to the guys below it is a lot wider than it is at corner this year.
Yeah, I think both of you guys actually bring up a good point, like Benny and Dane as well. I mean, they traded Jeff Okudah. I think we all kind of have them penciled into addressing the quarterback position, but the fact that they could move back and maybe get the guy that they kind of really liked anyways is smart business for them. So we'll see what they do. We're waiting on the Titans. The pick is potentially in. Benny, last year you were there at MetLife, and it was a really cool vibe. The Jets picked early. They picked Sauce Gardner. Everybody freaked out. What's the vibe? And I know we just talked about Aaron Rodgers, and it does seem like it's pretty lit down there. But what's the feeling like? It's definitely got to be exciting times to be a Jets fan.
Yeah, it's a lot nicer seeing all the Aaron Rodgers jerseys this year than it was with all the Zach Wilson jerseys last year. I can tell you that much. There's a lot. I didn't even realize the Aaron Rodgers jerseys were out already, and we saw like 4 of them in the parking lot on the way in. So I have a feeling that that's going to be a high-selling jersey here in the area. But I'm sticking with this guy right here, baby. Defensive Rookie of the Year, Sauce Gardner, baby. That's the guy for me.
Nice. Love it. Pick is in, but we just don't know just yet. Quan is telling us he thinks it's Skoronski.
Yeah, I saw some people on Twitter say it's Skoronski as well. I haven't seen it on.
Skoronski is such an offensive tackle name. Like you got it. Like you like that's what you're playing. Like if you're either a tight end or you're either like a slot receiver, or tight end, or you're a tackle. You're born to play offensive tackle.
Guys, I got to tell you, it's been a very strong start for the FTN Bets crowd here. If we get Zay Flowers as the first wide receiver, I'm going to become unbearable in this 6-box person here. I'm telling you right now.
We can't have that though, Mike. I need Jackson. I do have a question for you real quick though. Benny talked about the supply and demand at the cornerbacks. We talked about that on the pod earlier in the week as well with the DBs, the 5.5 number. And we thought about going under that because we thought the same thing in the back half of the first round. Maybe teams would, go for other positions because, the fall off was bigger at other positions than the depth at the cornerback position. Do you agree with Benny here? And does that impact the 5.5 for the secondary?
Yeah, I think that secondary is a priority, especially in today's NFL, Dane. And the other issue I see is we talked about this on the Betscast. Joey Porter Jr. has been mocked to Pittsburgh over and over again because we fall in love with the soap opera that is All My Children, that is Joey Porter going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I don't see that happening. Why is his number at 19.5 end up being over, and is Skoronski going to Tennessee? There you go.
Yep.
And I the other thing is I'm hearing Joey Porter to Baltimore. I'm not buying that. I could see Deonte Banks from Maryland staying home. It is a very deep, late first round cornerback class, and I don't see Joey Porter Jr. going before 19.5. I would actually go over on that one because I think it's very, very deep.
Ooh, the Lions picks in. For what I'm seeing, looking like Gibbs. I have a question for Benny. I got a question for Benny. If you can hear me. So are you guys having to share the stadium with like Giants fans? Are you guys like picking fights and stuff? Like, or is it like a Jets and Sharks type of deal, or what's going on?
No, actually, Jets and Giants fans get along pretty well together. So the Jets are on the one side of the field where their home locker room is, and the Giants are on the other side. And then the most important part, if you guys can see it right here, there's a stage, and the Bud Light tent is right here. So that's the 2 most important parts. And they're right in the middle. So everyone's getting drunk and then going to their respective quarters.
Oh,
That's great.
all right, Adam, I think you're totally right. And I think, Mike, you were wrong. And I think we're already going to have the second running back at 12.
Wow. Jeremy, that shocks me. I will tell you, I was way wrong on that. That shocks me.
Wow.
Yeah, it really does.
And
so I knew the Lions
it's even
were
crazier that it looks like it's going to be Gibbs. And so what are they doing with the
They were good to go back.
Shocking. Well, they were going to get rid of Swift was going to walk next year. Like it was always that. I thought for sure, honestly, that he was going to end up that Bijan was going to end up on the Lions, but I don't know. So now I think the Eagles actually may trade. I can see the Eagles trading out for somebody who wants a quarterback at the end of the round and then taking a second. Yeah. Which would hopefully cash over 4.5 for those of us who have that.
No, Adam, it's under 4.5. Listen, guys, what does that do? Let's talk fantasy wise. What does that do with David Montgomery?
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. I don't think it hurts him that much. I think it hurts Swift. I mean,
it hurts Swift. Yeah.
This
You know,
guys,
Swift
this
and,
pick
Swift
means
and
they're
Gibbs are the same thing.
yes. This means they
Same
are
player.
down on Swift. That's what this means. They are totally down on Swift.
They gave David Montgomery a lot of money to draft a running back at 12 and not use David Montgomery. To me, it's a different coaching staff than who drafted DeAndre Swift, and it sounds to me that DeAndre Swift's on his way out the door. Whether that's a trade later at some point in this draft or later in the offseason, or they just let him walk. I mean, it still hasn't been announced, but everything on Twitter says it's Gibbs. So,
Jeremy, that's amazing because Swift was a top 10 pick last year. Benny, DeAndre Swift, should he go to the Jets at this point? Because he's not going to be used in Detroit that much, that's for sure.
I mean, I don't really think the Jets have a need for running back at the moment. I'm getting a little nervous about about whether or not we're going to get a tackle at this point. Do you guys think if Levis is still there, do you think New England takes him? Because there's a lot of talk about them wanting to move on from Mac Jones.
I think so.
Yeah, I think Belichick is very like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas when you walk him in the room and then you shoot him from behind. He went down to talk outside the family. I think that was a bad move with the offense. He could go with Bailey Zappi and be that crazy or get Will Levis ready, Benny. I think it's a possibility here.
Or
Benny, I'm with you getting a little bit worried about Roger Jones still being there and 2 picks left to go. I don't think it'll be Green Bay, but the New England could be in the market for another O-lineman. That would be because if the Jets traded that pick, they had to have some idea of what Green Bay wanted, and they wouldn't be like, yes, hop in front of us to take the guy we want. So I don't think Green Bay. New England to me is the wild card.
Does Green Bay actually take a wide receiver now that they
should.
That's
we
the thing.
talked about this, Randall. That
two
finally
running
with
backs
the Aaron
taken before a wide
Rodgers
receiver.
pick, they finally get the wide receiver. And that also would make sense because we know New England was in the market for a wide receiver. So if Green Bay needed to hop New England, why would that be the case? Maybe to get the wide out. So I'm hoping this is Jackson Smith and Jigba to finish off a nice little parlay combo for me. Sorry, Randall.
Dane, New England. Go ahead, Benny. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Benny.
I'm with you on that one, Dane.
Hey, Benny, what do you think about this? New England, Boston College, Zay Flowers. Talk to me, Benny.
He may not have heard you there.
Zay Flowers, any chance?
Racket. There's a racket at MetLife. Exciting times over there.
Guys,
he's going to the Bud Light tent.
This is the first thing that shocks me. Jahmyr Gibbs going this high. That is the first one I did not have.
He clearly was their guy. Like clearly they were like they didn't want to risk anything. I mean,
and they knew they could go back and get him.
I think it shocked Jahmyr Gibbs. You could tell he's in Georgia still. I mean, otherwise I think
he
would have known he was going in the first round.
Good, Jerry.
It's real. I mean, yeah. So
I'm shocked.
What odds could you have gotten that Gibbs would go ahead of Levis?
What odds could you have gotten that 2 running backs would go before a wide receiver?
Yeah.
I mean, I thought too, but I thought we were going to be getting like the Eagles at like 30.
In the back end.
I thought we were sneaking in.
No.
Guys,
I wonder if they liked him more than Robinson. Like if they really wanted to go running back. I mean, I know the whole world.
Well, they have other
Bama
Bama guys on that team too, because they got Jameis. They got Jameis on. I mean, they're trying to get. They're building a winning culture. Not that Texas wasn't, but like I mean, you're building a winning culture. You bring in guys that have played together. You bring in guys from those schools and do that. Like that's what's going on in Detroit.
I thought the writing was on the wall. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Like, where's Swift go now? You know what I mean? Like, what do they do with him?
Cincinnati.
Like, I feel like there's got to be some value there.
Wow.
Like, I'm sure that, I mean, he's shown immense upside in games he's played, but like,
it's Benny too.
You know what I mean? Like,
future Eagle.
Jets chat, man. You got to join in. I have to mute it so I can yell JETF, Jets.
Guys,
I'm going to have to move that Swift jersey now, huh?
The more that Will Levis slides, the more that Hendon Hooker slides. That's all I got to say, guys.
And the Levis market, I mean, Indy was the favorite at plus 140, Houston 2-1, Vegas 6-1, the Titans were 10-1, Seattle 12-1, Tampa 20-1. Like, whoever winds up with Levis, if you peg that right, that's going to probably be one of the biggest long shots in one of these draft markets tonight.
Yeah.
Man, it's pretty shocking. The Detroit pick is pretty shocking, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a stunner. And I thought the writing was on the wall when they signed Montgomery for Swift. I mean, he's yet to play a full season in the NFL. We saw the usage last year it was a whole lot of Jamal near the goal line. You bring in a guy like Montgomery, and it's a little weird though, isn't it, Mike? Like you sign Montgomery, and it's just the NFL's backwards with other sports, like free agency before the draft. Like maybe they regret the Montgomery signing now. I don't know. It's weird.
Chris, teams show what they feel by their moves, not by their words. Throw their words the heck out of here. That shows that they are not satisfied with DeAndre Swift. They are going for it. Jared Goff is there. They can get out of that contract for a low amount of money. Dan Campbell did an amazing job. NFC is a coin toss. That is their statement that Swift is not in the plans. That's the key, because I like what Jeremy said. They paid a lot of money for Montgomery.
So we do have the
3
Packers
years.
pick.
And
Yep.
the Packers pick is in. I don't know. I think the one other thing though to think about, keep this in mind on the Lions. They still had a bottom DVOA defense, which has not been addressed at all with any of this. But look, I mean, everyone's going to get better that they had from last year, but I'm very surprised. I'm just surprised. I'm surprised that this is almost like I call it a Chip Kelly move.
Adam, that means fantasy galore on the Lions offense, right?
Great.
That's what it means.
It's going to be great. It's going to be
It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting what happens to Gibbs in rookie drafts now. Like if Swift isn't moved yet, like how far does he fall in rookie only drafts for fantasy, like in dynasty? Like
Jeremy,
right
I
now,
have no interest in Swift. I don't want to touch
like,
Swift after this pick.
no,
No way.
No, I get that.
Gibbs.
What I'm saying is
Right.
just like
Swift is
Gibbs
still on the
though, in like
roster.
rookie draft, like Gibbs was like a top 3 or 4 pick kind of. Like now if Swift, Montgomery, and Gibbs are there, like Gibbs is not as appealing, I think, to be a top 5.
I agree.
The top 6 pick in rookie only drafts. Like we don't know what how many touches is he gonna have? What's his role? Like he could be James Cook of last year. He might not see a ton of touches until they get rid of Swift. You know what I mean? Which
I think
would
Swift's
kind
going to
of
get
be
traded.
interesting.
I think Swift
I
will
think
be
so
traded
at some
at
point too.
maybe
but
not
like,
tonight, but eventually here.
But most
the
of our rookie
Packers
drafts
pick
will
is coming
probably
in,
happen before Swift is traded.
Lucas
Goodell at
Van
the
Ness
podium.
for the Packers.
For Green Bay. What?
Yeah, Lucas Van Ness to the Packers
Yes.
at 13. So it's not a wide receiver.
Okay.
They continue to bypass wide receivers in the first round, regardless of who the quarterback is in Green
Yep.
Bay. And we are waiting on New England, and then followed by
Zay to New England. Zay to New England. Say it, Chris.
who?
Zay Jones. Zay Flowers
Zay-
to New England.
Wow, look at that fit
I
on
can't see
Lucas
it.
Van Ness. Wow.
You gotta like that shirt. You gotta like
Yeah,
that
dude.
shirt.
He looks like he basically looks like Ivan Drago, but like now. That's
So,
a fit.
We also
All right,
have
let me ask you a
now-
real quick question, non-football related. Do you think the NFL sends these kids like all 32 hats?
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
Do
they must.
Do you know
the ones that are not there. Yeah.
Do they have to like send them back?
It's like the Super Bowl loser shirts. They
Super
send
Bowl
them,
loser shirts.
some
It
third
ends
world
up
what I'm
in
saying.
another country.
I just-
Yeah, and you see
I'm
a
just
Do you
curious,
have one?
know?
Do you have a Super Bowl loser shirt from last year? Do you have one? I don't have one. I don't want one either.
I was getting one printed in the middle of the game, and I did it too soon. So
So just to update real quick, because the Jackson Smith and Jigba number was 12.5. So that has gone by the wayside. And Mike, you keep on talking about the Joey Porter Jr. at 19.5. Remember, Christian Gonzalez is not yet off the board. Okay, so we're at like 14, 15. Gonzalez isn't even off the board. So the Porter number is definitely going to wind up being, over.
Guys, 2 bets that I'm locked into right now. I have New England selecting a wide receiver at their first pick at plus 330.
Yep.
If it's Zay
Better not be
Flowers,
Zay. Better
if
not
it's
be
Zay
Zay.
Flowers, I may go running down the middle of the street right now. If it's just Jackson Smith and Jigba, that's fine too.
That's what we need. We need it to be Jackson Smith and Jigba. I had him as first wideout, Will Anderson as first defensive player, and Paris Johnson as first O lineman. That together was a nice little plus 350.
Guys, they had a lot of meetings with Zay Flowers. That's all I'm going to say.
It's a trade. It's a trade.
Pittsburgh-
The Steelers.
Pittsburgh just traded
Steelers.
for New England,
Steelers are now
and they're
on the
about to
clock.
steal and they're about to steal our tackle.
Yeah.
They're about to steal our tackle.
They're
Watch.
about to take an offensive lineman.
It's a tackle. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I bet it
No question.
Unless they see Christian Gonzalez still there and they want to get the corner.
That's good, Dane. That's very good.
Unless they see Christian Gonzalez still there and they want to get the corner.
Because Washington is probably suited for a corner as well,
But
right?
I'm hoping, Benny, though. That's me wishful thinking because I want Broderick Jones at 15.
Well, it's definitely not going to be a wide receiver.
So let's be honest. I mean, maybe New England at 17 gets a wide receiver, JSN possibly. Like if not, like JSN doesn't have a landing spot till at least 20 in Seattle. I mean, he could slide pretty far. I would think, right? I mean,
I mean, it was 12.5, so that's definitely a fall.
So then the Patriots are picking when now? The Patriots now have the
where
17th?
Pittsburgh was, 17, so 17. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Adam, that sounds like Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see if I can jump in. Oh, it's locked. So I'm like, oh.
Benny, they're going to take the offensive lineman that you wanted, but what's backup? What's plan B here for the Jets, if that's the case?
Nolan Smith, baby. Nolan and edge rusher.
Yeah, my guess would be they go something on defense at this point because, where else are you going to go if they're off the board? Everything, they needed to get an offensive lineman. They wanted to get one of the elite ones. That trade with Green Bay is looking really bad now when you give up the pick that would have gotten you the guy that you should have had. So we'll see what happens.
Pittsburgh hasn't picked them yet, though, Benny. Pittsburgh hasn't picked them yet.
Yeah.
It does seem like
there's
it's a move that's going to happen.
Roderick Jones got them all out behind him. All 32 hats. Wonder if he'll send
Jeremy's just pumped with the hats. He just wants a hat. Give this guy 32
I'm just seeing if I could call one of them up and get the Bills hat that they're not going to get.
Guys, random thought here. There has been very few trades that have occurred historically during. That is not the case this year. I mean, this is chaos. Like during the draft, it's very rare. This is happening live. It's great stuff.
I'm here for
That's
it.
a nice. They get a 4th round pick back just to drop 3 and probably get the receiver they want. Even that, they could probably get Will Levis. They're probably like, even if they want a quarterback.
Could the
quarterback
Lions
or wide receiver is going to be there for wide receiver?
I'm still stuck on the Lions here. Like, I'm just kind of blown away with what they did. I feel like they could have traded back again. I guess if you really like your guy, you get your guy. But I just feel like they could have, like, looking at this draft board, I don't see any teams that would take a running back. I know that Gibbs was favored to, like, before the draft, Gibbs started to get some steam to New England. Like, he was the favorite to go to the Pats. But I'm looking ahead of this board, and I just don't see any other teams that really. Like maybe Tampa could have did it. I didn't think Seattle would do it. So it's really interesting. It's the one time that I feel like now you actually should, Jeremy, buy low on DeAndre Swift. I never believed anybody when they were telling me to buy low on Swift, but now you can get him for pennies, and he's going to be in a new environment.
You know what actually makes me feel a little good? Like I'm going to pat myself on the back. I remember in the beginning of January, I wrote an article saying like move on from DeAndre Swift in Dynasty, and that was prior to all this. And I was like, oh, I feel smart now. I just wanted.
You're locked in, and Jeremy, we have take lock. When you have a player like Swift who's so versatile, he catches it, he runs it, he got so many garbage time points in fantasy. We get take lock. Good job by you. I agree. Rosenberg is upset that they don't have Gibbs. I can tell.
Now he's going to get DeAndre Swift. No, it's not.
Now they're going to get DeAndre Swift.
They'll get Swift. I mean, they could get a lot of guys.
It's a weird pick at 12.
I'm going to stick around. I want to stick around here for this Patriots pick in 2 and see what happens.
Benny, it is Broderick Jones now.
Broderick Jones.
Look, Steelers are the team that I think are going to take the biggest step next. Like I are the ones I bought low on from the end of last year.
Adam, I've taken Kenny Pickett as my second quarterback in Superflex more times than you want to realize. I think that what that team was able to do with what it had is people are sleeping on it. And I think that team, I'm sure a lot of people do this, but second-year quarterbacks as an MVP ticket, Kenny Pickett's at the top of my list. I do it like it's a trend. It's happened. It happened multiple times, and I dig it. So Kenny Pickett's going to be on him for leading in passing. I love it all. I would have liked it a lot more if the Lamar situation had fallen apart.
Shake it up, Mike.
I still like it.
Do you think, just real quick, Meaney, you'd mentioned this just a minute ago. Do you think New England was really in on Gibbs, though? Like, think about it.
I don't.
I don't. But think about it. Detroit traded right ahead of them. They moved what they had to get right ahead of them. Mm-hmm. And then New England decides to trade it right after Gibbs was taken.
Possible.
I wonder if, you know what I mean? I mean, obviously, they got a call because Pittsburgh came up. But,
right.
I wonder if New England was really in on him.
It's possible if you believe some of the reports and you believe Vegas. I mean, he was favored to go there, and I mean, I think they got a stud in Ramondre Stevenson personally. But Bill Belichick loves his running backs. He likes to have multiple running backs, and I know they brought in James Robinson.
Yeah, they'll probably draft 3 more this year, all on day 3.
And I'll have to pour one out for Stevenson, and that will.
And they'll convert a
pick me
tight
off.
end. They'll convert a tight end to fullback as they usually do, and do
Yeah.
something like that.
Benny, I'm curious. Benny, I'm curious. Do you boo when the Patriots make a pick? Is that just like what you do in the middle of the stadium? There, you gonna boo when New England makes a pick?
Yeah.
Oh, listen to that.
Oh, so yeah, they're getting ready for the pick. They just turned all the lights off. They got like a fire show going on. Crazy up here, crazy.
Too bad it's not going to be a tackle.
Yeah, I thought maybe Pittsburgh would go tackle for sure, trading up in front of the Jets to get a tackle that we all kind of had penciled in. So what do you think, Dane? What would you do here if you were the Jets?
I guess I go edge rusher, and I think it's Nolan Smith out of Georgia that I would take if Douglas doesn't like, the next offensive lineman down. But to me, that's where the little gap was. It was these 4 guys that were the tier, and then it dropped down to, I think, maybe the kid from Oklahoma as another offensive lineman. But at this point, it seems like they miscalculated because they clearly thought they were still going to get one of the 4 top tackles at 15. And now that they're not, I think the pivot is to an edge rusher, but it could be anything.
I think they should take Will Levis.
I mean,
Roger.
I just saw that joke of like if the Jets were to draft Will Levis just to see what Aaron Rodgers' reaction. It's just,
I mean, Rodgers isn't going to be young forever. Zach Wilson ain't the answer.
Zach Wilson's going to have all this great mentorship from Aaron Rodgers. That's part of the, part of the plan, right?
We all thought
Rodgers
Sam Darnold changing teams 5 times. But
it's all part of a
the
long-term.
ghosts go away.
It's all part of a long bit that's been going for 15 years when Brett Favre went over, and there's going to be like Jordan Love's going to be there in 7 years anyway. This is just long form improv at its finest in the NFL.
Doesn't Rodgers have to go back to Minnesota now after this?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
right.
Finish it up that way. 2 or
There's
3 years in
a few ties that I saw,
know.
Adam. When you joke about that with Brett Favre leaving Green Bay and going to the Jets, and then Rodgers leaving Green Bay and going to the Jets, and I think at the time when when the time that happened, when Rodgers kind of came into the game, he came into a game when the Packers were playing a number 1 seed at the time, which was the same thing when Jordan Love came into the game against the Eagles and everyone. Like, there's all kinds of this weird freakiness and silliness when it comes to sports, right? Those
and Favre didn't want to mentor Rodgers.
Right.
Rodgers had no desire to mentor Jordan Love. It's just it's like the sequel, and now we're gonna get like the reboot, and we'll see what happens.
Well, I'd like to see a wide receiver get taken sometime soon, but I just don't see it. I don't see it here. I don't see Washington, maybe New England. I don't really see it in Detroit, Tampa, potentially Seattle. I know a lot of people want to pencil the Chargers into a wide receiver as well.
That's what I mean. I feel like it's
Baltimore.
Seattle.
That's a Z, Chris. It's a Z.
Oh yeah, it's the Z. Yeah, Zay Flowers. It's not gonna happen here, I don't think, at pick 15, but maybe to New England.
Zay goes first and like JSN slides all the way. Like, what if JSN falls? All right, now I'm starting to get real happy. What if JSN falls right in the Bills' lap?
To Buffalo?
Saying.
Oh
yeah.
Guys, ready?
Like
here's
if
a
he
question.
gets
maybe the Giants before Buffalo though would take a wide out.
What about Will Levis? What about Will Levis, Tennessee? To Tampa Bay. I'm sorry. What about Will Levis?
Yeah,
Tennessee?
I think that's getting
that.
real.
I think
that's a good chance. And Dane did so.
But Jeremy, I think the Giants would go wide out right before Buffalo.
Cheers.
I
think they might go Johnston though. You know what I mean?
If they had
more the prototype of what the
they've got like 7 slot receivers.
They never thought that JSN was even going to be an option though. So if it falls into his lap, it changes everything, right?
I bet the Bills trade up if JSN falls past 21.
What about the Ravens? Now that you re-signed Lamar, you get him, you bring in Odell. What about Baltimore?
Dane, on the Ravens, I am so locked in. I think they're taking Deontay Banks. I really do.
I think they go corner. I think they've seen that they can win games without having studded wide receivers with Lamar back there. Like, they've got Bateman. He's all right. They've got Duvernay. He's showed some flashes. Beckham's now going to be that guy. And then they're just going to lean on J.K. Dobbins and Lamar Jackson in that run game and just build that defense. And
they can win. Yeah, I agree, Jeremy. They can win with what they have, but they can't beat the teams that they need to beat with what they have. I don't think
Maybe
that
they
they can compete with the teams
Kansas
inside
City's,
the AFC.
Buffaloes.
No chance.
If
You
they
know.
have the time of possession, 6-1 because they just run the ball.
Guys, I got to tell you, I'm a
What do
little
we
bit
got,
jealous.
Benny? What do we got?
Benny, what do
Report
we
it
got?
for us.
Still waiting.
Right now, we got a bunch of dudes on stage doing the JETS chant, but it said the pick is in. So,
Oh wow! Imagine.
well, I'll give you guys a live reaction. We'll see what happens.
I'm here for chaos and Will Levis.
I have my Jets voodoo doll. My Jets voodoo doll right here. So if it's Will Levis,
Jets!
I might have to bring this out and start banging the desk.
Oh man, people talking
Let's
about.
see if the Jet fans like what we're about to get here.
Oh God. Oh boy.
All right, what's the guesses? You think Nolan Smith, edge
I'm gonna go
rusher?
Nolan Smith. Yeah.
I agree with Dane. I think it's Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess, but like, I
Jets,
thought-
they're going safety.
so
No, they're not.
I think Nolan Smith
I
is.
was-
My
do
guess.
that.
You asked for a guess? That's my guess.
I'm gonna say JSN. Nah, they're gonna get the band together.
Wow,
JSN
this
and
is kind of
Gibbs.
off the board.
With
Will
Garrett
McDonald.
Wilson.
Will McDonald.
Is that the pick?
Is it Will McDonald, Chris?
That's the pick.
Oh,
I'm not going with it. That's the pick.
That will hurt my huddle scoring.
I don't
mock
see
draft.
Ohio State. Will McDonald. That's what I'm seeing on social.
I'm just
Crickets.
I gotta look at the board.
Nobody
Branch
likes it.
still. Well, is Branch still available? What's going on?
Yeah. Branches.
That's a pretty off the board pick. No?
Yeah, I see Will.
By the way,
McDonald.
it's-
Defensive end.
It's also just
Typical
the
Jet
stuff with
pick
Will
right
Levis. It's Will Levis is turning out to be exactly who everybody like. You look at mock drafts from like May of 2022, and then you look at mock drafts as they're going up, and you heard all the Levis stuff. The Levis slide is exactly what everyone talked about until we decided for 2 months. No, there's no Levis slide. He's actually number one pick worthy. So
Adam.
it's just not it's not surprising.
Adam, can I cash that under 4.5 ticket to more Levis slides? I mean, we're not going back.
I mean,
Oh, come
it's
on.
not. It's absolutely.
I just
I
love how
mean-
you guys gave no reaction at all to the pick that I
I-
did.
I haven't seen
I'm
it. I
holding
didn't
out
know
hope
it
that
was
you're
a
not
pick.
telling the truth.
Jake
Chris.
is here.
No,
Jake
I've seen
Steele's
it.
here.
It is Will McDonald. But
Had a farm.
I do have to get out, and since Jake's here, he can just
Yes.
take over. He's better than me
Yeah.
anyway. So
Awesome.
Well,
I'll
I'm gonna-
talk to you later. Yeah.
I'll
We
see you
will
guys in a bit.
We will say goodbye to Jeremy. Benny is upset. I guarantee it.
I
He's
wanted to
not
come
having-
in just for the Jets' misery.
Listen, Benny bounced because he's not happy with the pick. Jake, no, I just told everybody here what the pick was, and there's no reaction from anyone. Quan says
I
in
still don't
agreement.
believe you. I haven't seen
That
it for
was the
myself.
greatest non-reaction by everybody that he's ever seen.
No, that
before.
was the best fake draft room celebration I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my goodness, craziness. Ciely in the house. Welcome in. All in Kid, All in Football.
Yeah.
Coming your way tomorrow on Game Plus Network and FTN Network YouTube when we'll recap this round. But initial thoughts, we got two running backs, not one, two running backs off the board within the first 12 picks. What do you make of the draft so far, dude?
It's interesting. I'm kind of disappointed we don't have a wide receiver yet, but the Jahmyr Gibbs, whoops, that's big time. Oh wait, I do have that for you, Chris. I do.
How are you
I got
going
a nice
to
long one of that one?
protect that backfield now in Detroit with Gibbs and Montgomery and Swift?
Oh, that's a full blown committee. But look, hey, dynasty wise, don't forget Swift is a free agent next year. Gibbs is. We're hoping for Gibbs 2024, but yeah, that is about as miserable as you can get. And you know me, I have no problem taking running backs like Bijan Robinson, Falcons, whatever. Our Tyler Algier fund is completely destroyed.
Yes,
and
that was
done
my
with.
question, Jake. Yes, yes.
It was so celebratory for Meaney and me last year. Algier was our guy, and that was
Wow.
the best thing ever in Dynasty. Got him in the third round, and now it's just out the window. Bijan Robinson, top 5. I mean, Arthur Smith's going to walk him into 350, maybe 400
Yep.
touches. So I love that for fantasy purposes. Value you can argue, but Gibbs is just for this year alone. Gibbs is terrible. David Montgomery might be the most valuable one. He might have just because he'd be like Jamal Williams. just
Yep.
8 to 10 touchdowns.
Right.
It'll be the most
Multiple
valuable one that
touchdowns.
nobody will want.
I think Swift is interesting though in dynasty leagues because he's going to be somewhere else, right?
Yes.
As a free agent,
Yes.
then he'll be sought after. So whatever team he lands will be a team that wants him to probably play the A side.
Exactly.
So not for this year, but his stats will be depressed this year in a dynasty league. He's a good guy to have and hold for 2024. I think that's actually
buy. Yeah, I would
Yeah.
even buy. People are going to be pissed off about this.
Right.
Folks, we got to say goodbye to Mr. Rosenberg here, who is he could have a child at any minute. We have no
At
idea
any
what's
minute.
going on.
Oh, really?
Seriously.
Yeah. I have a very pregnant wife upstairs. He's like, "Oh, you're doing another pod? All right, great. Going later."
Wait,
Draft
Eagles
season,
jersey?
baby.
Yeah. I got my Eagles jersey. I got.
Oh yeah, get more Eagle fans off this damn show. I'm sick of this.
They're all over the place.
Guys,
All right,
follow-
guys, have fun.
Yeah, follow
See
him
Adam.
on Hey Rosenberg. Does an amazing job. Has all the guests lined up for us here. Does it a fantastic job. FTN Network, VCN Live, and SGP Network. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
All right, he gone. One less Eagles fan here. We do have Javon Alford hanging by in the green room as well. Which oh my goodness, what another Eagles
I
guy?
know. Eagles
Oh,
for Eagles. It's a like for
What
like
is
trade.
happening here? 76ers and the Phillies, and you're rocking the Eagles hat as well. Welcome in, dude. We do appreciate you hanging out with us here as well. Will McDonald, the latest pick on the board. Jake says no. I guess we will ask you about
That defensive line's going to murder people this year.
Yeah, we will ask you about the pick for Philadelphia. Are you surprised with the selection of Jalen Carter moving up one spot to grab him?
No, I always felt like that they were going to get Carter. I felt like once the board kind of shaked out the way that it did, with the Cardinals playing like Madden, jumping back and forth to get who they wanted to get, and then the Raiders. I thought the Raiders might go Jalen Carter because they do need help on that defensive line, but getting Tyree Wilson was a slam dunk pick. And then once you saw Bijan going to the Falcons, which was just mind-boggling, it just made almost too much sense for the Eagles to move up to go get their guy. So I mean, if you're an Eagles fan, you should be happy. Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, and now Jalen Carter in back-to-back drafts.
Getting them dogs.
Jake, talk to me here. I'm holding out hope for Zay Flowers as the first wide receiver. Do I have any chance?
Well, without the board, no, I actually still think it's going to be Jackson and Jigba at this point. And just because how the board is, that's really what it comes down to. I think at least Aaron Rodgers getting out of Green Bay knows it wasn't him. The Packers just refused to draft wide receivers in the first round of the draft. So there you go. But I think there's what do you have a bet on Flowers? Did you place one out there that you're hoping that you're holding on to?
I did, sir. Plus 330. I did. And I covered it with the second wide receiver taken. So if he goes third, this is going to be a very melancholy turn for me as well. But I just think he's an explosive guy. I see his floor as 2. I do, as a wide receiver 2.
The one hope I think you have is New England at 17.
Yeah.
Just because that's what I'm watching right now. If it doesn't happen here after that, I think you're kind of screwed. That's what I'm looking at here. Well, the Commanders went corner, so we're good there. And
is that Witherspoon? Probably. Did they go? Gonzalez?
No, they went. Gonzalez fell again. They went with Forbes.
Wow.
Forbes, Emmanuel Forbes. Yep.
So this Christian Gonzalez
falling. What's the deal?
It's not at the Will Levis level, right? But the Christian Gonzalez,
it's
one of these things. He was a top 10, could have been ahead of Witherspoon even.
So there's going to be something like I don't know. He was street racing with Jalen Carter or something. We're going to find something out next week or tomorrow, and it's going to be this is why Christian Gonzalez, or he tested bad on some health thing or something.
Jovan, I got to ask you here, content producer, Sporting News, follow him on Twitter, folks, at Jovan10. Where do you think the Eagles are going here with their second pick later in round 1?
It's tough. I mean, they could go safety and get Brian Branch from Alabama just because safety is a need, even though they addressed it with Terrell Edmonds, which I think was a good move. Or they could slide back and just, pick up more draft capital because we know Howie Roseman. He likes to
when you have no holes,
right. when you got no holes, you can literally just go and move back and then acquire more day 2, day 3 picks for him. So I would think you go Brian Branch, but hey, you never know.
We got the sound effect there.
Yeah, I know. We're great. The Eagles also don't have a lot of picks this year either. They have a year, so I could see them trading back and maybe getting a couple more. And of course, they moved up a little spot. I got to ask Jake again about I got to get your thoughts.
Quarterbacks.
Yeah, your thoughts on the quarterbacks here. So Young, Carolina, no surprise. CJ Stroud, after all, goes to Houston. They end up getting that third pick as well, Will Anderson, and then Anthony Richardson to Indy. And of course, we're waiting as Will Levis continues to fall and fall.
Huh. Funny, huh?
Yeah, that
funny how the industry was so wide right on this Will Levis situation. I'm not gonna laugh about it too much. Like, I actually feel bad for Will Levis as a person. This feels like the Brady Quinn situation all over again. But that being aside, you know how I feel about Anthony Richardson. I think you take him there. He's starting this year, and I think that you're looking at potential Justin Fields for fantasy purposes. Justin Fields, the rushing is going to carry him, the ability is going to carry him, but we know he's not even usable floor. Like, there are legitimate concerns, and whatever people want to make about that kind of quarterback where their first reaction is struggles with progression reading, and everybody knows exactly what I'm alluding to there with that. But let's be honest, you can blame the receivers that he had there. There's still some bad throws and some bad decisions that he made. So he's got a great ceiling, top 10. He's got the highest ceiling in this draft class, but he's got the lowest floor. There's no qualms about it out for the first round quarterbacks. So for fantasy purposes, I would take a flyer on him before Stroud, just because I like Stroud as the best pocket passer. But for fantasy, we're talking fantasy again. For fantasy, he's going to be a pocket passer, and year one pocket passing quarterbacks with limited rushing upside. He'll run some, but limited rushing upside, mid QB2 is probably the best we can hope for, especially on that team. Bryce Young would kind of be sandwiched in the middle. He has nice upside, but safer than Richardson. So that's how I'd order them if I'm going pure upside. Bryce Young would be my first overall pick just for this year, but long-term is Richardson.
Jake, 2 questions for you. Number one.
You lost. Hold on. You lost your pick. The Patriots did go wide receiver.
Is it Jackson?
Smith and Jigba.
Bang! Let's go.
So they traded back, and they figured they would be able to get their guy.
Well, Jake, I'm going to tell you, I did take at plus 330 New England to take a wide receiver with their first pick, so I'm not exactly upset.
It's not official yet. I'm just trying to tease you, by the way.
I just want to
see. No, because I needed that, Jake. Come on, man.
Jake, 2 questions for you. Does anything matter less than the S2 test? And number 2, where do you sit on over/under 4.5 quarterbacks in round 1?
So actually, the official pick is Christian Gonzalez, by the way. Just to stop messing with you. So the S2 test it's funny. My buddy's here watching the draft with me, and we were just talking about that before. Like, the Wonderlic can now turn into the S2. Like, seriously, like, from Fitzpatrick to the S2 to the running backs, we have Hall of Famers that did terribly on these tests. It means nothing to me. It means nothing. Like, I throw it out the window if people want to mock down, CJ Stroud, because he said it best. He's like, I'm a quarterback. I'm not a test taker. Like, I'm not. Talk to me the first time a quarterback drops back under the pocket, pulls out a pen and paper, and starts doing something on like a test. Then I'll care. It doesn't matter. So I have no problem with that. And then what was your second question? I totally
4.5 quarterbacks in round 1.
Always on the over. I was always on the over.
Okay.
Hendon Hooker is 75 years old. Like, I like him, but like, early second round, maybe. I just think Hooker is going to fall similar to like what we saw Desmond Ridder. Like, I like him, but I think we've seen the age kind of push quarterbacks down at this point. The NFL's learned.
Right. So you're saying under 4.5. You're saying under 4.5 quarterbacks in round 1. You're saying it's not going to be Hooker. He's not going to.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You saw where my mind was going. Sorry.
Got it.
Under 4.5 is something that
I was like, I just confused everybody. Like, I'm like, yeah, no, Hooker's not having it. And yeah, that's what I meant.
Best guess on where Levis is going to fall?
Tampa.
Tampa. I agree. Tampa.
Seems to be a consensus on this show. I don't know.
If Tampa passes, I don't even. Seattle? Maybe? I don't even know at this point. Like, where does he go if Tampa doesn't take him?
I talked to Rob.
Minnesota?
It's interesting, guys. I talked to Rob Staten talking about the Seattle draft pick. Rob Staten's really locked into Seattle. He said they sent Steve Hutchinson to Tippmann and to Michael Schmitz's home to work them out. And he says, you don't send Steve Hutchinson out there if you're looking at, just to misdirection. But with Levis falling at this point, you got to question it.
That's it. It'd be great. Meaney. I would just where is it? I would have to just I love Saquon Barkley, but I have to get rid if the Giants took Will Levis.
Oh my God.
How would you feel about that?
Oh, I would denounce the team. I would find a new team. The camel's straw is like this thin at this point. I mean, with Daniel Jones. So if they did that, you'd officially have broken me.
I know you're a busy guy, so we can get you out of here, and you're writing some.
I know there hasn't been that much fantasy stuff. It's the three quarterbacks and 2 running backs.
It's going to happen for you. I know you're doing, some live play-by-play stuff over at The Athletic. Detroit is on the clock. You got to think that they're after another running back here. But before we get you out of here, Richardson Dynasty rookie-only drafts.
Mm-hmm.
Is he number one quarterback?
If non-super flex,
yeah,
he's Richardson. Yeah. Oh, Richardson quarterback wise?
Yeah.
You pivoted. I was thinking Bijan Robinson when you said that. Richardson would be number one for me. I'm willing to gamble. I'd rather, this, it goes to my real NFL standpoint. What I argued against Derek Carr's and Andy Dalton's and Daniel Jones of the world. I'd rather keep gambling, trying to get myself to top 5 than to play this middle of the road situation. I like Bryce Young a lot. But we've already seen the Kyle Murray situation. And it's look, the size is a legitimate concern. He's not going to run as much as Murray. But if Bryce Young makes it 10 years in the NFL, I think everybody would be shocked. I hate to say it. I wish. But, I mean, the guy's, 5'10", $170, $180?
We have some people hanging out in the chat. And
5'9"?
I think there's loose NFL fans, and the first few comments I read when Young was selected is, "Wow, that guy looks tiny. He looks very, very small." But we'll see. And I lied. I do have one more question for you because I know you're a big wide receiver guy.
Okay.
After Jackson Smith and Jigba, who is your you got the Giants? You're a Giants guy. You expect them to take a wide receiver. Who would you like? This is Zay.
Oh, for the Giants?
2 things. Who's your second favorite wideout, and who do you want the Giants to take?
Well, I joked, as I think you saw this. I actually joked and said that they should draft the kid from TCU so they have a bunch of 5'6", 120-pound wide receivers. It's midgets across the entire league. So for wide receivers, though, I go Smith and Jigba, Addison, and Quentin Johnson were my tier 1. All 3 were in my tier 1. My tier 2 were Hyatt, Downs, and Flowers. I actually had Flowers in my tier 2. That's alphabetically. I went alphabetically by first names because you know me, I do tiers because just so much is impacted by the draft. We can love everybody, but if the Giants, if Smith and Jigba is not there, I would go for their style. They need a Quentin Johnson, but he, in my opinion, is kind of similar to the situation with Richardson. Is that they could be done in the league in 3 years. It's that kind of floor. So ceiling floor. But if they took Addison, it wouldn't shock me. Just have another kind of over the middle kind of guy. That's Daniel Jones. You got to keep Daniel Jones in the intermediate game. So he kind of fits a little bit better. I'll be happy with any of that 3. Put it that way.
I dig it.
Which means before I get out of here, they're going corner. It's just it's the Giants. They're going to draft the 15th best corner. Somebody they could have had on day 3.
I tell you what. I think the worst pick so far, maybe Will McDonald, but
hey,
Adam,
hey,
I'm just kidding.
Dude. Oh,
I'm just kidding.
What we got? Can we wait for the Lions? We got the pick is in, right?
Yeah, we can wait for the Lions.
I want to see if they go tight end. I want to see if they take Kincaid or Meyer.
Jake, in my mind, there was no chance there were 3 tight ends going in round 1 after Darnell Washington. No chance. Come on.
We haven't gotten any yet.
Javon, do you feel like the Eagles may have a tight end on rounds 2 or 3?
I mean, there's always an option. I mean, Jack Stoll hasn't really been like that tight end 2 that they need him to be. I mean, he's a good blocker, but he's not giving you much receiving wise. I mean, if Tucker Kraft, if they want to go back to the South Dakota State pipeline, then if he's there, you can't pass him up if he's sitting there for you.
They could try to convert another wide receiver. And bring back Hakeem Butler. He's tearing it up now in the XFL, right?
Hey,
oh my God!
I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm with it. I'm with it. Bring back Hakeem Butler. Let's go.
I know the Lions are. I'm out of here. Lions are taking Jack Campbell.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Campbell.
Yeah. Good luck with your projections on that.
I'll shoot you a message for if we ever get a wide receiver.
Yeah, maybe we'll hear from Jake again. We'll say goodbye for now. Check him out at All In Kid, The Athletic, All In Football coming your way tomorrow.
From the top of my forehead, but
tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. Dane, I think you're about
Yes.
ready to bounce as well,
Yep.
sir. Any final words from you?
No, I hope Mike does not hit the Zay Flowers vet. I'm sorry, but I need it to be Jackson Smith and Jigba. And then, it's interesting that none of the tight ends have gone off the board. We were hearing all this stuff, Mayer, Kincaid, and not a single one off the board just yet. So we continue to track it, but thanks for having me, guys.
We do appreciate you. We'll say goodbye to Spittin' Speeds on the Twitter machine, and we will bring in Adam Pfeifer, and we do have another guest hanging by as well. There he is, Harrison Brown Russo. And
going on, fellas?
Welcome in on the Twitter machine at Harrison Brown Russo. Actually, Harry Brown Russo. My apologies there. Welcome in. What do you make of the draft so far, sir?
So far, so good. Lots of like. I think the quarterbacks went in the right order. Great to see the Eagles go out and Jalen Carter. Only had to give up a fourth next year to do it. So a lot still to happen, too. We got a lot of picks left. Lions up right now.
Guys, are we whistling through the graveyard here at under 3.5 wide receivers? Anybody whistling about that right now? We're starting to drop back a little bit.
It's getting close.
Yeah, but this is the spot of the draft, right? This is Seattle, the Chargers, Baltimore, Minnesota, Buffalo.
Adam, I am flag planting on Deontay Banks to Baltimore. I'm flag planting on it. I'm telling you right now.
I'm just going to need Brandon Beane to trade up now for JSN.
So Harrison Brown Russo here in the house with us, FTN NFL Live Draft. We're having some fun. We're having some beverages. We're look at Pfeifer drinking a little bit of ice in there, a little bit of rum and coke potentially. But so you think the quarterback that's how you ranked the quarterbacks? It was Young for you, followed by CJ, followed by Anderson, Anthony Richardson. Are you surprised that Will Levis has fallen this far and we've yet to see where he's going to be?
I'm not particularly surprised that Will Levis fell this far. I like Will Levis, but I think this late first round, maybe second round even for him. Jovan mentioned it earlier. The LA Rams would be a great fit for Will Levis if that was to play out that way. He had a lot of success with Jack Cohen, who's a Sean McVay guy, that similar type of offense. But yeah, I think the quarterbacks went in the right order. I think Bryce Young was the guy all along. I think CJ Stroud to Houston always made the most sense. I saw Mike tweet something about that today. CJ Stroud going to Houston always made the most sense. There was a lot of buzz these past few weeks, a lot of hearsay that maybe it wouldn't be Stroud. Maybe they'd go and get a defensive player. I love the way they did it. Go and get CJ Stroud and then trade back up to 3 and get Will Anderson. I mean, that was crazy. But yeah, I think it went the right order.
We didn't really get to talk to you, Javon, about quarterbacks either. We talked a lot about Philly. It's been a Philly-centric show here so far. But what did you make of the quarterbacks and where they landed?
I mean, I'm like same thing with Harrison. I think everybody went in the spot they were going to. Like, obviously, like if Levis somehow went to, I think everybody would been shocked, because he's not the best quarterback in this class. I think Anthony Richardson and Shane Steichen's offense is going to be just bananas. Like, it's going to be fun. Like, we saw what he was able to do with Jalen Hurts, last year and this year. And now you take, the dynamic of Richardson with his speed and his arm strength and, Michael Pittman, Alec Pierce and Jelani Woods and Granson and Taylor. You add that RPO read option game to it. I mean, the Colts, for as much Milan they were offensively last year, you add Richardson to the fold now. They're going to be fun to watch, with Steichen.
Mike's over there just waiting for Zay.
I'm waiting. I swear to God, Chris, you read my mind. I'm not lying.
I can't see it here with Tampa.
Mike, what do you think about Zay to Baltimore at 22?
They could do it. They could absolutely do it. I have this take lock Harrison on Deontay Banks, local guy going to, because Baltimore's been solid in the secondary. They have to beat the Bengals, right? That's part of who they are. But I think his floor is the second wide receiver taken. But if he hits the first, I'm cooking up another martini. I'm not lying.
I like it.
He's got Martinez over there, left, right, and center, and I'm here for it. I'm absolutely here for it.
I need to get some over here.
Yeah, we're waiting on the Bucs pick. And I think it is, according to reports, Kalijah Kancey.
Oh, they did take
like
me. Okay.
I like it.
Nice move.
I'm happy for Kalijah Kancey. I had a beat reporter for the Pittsburgh Panthers on talking about how talented he is. He is undersized, guys, but they talk about him. I get Aaron Donald. It's an unfair comparison, but that type of player, I'm happy for Kalijah Kancey. I am, because his odds in going in the first round started to drop a little bit.
What do we think about
that? That's a good move for him.
Yeah. What do we think about the Bucks? Like with Brady gone and Trask under center, they still have like really good pieces on both sides of the football.
Damn well Brady's playing in week 4 somehow. Just to piss me off.
That's funny. That's really funny.
Jovan's been pitching me on Hendon Hooker to the Bucks, and I think I like it. Jovan's been talking about that a lot.
Yeah, that was until Will Levis started to slide. So that would have been like a perfect like Will Levis spot because of just like Baker Mayfield. Like you're not
Javon, you're not understanding that. Javon, you're not understanding when you come on this particular stream, we have to go under 4.5 quarterbacks in round 1. That's the rule.
Yeah, I know. I saw the odds this entire week. I was looking at the odds. I saw under. The under was so juicy. I was like, is it going to happen? Is it going to?
Well, Seattle's on the clock now, and Mike, you'll be happy with where I had in my mock. I had them actually taking Zay.
I've been wanting a slot receiver to Seattle for months because it was literally like 49 to 50% of their production, receiving yards, touchdowns, receptions came from DK and Lockett, and like they were good, but Lockett's on the wrong side of 30, and they have inconsistencies from their like last year their slot receiver was Marquise Goodwin, who was not a slot receiver. So this was where I was actually mocking JSN like a month ago, where it looked like he actually could be in this range. And then lately it was like, okay, he's probably going 12 to 15. But if Seattle can get JSN here, that'd be pretty sick. But also, I'm obviously biased. And this is the point of the draft where Brandon Beane said he would look to move up. So I'm praying.
Adam, I'm sorry. That noise you heard is me clicking on the FTN bet tracker. Joey Porter Jr. over 16.5. His over-under was 19.5, so this is a critical
we
pick.
talked
Guys,
about it.
Again, the narrative of Joey Porter Jr. to Pittsburgh, that is an all my children, one life to live social media dream. That is not how the NFL thinks, guys. Come on.
Yeah, just going to take him just because, right? He's in the family. That's
I get it. It's just it's not how they're going to think,
It is interesting to see how this draft is unfolding. I know a lot of people talking about how the wide receiver class is, not as nice as years past, and this is what we're seeing here. I mean, we're at pick 20, and we've yet to see it. And I could see Seattle doing it here, Harrison. I could see JSN here in the slot, and I think it'd be a really nice fit.
I could as well. It definitely would be a nice fit. Like Adam mentioned, you know what I mean? DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett are that offense, especially in the passing game. So to add in JSN, even, Zay Flowers, I'm a big Jordan Addison guy too. Haven't heard a lot of buzz about him. Jordan Addison was great back at Pitt in 2021 with Kenny Pickett. Then this year helped Caleb Williams win the Heisman. I know it wasn't the best year for Jordan Addison, but I certainly think he's a first-round caliber player, maybe even to the Chargers with that 21st pick. If they want to add to their receiving room, that could be a nice fit there as well.
I see you nodding away. Javon, you feel like the Chargers are a team that potentially could be looking at a wide receiver let's look ahead at this draft. We see Seattle on the clock now. We got the Chargers, the Ravens, the Vikings. The Vikings too. Like they're a team that use an Adam Thielen is gone. Like who's the next guy that's going to be able to step up in Minnesota? You feel they're a team that could take a quarterback. There's also a team that could take a wide receiver. Plus they need help defensively.
Yeah, the Vikings need a little bit of everything, but like you said, if the wide receivers are there, you got to take them because I don't think Vikings fans want to see Jalen Reagor in the slot this year with KJ Osborne. So you might as well do that.
Chris, how much did you guys talk about whatever the hell Detroit's doing tonight?
Oh yeah, they've
had 2 amazing second-round picks.
Adam, 32.2 feet per second squared on DeAndre Swift's draft position in redraft leagues. I mean, like honestly, they obviously.
Here's what I don't get. Like we talked about this on the podcast yesterday. Like Daniel Jeremiah, who I think is as plugged in as anybody, said he would be shocked if Gibbs didn't go in the first round.
Yep.
I don't think he even expected him to go 12. But like, they could have got him at 18 instead of 12, or they could have just said, let's just sit at 6, and if we're going to take a running back early, just take Bijan. Like, I just don't get it. Obviously, you have to assume DeAndre Swift is being traded somewhere. And then they take Jack Campbell at 18, who was like, teams were talking about trading back into the second round to take him. So I get the 2 picks make sense for like what they've been wanting to do, especially with Dan Campbell there, but the execution I thought was very poor.
I mean, I said the same thing. I don't think anybody needs to hear me echo it. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts, Harrison, if you have any thoughts, but I said the same thing. I thought maybe if they liked him more than Bijan, but they could have traded back again. Like, there's always something to be said about taking the guy that you like. If you like him, and you trade back one more spot and you a couple more spots and you miss him. We had the conversation. Maybe New England was in on him because he was favored to go there, and maybe they wanted to make that pick just ahead of them. But yeah, it is weird. I thought that he would be there at 18. I thought they could have traded back a couple times. And listen, if you really want to take a running back that early, why wouldn't you take Bijan? Because I do believe Bijan is like more of a better package. And that's no disrespect to Jahmyr, but it was really puzzling for sure. And they didn't even take a corner. And I thought they would take a corner with one of their two picks as well as trading a corner away a couple weeks ago. Harrison, what do you make of what Detroit did? Because they're in a really good spot here, having a couple picks here in the first 18 and the leap forward that they made last year. This is a team that I actually expect to win the division this year.
No, you're absolutely right. They still have a real opportunity to really improve their team with those 2 first-round picks. It's 2 talented players, but like y'all have been mentioning, it's surprising to see where they went. Jahmyr Gibbs, really surprising to see him go at 12 to the Lions, not just because of DeAndre Swift. They got David Montgomery this offseason as well. So you would think that running back room right there is pretty solid. You can, give a lot of your carries there. The Lions, like you guys said too, they have a lot of other needs too, running back and linebacker. It's surprising to see. We'll see how it plays out for them, but definitely was surprising. And I think, like you guys were talking about, if you're going to take a running back, go and get the guy Bijan. That was my whole thing with CJ Stroud, with maybe the consideration that Houston could wait till 12 to take a quarterback. Why are you going to wait? If you need a quarterback, go get him now. If you need a running back, if you're the Lions and you want a running back, go get Bijan at 6. So definitely surprising. They still come out of it with 2 first-round picks. There's a lot of upside and potential there, but surprising to see how it played out nonetheless.
Guys, we have Seattle on the clock right now. I'm telling you right now, I talked to Rob Staten. They need a center, and they sent Steve Hutchinson out. John Michael Schmitz is sitting there. I get it, and his odds have dropped from being the first center taken. I kind of think they're going center. I could be wrong, but I talked to Rob Staten. He was pretty convincing.
I don't hate the idea of that at all. John Michael Smith had a great Senior Bowl.
Yep.
You've also got guys like maybe they like Cody Mauch. I mean, it's a transition from tackle, but he took some reps at center. Steve Avila's played some center.
I love Steve Avila.
Steve Avila is a good player, good football player.
Absolutely agree with that for sure. Javon, I know you've been hanging out with us for a little bit. I didn't know how long you'd be willing. I know you're not going to hang out until that Eagles make that second pick in the first round. But again, we did chat early.
I'll probably leave out with Harrison.
We'll get you out of here on this, on just any comments that you feel like something you're looking forward to seeing here in the latter part of the draft. And again, you did touch earlier on what you think the Eagles are going to do with that second pick and maybe potentially trading out of it.
Yeah, for me, it's just, I think, just seeing about the Eagles, like, are you going to stay at 30, maybe, pick up another defensive player, right? Nolan Smith, a lot of Eagles fans like, so maybe you kick it back. Or do you move back, which can get more assets? And the Eagles, with Jalen Hurts getting paid, and then you eventually got paid Devontae Smith, need a lot of young players on rookie deals that can be impact players right away.
Seen some people just still taking shots at the dude on Reddit with he's having a rough go. He's having a rough go. Everyone wants their money back. And here we go. First wide receiver off the board to Seattle.
I love it.
Jackson Smith and
I mean, I hate it for the Bills, but
that's a nice
Perfect
three.
pick.
I know Lockett's a little bit older, but man, Geno led the NFL completion percentage last year. Geno had a really, really nice season. Now he's got a trio of weapons with Kenneth Walker in the back. Harrison, what do you make of the Seattle offense here?
To get him at 20 is such a great pick too. Like you guys mentioned, maybe, there was thought that he wouldn't even be there at 20. So to pick him up at 20, to put him in that receiver room, that's a complete receiver room. DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith and Jigba. You've got Kenneth Walker in the backfield. Noah Fant still developing at tight end. I mean, Geno Smith is in a real position to have some success this year. Seattle, that offensive line is real strong. Drafted Charles Cross and Abe Lucas last year. I love the pick for them. Jackson Smith and Jigba, probably the top receiver in this draft. I know he dealt with some injuries this year, but you go back and throw on that Rose Bowl film from 2022, 300 yards, 15 catches. Not much more needs to be said. I love the pick.
I mean, they just got the best wide receiver and the best DB in this draft.
There you go.
They're doing a good job.
That'll work.
Yep.
That's 2 draft classes in a row where Seattle really, I mean, on paper right now, it's a home run. Last year was a great class.
Harrison, Seattle's going for it. The best kept secret in the NFC is Seattle thinks they're making a deep run in the playoffs. They absolutely do. If Geno doesn't make that fumble against San Francisco, they think they're winning that game. They're making a deep run. They're going for it right now. Pete Carroll, 71 ARP card. He's ready to roll. He's looking for another Super Bowl. I'm telling you right now.
Yeah, you could argue they're better this year than they were last year, too.
Yep.
Geno's second year as the starter, more confidence there. They just added 2 really good rookies. That class from last year is a year older, a year developed in the NFL. I think they got a lot of upside this year.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, San Fran, of course, at the top of the division. But what Seattle did last year is extremely impressive. This is a team that had a 5.5 win total. They cruised past that midway through the season.
And here's the other thing, too. First year after Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll and company, they finally start passing more on early downs, and their offense took off. Obviously, Geno played at a top 5 level, but that draft selection at 20 with a wide receiver, even though you have 2 all-pro receivers on your roster, just tells me they're going to keep doing the same kind of philosophy. Obviously, Kenneth Walker will get his, and they'll still run the football, but this is not the Seattle offense we were used to seeing of them not ever throwing the ball on first down, second down. Also, Mike, prepare to sweat because this is Zay Flowers territory.
Oh, I'm telling Adam, you know it. It is right here. It's Minnesota. It's the Chargers. I talked to Matt Money Smith. He said the Chargers would love Zay Flowers. He feels he's a perfect fit. Keenan Allen restructured his contract. Please bring it to me. Bring it to me. I tried to lock out value and a profit here by hedging Zay Flowers at -120 for the second wide receiver versus Zay Flowers plus 250 for the first. Lost the latter. Give me the former, and we'll take the profit.
Just racking up the bets over there, and I love it.
I'm trying. And no tight ends, Chris. Tight ends? You see him anywhere? Anybody see tight ends anywhere?
Not yet, but I think we'll see a couple before the end of the first. I do.
That's what we were hearing.
Don't see 3, Chris. Don't see 3.
That's what we were hearing in the pre-draft. This was a great tight end class. There could be 3 tight ends that go in the first round, and we're sitting here at 21 with that.
Oh, no way, Harris. In fact, DraftKings changed their over-under to 2, and that was very smart of them to do that because it's not going to be 3. I can't do that.
Part of that is that I love Darnell Washington. I think there's so much upside with 6'7", 270 guy that can jump over people. You know?
Harrison, I love him. I just think the medical issue is going to push him to round 2. I'm not saying I'm not a fan of him. It's just in terms of is he going to be picked in the first 31 picks? I don't see it.
I get it. He's a home run in round 2. It's a slam dunk.
Yeah.
So we do have another guest that's hanging by, but Javon, I think he wants to say hello. So I don't know if you are well aware of the next guest, but
there he is.
We were going to say goodbye, but he's like, what? I don't get to talk to my guy, Javon. So, I mean, here you go. You guys all together, a big family here at FTN.
What's happening, fellas? Thanks for having me on.
Ben, where is Kansas City going? Can you just tell me, please? I need to know. I can't wait for the drama here. I'm sweating Zay Flowers, the second wide receiver. Where's he going?
Flowers would make a lot of sense. There's still some weird sort of inconsistencies with how they were trying to use Sky Moore all throughout the course of last year. You obviously saw him get a touchdown in the biggest game of the season, but they do need wide receiver help. Flowers makes a ton of sense. I do think, given that there's still an opportunity, and this was sort of one of the late bets that I added. At one point, you saw corner on the board as high as 40-1 for Kansas City to take. Now, granted, they took McDuffie last year early on, but you lost another corner in free agency. It would make sense, given all the weapons that they still have, and to be able to. There have only been a couple corners go off the board, you guys. Forbes obviously, was a bit of a surprise ahead of Christian Gonzalez, but there's still plenty of good secondary options for Kansas City. That's would be the pick an opportunity that I am rooting for purely on financial reasons, but it does make sense that they'd probably go wide receiver, maybe shore up a little bit on either side of the line.
All right, Javon, you want to say what up to Ben? You want to say goodbye?
Hey, Ben.
We do appreciate you jumping in here with the Eagles hat, the 76ers, the Phillies in the back there. You got your guy, Jalen Carter there. Eagles pass rush is going to be absolutely vicious again, but we do appreciate you taking the time to stop by. And why don't you tell people where they can check you out?
Yeah, no problem. Appreciate y'all having me on again. Really appreciate it. Follow me on Twitter at Jovan10. A lot of betting, DFS, fantasy stuff over at Sporting News. .com, also totalsportslive.com, and the Total Sports Live podcast with me and Harrison. Do that every week. Probably be next one, probably be breaking down the Eagles draft class. So let's hope they continue to knock it out the park for the rest of the week.
Love it. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks again for taking the time. And now, as you heard Mike mention, we brought in the host of Benny and the Bets. This is Benny and the Bets at the KC Sports Network. How's things going for you so far here in the first? I guess we're just past the halfway point of the first round here.
Things are going well, not particularly on my betting board. I decided that I wanted to just have a little more fun this year, try to go a little bit more contrarian. I ran a theory that I still thought Stroud could be a possibility at number one a handful of days ago. And the reason was, and you guys can go ahead and laugh at me all you want, because it obviously didn't happen. We want to get this Chargers pick in initially, and I'll read after that.
Going. We love the sound effects here. It excites us, but you go ahead. Well, is that what yeah, you go for it.
So I still thought Stroud had a slight chance to go to Carolina, in the sense that we started to see his odds actually move and creep back up a little more consistently after we realized that the Levis stuff was complete and total bullshit. There was movement late for Stroud. He was at one point the consensus number one pick before the S2 score came out. And there was a lot of sense of the type of quarterback that Frank Reich likes to coach, and Stroud fit that profile to a T. It just didn't work out, but the number was there. You felt like you could chase some of that value. And then everything else after that, I had Devin Witherspoon at even money to go 6th overall. I thought it was a perfect spot for the Lions. Obviously, he gets jumped at number 5. There's still a couple more that are theoretically in play. I have the Cowboys to draft a running back, was their first play at plus 700. Decided to take a little bit of a boost with Darnell Washington as the first tight end going off the board as well. So there's still a few that might be able to salvage the night, gentlemen. But right now it's looking a little bit more on the rough side.
Yeah, Ben, I think, one of the things that seems to be dropping is tight end, of course. And then the wide receivers 3.5 is sort of a pivot point here. We just saw the first one go off the board. Question here is, what are the Chargers going to do? That's the big question. I talked to Matt Money Smith. He mentioned they love Zay Flowers. Certainly wide receiver Quentin Johnson's in play. A lot of questions going on here. This is the area where we're talking wide receivers and talking home run tickets. I have one myself, Ben, on Maisie Smith going round 1.
Maisie Smith would be a lot of fun, and it was actually a name that on the latest Benny and the Bets we talked about with Matt Verderam of Sports Illustrated as a possible consideration play. You mentioned sort of what Flowers might be able to do. I think what the Chargers really need is some, they need speed, right? Like at some point you need to be able to stretch the field a little bit, and we're still not sure what's going to be happening with Eckler. Obviously, if you had a little bit more value with some of the backs that would consider falling, maybe that's in play, but I didn't think they needed to force it. If somebody was there, it would have been ideal. But I'm curious as to sort of how these wide receivers at that 3.5 number is going to shake out. You'll see the run. It's just a question of whether or not it'll be late first round or maybe beginning of the second round.
It's starting now. The run is starting now. The pick is in for the Chargers. It's Quentin Johnson to the Chargers. Sorry, Mike, but this is actually something I nailed. I'll take that one. Quentin Johnson to the Chargers, a big body wide out there at pick number 21. I got some offensive rookie of the year odds here for the players that are already drafted. So we'll throw to you, Ben, and see what you think here. It's still fairly early, but Robinson, of course, up at the top at plus 360. Young at 4-1, Stroud at 7-1, JSN at 10-1, Gibbs at 10-1, Richardson at 16-1, and now Quentin Johnson there at 20-1. Still fairly early, but you got to feel like Robinson is on his way to like 300 touches as a rookie.
Yeah, it's going to be like, if you're looking sort of from that initial fantasy perspective, that's the guy that you're going to be targeting right away. Like I'm trying to think of early fantasy, because I've sort of changed my mindset for the last several years from fantasy more towards betting. Who was the last guy, maybe in the last 5 years, as a rookie that you felt could be compelled to be a top 5 pick? Like
Saquon.
It was Saquon, right? So if you're having that same type of comp to Saquon, and there were some sort of initial conversations that they might be able to use him in a McCaffrey type role as a pass catcher as well, it's hard to question whether or not somebody like that wouldn't be right near the top of that list. They need him. They need to be able to find ways to maximize his input and his volume, especially if you're not sure what that quarterback position is going to be. So if you have somebody like Robinson with an improved offensive line that is going to be able to get, upwards of 200 plus touches and maybe find himself with 700, 800 receiving yards as well. Hard for me to go ahead and dispute that. It's somebody that can get on the field right away, get touches, make an impact.
Yeah, Adam, I guess what we're saying here is that as much as I love Zay Flowers, the NFL still values those big receivers who can go get it on the outside. That's what it sounds like to me.
So I've seen like a handful of people already come out and say, why draft Quentin Johnson when you have Mike Williams? And it's like, they are not the same player. Like, I know Quentin Johnson has size like Mike Williams, but he does not play like Mike Williams. He was very underwhelming in contested catches. He is more, again, I feel like every draft, everybody comes out and compares somebody to Debo, but he plays more like Debo than Mike Williams. So I don't think that's the area we all expected. I thought we were more in like Zay Flowers, like you mentioned, maybe Jordan Addison. But yeah, I mean, wide receiver there was about as close of a lock for this draft, especially as you could get.
Yeah, I thought maybe Bijan if he was hanging around.
Yeah.
He's long gone. It looks like Eckler's status is kind of up in the air when it comes to his long-term future with the Chargers. But what do you make, Harrison, of the fit with Quentin Johnson to the Chargers? I mean, just again, this is a loaded AFC, man, with unbelievable weapons and teams.
It is the AFC. I mean, the AFC West was supposed to be the top division last year. It still has that type of talent this year. For the Chargers, I like it with Quentin Johnson. Obviously, he's not like Mike Williams on the field, but that kind of fits what they like to do frame-wise. They like these bigger body targets, guys like Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, Josh Palmer, even Donald Parham, their tight end, who's like 6'8". So it kind of fits what they like to do. You've got Justin Herbert, a guy who can really throw it downfield. Max Duggan hit Quentin Johnson a lot on those deeper routes. So I like it for the Chargers. Zay Flowers would have made a little bit more sense just in terms of what you're thinking scheme, you know what I mean, getting a slot type of guy. But you look at the Chargers and what type of pass catchers they like. They like these bigger body guys. So, I mean, I think it makes sense.
I thought they needed more speed, though. That's the only thing. That's why I thought Zay Flowers made way more sense.
I agree with you, Adam.
I thought they needed way more speed because that's really what they're lacking. And but if Quentin Johnson can, make plays down the field, we know that the Chargers are going to throw the ball downfield more than they did under Joe Lombardi with Kellen Moore there, which is exciting when you have Justin Herbert as your quarterback.
Interesting guys now with Baltimore. I'm still thinking Deonte Banks. I still feel strongly about that, but Zay Flowers there could tempt them. Obviously.
How funny would it be if this is Joey Porter, though, Mike, of all places?
Adam, it would be crazy. I never thought that would happen. I usually ignore that stuff, but you're going to take a Steeler when you have other options, a homegrown guy and a Maryland product. It'd be fascinating.
I don't think I'm going to be too excited about Quentin Johnson from a redraft standpoint, Pfeifer. Not this year, anyways. There's a lot going on there.
I get a little more interested if Eckler does get traded, just because Eckler is one of the two running backs that could actually see 100 targets in a season. But yeah, otherwise, like, I'm sure I'll like Zay. JSN will be close. Probably prefer JSN, and we'll see where Addison. I'm a huge Josh Downs fan. I'm a huge Cedric Tillman fan. So I want to see where these guys go, most likely tomorrow.
Chris, he might be worth a flyer purely on the fact that at some point Allen's going to be on the shelf, Williams is going to be on the shelf, and not have Eckler. So when July 4th weekend rolls around and everybody's starting to get some of those best ball picks ready, it might be worth it on a very late flyer.
No, you bring up a good point, right? Keenan Allen's had some issues staying on the field, and so is Mike Williams. Mike Williams is definitely, go back to his college days at Clemson, he's had some issues staying on the field for sure as well. Man, my guy Joshua Palmer, too bad. We had some nice moments from him last season as well. Ben, did I miss maybe what I think when you came on, Randle asked you about the Chiefs and maybe the thinking and the thought process of Kansas City at the end? Is a wide receiver, they definitely have some wide receivers on their list in the war room for this weekend, right? Losing Tyreek a couple of years ago, and then Juju's gone, and then losing Mecole Hardman here as well. I really liked from some moments that we saw from Sky Moore, but I do believe we will see them take a wide receiver. I don't know if it'll be at the end of the first. What do you think?
I think it makes plenty of sense. It's just a matter of where they see the natural fit. So Flowers certainly, I think, is in play. I talked to Matt Verderame of Sports Illustrated on the latest episode of Benny and the Bets the other day about maybe somebody like Jalen Hyatt out of Tennessee. And there's still sort of that natural connection. Mahomes had him in for a workout. That got picked up a little bit of steam, but I don't know if that's necessarily somebody that if they feel they can get a little bit later on in the second round, I don't think he'll be there, but maybe they do. And the board this so far tonight has kind of gone a bit funky from from the very beginning on. I'm a big Jordan Addison fan. I think especially with the way he's really established himself as a route runner. You can kind of move him around effectively. I know he's only 5'11", but I think he can play both on the outside and also in the slot. I mentioned briefly too, maybe corner could be in play for Kansas City to have another really solid option on the other side with McDuffie, Steve Spagnuolo's defense. Those would probably be the two positions that I'd focus in on, although would feel probably much more likely to go for some more help on the offensive line as well as wide receiver compared to corner. But I do think it's a need for them.
I know you saw the pick, Harrison, because I saw your eyes light up.
Yep.
Randall, did you see the pick yet? It's a wide receiver run. It is a wide receiver run. They did it. The Ravens took a wide receiver. It's Zay Flowers.
Yeah, I was off by one. Guys, Zay Flowers did incredible things at Boston College. Like I said, alma mater. We are not a team that had a college that has had explosive wide receivers. The kid is a winner. I saw big-time production in the Florida State game on the road. I think he can also work the outside as well. Super quick, explosive. That is the right move. You want to build this offense here. I like it. It is a tremendous move. Gosh, another chess piece there that they can use. They're going for it, the Ravens. He's going to be a nightmare. They're copying the Bengals. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. I'm a big fan of his. Baltimore making things happen today. Giving Lamar the contract as the richest quarterback in the NFL. They got Odell Beckham Jr. a little while ago. Nelson Aguilar is on the squad. And, of course, Rashad Bateman and now Zay Flowers. And again, Pfeifer, the AFC just continues to add weapons and add weapons.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Weapons.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Guys, I think we can feel pretty good about over 3.5 for the wide receivers, though. Well,
I don't know about that. Are we
got
sure?
Minnesota here. This is my favorite spot for one of these
the
rookie
Bills.
receivers.
We got the Vikings. We got KC potentially, the Giants. There's a couple of teams out there that could take one.
Yeah.
I took a long shot on Minnesota being a team that could consider trading up for Jackson Smith and Jigba only because of the need in the slot. And that their GM loves to be able to go ahead and move up and be aggressive in a lot of these drafts. I thought there would be a chance that either they consider moving way up to try and go get Richardson. Obviously didn't happen. Then I thought Njigba was going to be there as well. But you're right. This is a team that needs somebody to have a more consistent option next to Justin Jefferson and Thielen being there in the slot for so many years. I think that run might continue here.
Guys, I'm going to be fading the Chargers because they passed on Zay Flowers. Sorry, it's personal at this point.
They may regret that. Eh? They may regret that.
Mike, can I ask you a question sort of backing this up? If with the addition of Flowers, and obviously they still are looking for plenty of weapons, how do you feel about Bateman a couple of years in? Because this was someone that I was very high on a couple of years ago, and I still think he can get to a very solid level, but the injury concerns have just been going on consistently for the last 2 years. Are you buying in that if he's able to stay healthy, that is a true number one option for him?
Ben, this mirrors to me the pick of Gibbs to Detroit. I think the Ravens are telling you more with their actions than they are with what they're saying. They're concerned. You're not going to – they had a myriad of cornerbacks that could have taken here. I said Banks, Joey Porter Jr. still out there. They choose to go with wide receiver. That tells me that they're concerned about it. Am I concerned? Well, it doesn't matter. Like The Rock used to say, it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what they think. And I think what they're telling you here is they're concerned about Bateman. I do.
I'd be concerned about Bateman too. This is 2 years. He's been hurt multiple times, Harrison.
He has. I like Devin Duvernay as well. While we're talking about these Ravens receivers, it's another guy they have. This immediately is the best group of pass catchers Lamar Jackson's ever had. You still have Mark Andrews. Absolutely. Now you have Odell, Zay Flowers. I mean, that's a start right there. You hope Rashad Bateman or Devin Duvernay can kind of hold down that opposite spot outside of Odell, but that's a great room right there. Obviously, a talented running back room. Lamar's the best, most mobile quarterback in the NFL. I love that Baltimore offense. Baltimore's been a team right on that verge for a few years. Zay Flowers is the right type of pick to put them over the edge.
Folks, we're going to say goodbye here to Harrison Brown Russo. At Harry Brown Russo does incredible work, so much knowledge, robust 30 seconds. He's going to give you a ton of insight. You just saw at Total Sports Live at 3K Sports. Harrison, thank you so much, man. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow night as well. Ton of action, and you handicap it like no one else, man. Thank you.
Sounds good. Fellas, really appreciate it.
Harrison, you had another follow, man. I was glad I got a chance to talk to you tonight.
Likewise. Great to meet you, man.
Cheers, dude. Yeah, fantastic follow and a great insight as well as we continue to roll here. NFL Draft Show live at FTN Network. Seeing a lot of people hanging out with us. Of course, if you guys have any questions, you can leave them there and we will get to them here throughout the show as we bring in Pope in the house again. Jay, you've missed some stuff, dude.
Yeah,
you missed some stuff.
Jeremy, I give you credit for
run here.
Jeremy, I give you credit for keeping that DeAndre Swift jersey up behind you. I do. I really do.
How did
Hey,
you get rid of that
all
yet?
right.
You didn't sell that?
No, I'll get the KC one like it should have been from the beginning. Right?
Can we all guess?
Nah, I'll move that to the
He's
other
getting
wall.
traded.
I got an Antoine Winfield Jr. one sitting over here. Just hasn't been framed yet. I'll just switch them out. Want me to do it right now?
You're good. He actually may not get traded. I may keep him around for another year. So maybe you can keep that on your wall for another year and then trade it in for
guys. It makes me feel a little better. The Vikings draft room is ecstatic over this pick. They're very, very excited here.
This has to be wide receiver or DB. Has to be.
Yeah.
Maybe it's your guy Branch Randle.
No, they wouldn't go Branch.
There's a lot of different ways that they could go here. There's a lot of different ways. I think they need help big time defensively.
They added Byron Murphy in free agency, which was good, but drafting wise, this team has been terrible at drafting defensive backs. So there's obviously 2 first-round DBs still there with Porter and Banks. But if this is Addison, I don't know if I'll have many receivers ranked ahead of him among the rookies for fantasy next year if it's Jordan Addison.
That would be 4. That would be over 3.5.
If it's
That's
Joey
how
Porter,
math works.
We're gonna
Joey Porter. I got this.
Mike, we're gonna get it, dude. The minus
Are we
125
ruling,
over
are we ruling
3.5.
out Levis as
I forgot he's still on the
Will
board.
Levis, anyone? Guys, Hendon Hooker is not going in round 1. I think that is a lock at this point.
Now I'm mad at myself for talking myself out of the under for 4.5 on quarterbacks, just because you knew that somebody was going to fall at some point. But listen, if Levis doesn't go here, now where do you try to slot him in?
Yep.
Maybe someone trades back in. I don't know who.
Yeah.
Would, but
Seattle.
maybe Seattle.
Get the 5th-year option on the mayonnaise drinking coffee quarterback. Why not?
Man, Nolan Smith is a guy I like here too. Not here, but he's a guy that I really like that's kind of fallen a bit. I think the Eagles should make some calls.
Can I ask you about your Eagles, Chris? Because my Bears went and traded that. You had the 9 and 10 swap. And I kept saying to myself, like, I don't think Carter is on their board. But I know that if he goes to the Eagles afterwards, and in this case beforehand, there's going to be that inevitable conversation for a long time because of how good of a fit Carter is in Philadelphia. Were you ecstatic about the pick? Do you have concerns? And do you sort of see that being, another opportunity that the Bears had to take an elite level talent, and they decided to try and play it safe?
I was ecstatic. Yeah, he's somebody that I wanted. I heard some reports earlier, like a few weeks ago, of course, after the off-field stuff and him slipping in the draft, that the Eagles had made some calls and try to move up in the draft to get him. And I just feel like we had the conversation about Bijan to them or an offensive lineman. I just feel like this is what they needed. Just continue to build on that side of the football. With Fletcher Cox and Brandon Graham a little bit older. We can go back to that, but we're continuing the wide receiver run on this show.
Jordan Addison, he might be my wide receiver
Addison.
1 among rookies.
Wow. 4 in a
And
row.
I agree with you. Actually, because like JSN crowded Seattle, right? We like the fit, but DK and Lockett, Quentin Johnson, we just talked about that. And with the Chargers, Zay Flowers is a great fit in Baltimore.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there all of a sudden. But now we have a bona fide number 2 in terms of targets. Like after Justin Jefferson, we got to feel like Addison's locked in.
Probably be Hawkinson, but yeah.
That's why they were cheering, guys. Addison, great call, Adam. He's going to be lockstep with that offense. Oh my gosh. Will Levis, anybody? Hendon Hooker, anybody? I mean, please.
Yeah,
So
I like
Jeremy-
the spot for Addison. Adam, all our dynasty rookie prospect series. Adam was like,
Yeah, every
Vikings,
single
Vikings,
time we did a
Vikings, so-
prospect profile on a wide receiver and we went to the landing spots, I said, Minnesota.
Guys, I think the trickle down here is the Giants are taking a center. I'll lock into that. I mean, now we've seen 4 wide receivers go off the board.
Yeah.
They need to protect Daniel Jones. No, I think so.
Well, especially because a lot of the receivers left, you would project as mainly slot receivers, and they have 17 of them already. So,
Yeah, I think the only one left that's probably potential first round is Josh Downs, right? I think that's where we're at this point.
yeah, I want Buffalo to draft him, but
I mean, I think
don't
that's the
know.
only one that would be left that's a wide receiver that I would think would be even close.
yeah.
So much for like the reports that the NFL had only one like wide receiver graded in the first round that I saw.
Guys, not to brag, tight ends.
Meanwhile,
Anybody? Tight ends? Do they matter? I mean, have we learned
Dallas.
from Kyle Pitts? I think we have.
Michael Mayer.
The Giants actually just
Yeah.
traded up. They literally just swapped spots with Jacksonville.
Oh,
I bet they're going safety. Bet they were afraid Jacksonville was going to take Branch.
Yeah, because Jacksonville, I got them taking a defensive player.
they need a center, guys. Badly.
Listen, from a tight end side, Mike, as long as it's Darnell Washington going before Mayer and Kincaid, that's we need to get some of these bets back, you guys. It's been a rough start for your.
What's the odds on that?
I grabbed him yesterday, either yesterday or on Tuesday at Caesars for the first tight end drafted at 11-1.
Nice. Oh, I'm rooting for you. I got no eggs in the basket there. I mean, it's all good. I'd like to see somebody hit an 11-1 bet. I mean, I'm all for that one. But yeah, I mean, I guess looking forward, there's only Buffalo and Cincy, the 2 teams that could take a tight end. Dallas.
If the
obviously.
Bills draft a tight end in the first round,
Sorry,
I'm
not
hopping off the
Buffalo.
stream.
I meant Dallas.
Pfeifer-
I meant
Pfeifer will
not
self-destruct.
Buffalo.
Yeah, well, and I kind
Pfeifer
of
will self-destruct if they take.
Adam, I will say this: I'll take a tight end over a safety or a DB. I'll say that.
I
at
wouldn't.
this point.
Chris, do we need a break? I think we may need a break here for 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, you've had a dozen martinis. You probably need to break the seal, no?
That may be the case. Yes.
Yeah. So we could take a quick timeout here, and we can all do the bathroom break type of deal. Ben, I don't know if you're going to hang out. You're more than welcome to if you want. We could say goodbye to you if you want to bounce right now.
I can hang for another segment if you get with you guys.
Okay, sure. Let's take a quick timeout. We will be back here in just a couple minutes. So hang tight. We still got a lot to talk about here on the NFL Draft Show on FTN Network.
Plays right up.
Oh, yes!
Get in on the action with Prize Picks. Simply pick 2 or more players and win up to 10 times your money. How do you feel?
10 times my money? Woohoo! I feel really...
Join over 1 million people who found a better way to play. Prize Picks is available in your state. Download the app today and get your first deposit matched up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy.
Plays right up.
Oh, yes!
Get in on the action with Prize Picks. Simply pick 2 or more players and win up to 10 times your money. How do you feel?
10 times my money? Woohoo! I feel really...
Join over 1 million people who found a better way to play. Prize Picks is available in your state. Download the app today and get your first deposit matched up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy.
Play So Rare MLB, a free revolutionary fantasy game that transforms fans into general managers. Build your team with ownable digital player cards. Based on your player's performance on the field, win rewards like game tickets, merch, and much more. Draft your set of free cards now.
The future of fantasy sports is here with So Rare. Build your teams just like an owner. Buy, sell, or trade officially licensed digital player cards. Build your 5-player weekly lineup, and you could win rewards like tickets, autographed jerseys, and more. The future of fantasy sports is here with So Rare, taking Dynasty to the next level.
He's right up. Oh, yes!
Get in on the action with Prize Picks. Simply pick 2 or more players and win up to 10 times your money. How do you feel?
10 times my money? Woohoo! I feel really...
Join over 1 million people who found a better way to play. Prize Picks is available in your state. Download the app today and get your first deposit matched up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy made easy.
Play So Rare MLB, a free revolutionary fantasy game that transforms fans into general managers. Build your team with ownable digital player cards. Based on your player's performance on the field, win rewards like game tickets, merch, and much more. Draft your set of free cards now.
The future of fantasy sports is here with So Rare. Build your teams just like an owner. Buy, sell, or trade officially licensed digital player cards. Build your 5...
Welcome back in, guys. Live here at FTN Network and Chris Meaney, Mike Randle. We got Pope in the house. We got a Pfeifer, and we have Ben in the house as well from KC Sports Network, host of Benny and the Bets. We've seen a little bit of a wide receiver run before we took the break, and now we have a trade. Right? Correct? The Bills did indeed move up.
Yeah, we did a mock draft on the Dynasty podcast, myself, Jeremy, and Mike. I made a Buffalo Jacksonville trade, but it was for Jordan Addison though, who's off the board. So
close.
I think this could be Nolan Smith, honestly.
Oh man, he's a stud. He's a stud. So you did miss the Giants pick. Took
Where'd
a
you
corner.
see they traded at him?
Deontay Banks.
Everywhere.
Boy, Joey Porter, guys, Joey
Oh, there we
Porter
go. I got
Jr.
it.
Joey Porter Jr. We killed that narrative, didn't we? I mean, geez.
Oh, what if they
not
came
even
up for
close.
Joey Porter Jr., Adam?
See, I'd rather Nolan Smith because
another
I
corner.
think Kyrie Elam is good. I think Taron Johnson's good. I think Trey White got better as he got healthier.
Yeah, but they're not going to pay him, and Trey White's going to be gone soon. What is it,
Yeah, I
2
mean,
years left?
with Von Miller coming off the ACL, they got
That's
zero
true.
pass rush after Von Miller went down. So this could very well be Nolan Smith. I don't think they would trade up into the, not into the first round, but higher up in the first round for Josh Downs. I think he could be there in round 2. I don't think they would go Brian Branch here. I don't know. I'm stumped. And it's kind of exciting, but it's also terrifying.
The ceiling for Smith is worthy of them moving up. To
Yeah,
go ahead and get
I
him,
agree.
especially given the fact that depending on how you ranked the outside linebackers in this draft, he was anywhere from 2 to 4. Maybe you have some concerns about the injuries, but if you're Buffalo, you're in win now. Go get a guy that has played great.
I really hope they don't just go trade up ahead of Dallas and Cincy or something. Well, they're ahead of Cincy anyway, and go Dalton Kincaid and just play him in the slot. I'd be very upset about that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It feels like you're jumping
the tight end that you didn't
Dallas
want.
what?
Yeah, they jumped Dallas. That's the thing.
So you're talking tight end,
D
offensive
tackle.
line?
I think it could
Maybe
be D
they're going
tackle.
offensive line.
It ended up being pick 27 and 130 here for pick 25. That's the details of
Yeah, I
just
think
don't
trading
know.
ahead of Dallas could be D tackle.
I was always thinking Dallas was going to go
Oh my god.
tight end. It's a tight end, isn't
It's
it?
tight end, isn't it?
Oh my gosh.
It has to be.
Washington?
Is it not Mayer?
It's
Show
Dalton,
me
it's Dalton
Washington.
Kincaid.
Dalton Kincaid. He was good money to go first tight end off the board, guys.
He
He
was.
started dropping behind Mayer.
I had him to the Packers.
They don't care about the medicals.
I
They
had
care
a
about the
feeling when they
profile.
jumped Dallas, it was going to be a tight end.
Yeah, that it added up.
That's the live look.
I'm not that upset because, like, if the receivers were on the board and they did that, I'd be furious.
Right.
It
Right,
feels like
yeah.
they aren't happy with Knox, and Knox has kind of been iffy, and so now
Yep,
they're just
that's
saying,
true.
Kind of been iffy. He's definitely been iffy for sure.
Yeah.
I don't hate this.
Yeah.
I don't hate it, Pfeiffer. It's not
Trade up for a
awful.
tight end.
I think they picked the
That's
wrong
it.
tight end personally, but
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I
Like
think-
if you're trading up to
but-
get your guy, if Kincaid is leaps and bounds ahead of Mayer and ahead of Washington, then it's understandable given where a lot of remaining first round teams could have gone at tight end.
Pfeiffer is trying not to be angry.
but this might be a plain Jane, as Pfeiffer said. Like, they might never ask him to play tight end. He may become
Right.
like Gesicki for the Bills. He's going to be a big slot receiver, and they're just going to feed him up the seam all day, every day.
Is this comp Engram? Evan Engram? You'd say?
Yeah,
I
I've
think
seen
so. I think
that.
some people have said that.
Yeah.
yeah, I've heard that. I could see it. I could see
The
it.
one thing I will
hey,
say that I love about
another weapon for
Kincaid in this
Josh.
offense is the Bills face so much cover 2 and zone defense, and Kincaid's really good at finding the soft spots in zones, but like
Mhm.
I just don't
Felt like there were other needs.
yeah, like I would have rather gone D tackle if you're trading ahead of Dallas. I don't know. Just kind of stumped. We'll see though.
You know, I wonder if part of this was because the receivers went on a run.
It could be.
I think
I think they wanted a wide receiver, or they wanted another option for Josh.
Well, here's the
on
other thing too. That
offense.
4th round pick was probably going to be asked for in a Hopkins trade, so that's gone now. Not the trade; they can still do it, but like that 4th round pick is gone.
Unless
Yeah,
they were
I think that's
comfortable
exactly it, Jeremy. That's
moving.
kind of my thinking, is that they wanted a weapon here for Josh, and those wide receivers, if they were available and they were going to fall, one of those 4 were going to fall to them, then they would have
And
taken
I
it.
think
But as the
I
run
think they got
happened,
nervous. I think they got nervous because when you're really talking receiving options, Kincaid's the better of the 2 tight ends. And
Like
that's the
honestly, I
better
would have
tight end,
rather
but-
I would have rather stayed put, and if you had to trade up into the second and get Josh Downs.
Guys, let's look at the last few picks here. I mean, who definitely goes? I think Joey Porter Jr. will go. I do think that Mayer will go, and I do think Will Levis will go. Am I wrong? I mean, I don't.
I
Think
don't know.
Wow.
I don't know if we're going to see with Levis in the first round here. No,
It would have to be a
Who's he
trade
going?
up because Dallas, Jacksonville, Cincy, New Orleans, Philly, and Kansas City are not going quarterback, so
Well,
somebody would have to
Kansas
trade
City-
back up.
Kansas City is an intriguing option to trade back out of the first
Yeah.
round. And granted, it was the Chiefs fans showed up tonight. Proud of the city that I now have spent 9.5 years as my home. They have showed up, and it would be, I'd feel for them if Brett Veach decided to get out of that first round. But if you're going to take a quarterback in the first round, you want that 5th-year option. So
Ben,
somebody should move up.
Ben, I talked to Jesse Newell, the beat reporter for Kansas City Star. He said they absolutely want to make a pick tonight in the first round, that they're adamant that may be something that they just, for the pomp and circumstance, they want to make that pick. So I think that's interesting.
They
Maybe
probably
there's an offer
want
they can't
to.
refuse, though.
Yeah, they probably want to, But it's not as if Chiefs fans are going to hold this against the organization. Just like, oh, that's it.
Yeah.
You know, the 2-time Super Bowl winning champion in the last handful of years. We spent all night out, on a beautiful night in Kansas City. That's it. We're done. If they get a good offer and somebody wants to go ahead and get Levis and get that 5th-year option, they're going to move out of it.
Guys, I'm going to step away and light a novena for Maisie Smith. I'll see you in a couple minutes, okay?
You got it.
Here's the other thing with this Bills selection. Dawson Knox just recently got an extension.
Yeah.
And, like, you're going to have to play more 12 now, and the Bills don't play 12.
They've run
Yeah,
a
but
lot
I think
of
they
11.
wanted to play 12 last offseason.
Right.
Adam. They brought in OJ Howard, didn't work.
Yeah.
And after that, they tried Quentin Morris, didn't work. And I think that's what kind of made the offense look as bad as it was. Is I think their plan was to go 12, be a little bit heavier, run a little bit
and
more.
I will say, what is Buffalo really, from what they've done so far, kind of prioritized? And they've started to do a little bit last year, but more so this year. They desperately need more yak. They have one of the worst teams in terms of yards after the catch. Kincaid, the best yards after the catch tight end. I guess that's probably why they had him ahead of Michael Mayer. Plus, he can play the slot. Mayer can too, but
to be honest, too, like he might jump Michael Mayer for me on the pure fact that the Bills aren't going to ask him to line up and push somebody out of their way. He's
Right.
going to be the exact same kind of blocker he was at Utah. He's going to transition pretty easily, I think, just because they're going to get him in space and be like, hey, just get your feet moving and push that DB out of the way, and let Cook or Harris come in behind you, or Josh Allen. So I really like it, and they're going to be able to use Knox a little bit more as a blocker and or bring somebody else in.
they
as a
still need
pure
help on the
blocking
right
tight
side
end.
of that offensive line. It's very bad.
I think
I like it too.
I don't offense.
Like,
outside
my
of,
reaction was
bringing
more
a
like
tackle.
I saw some mocks with Buffalo going tight end, and I just didn't understand it ever. So the fact that they actually they obviously felt Dallas was going to go tight end, but like, even if they did, like, you could have just taken Mayer or Kincaid, whoever was there. So I think that 4th-round pick, losing that, I don't like, but it could be fun. I mean, Kincaid's obviously ultra talented, and at the end of the day, it's just adding more talent around Josh Allen, which is the all-important goal.
And I think that's it, right? I mean, with those 4 wide receivers that went off the board, and just to get a playmaker for Josh Allen in this offense, right? Just make it a little bit more explosive. You just got to looking ahead at the draft. Like, Dallas is on the clock here now. I don't even know if they go tight end. I mean, they could go Mayer. Maybe he just falls right into their lap. Maybe they go Nolan Smith. Cincinnati potentially could be a team that takes a tight end, or like you said, Adam, maybe they just could have kept their pick and got a tight end if they really wanted to. But again, we've had this conversation all show. You like a guy, you're aggressive to go get that guy, go ahead. But it is weird because they do run a lot of 11, three wide receiver sets. I guess they're just going to have to change things up a little bit.
The problem about Dallas right now is that, like, yes, running back would be a need, but given the fact that the top 2 guys are off the board, and if you're tiering them, I enjoyed watching Charbonnet play. I think he's a good player. I think he's going to be a very solid NFL back. I just don't think he's a late 1st-round pick. And
he's a good fit for Dallas, though.
He's a very good fit.
He was my favorite fit. He's a perfect comp for Tony, or he's a perfect complementary piece with Tony Pollard.
Right, but the question is whether or not you see somebody like him available come 2nd round, which could very easily be the case.
Yeah, they could.
I'll be rooting for it as somebody that has that bet of a running back to Dallas, but
yeah, they could go Kendra Miller or Dwayne McBride, like somebody a little bit later in the 2nd or 3rd, if they choose to go elsewhere here. Just because it does seem early for Charbonnet. Like early 2nd, mid 2nd seems okay, but like late 1st.
Yeah. Or they call up Detroit and be like, "Hey, you want to give us one of your running backs?"
I feel like Swift is going to get traded here. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe just let him go. What are you going to get for him? Not a whole lot, but
I think
maybe Cincinnati, Dallas.
I think this is Michael Mayer or Maisie Smith.
I mean, they're on the broadcast. They're showing a lot of Jason Witten and Michael Mayer comps right now. So
yeah, it's
the NFL script seems like they're giving it away.
Yeah, everyone has had this kind of penciled into their mock for quite some time, right? When Dalton Schultz was let go and he went to Houston. So we will see what the pick is. Definitely don't think it's going to be a running back, but Ben, you mentioned earlier, I think that this is a team that does probably address the running back position at some point throughout the weekend. Yeah,
just not when I needed them to do so, which is par for the course.
I actually thought Jahmyr Gibbs was gonna be hanging around at
That's
this
what I
point in the
thought
draft.
they'd get. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought Gibbs was going to be. I did not think he would go 12th. Let's just say that.
We see a lot of smiles in the Cowboys giraffe room, so it looks like they're going to get their guy. I saw the smiles in the Minnesota, and I'm sure they were ecstatic about
the blue stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure they were
Johnny Blue is on
jacked
the way.
Minnesota to get Addison. Probably a little bit more jacked years ago when the Eagles passed on Justin Jefferson and did Rager, and that was pretty funny to see the war room jumping up and down as well.
As far as you, I know, Chris, you brought up some of the earlier Rookie of the Year candidates. I know that these guys haven't been added to the board yet, but Flowers or Addison, if either of those guys come up, probably might be worth a little bit of pizza money in the early going.
I do agree with Adam. I mean, with Addison, really like him as
I really like it too.
I really like the landing spot too. I mean, he's got a capable quarterback in Kirk Cousins. Everybody always wants to crap all over Kirk Cousins. I thought
right away.
I thought he had a good playoff game against the Giants, but everyone always wants to talk about the final play, and I get it. When you got to go 10 yards, and you only throw the ball 2 yards, you're going to get laughed at. But ultimately, he's a good quarterback, and I think it's a really good 1-2 punch. And T.J. Hawkinson there as a tight end. I don't know what they're going to do with I don't know the future of Dalvin Cook, but if I'm we talked about him from a fantasy standpoint. We like him. I'm projecting right now. I mean, obviously Bijan's going to be favored, but
think about
a good sprinkle.
Yeah, think about how long Adam Thielen and Justin Jefferson were just basically elite next to each other for fantasy.
Yeah.
I mean, they had multiple seasons, if I remember correctly. I know they had one, but they might have had 2 seasons where they were both top 12 options, and that was Kirk Cousins throwing them the football. So, I'm all in for it. Addison was my wide receiver 2 entering the draft, and he's going to continue to stay there. I'll probably keep JSN ahead of him still, even though the landing spot's not overly great. But I'm not too worried because I think JSN will be fine in a year from now, if not already this season, just because he's going to be able to be kind of a PPR machine there. I think Lockett possibly sees a little bit of a downgrade from it. And JSN kind of still holds his value, but yeah, I really like Addison.
A really nice 3 in Seattle.
Yeah.
Pfeifer, you called it. Ozzie Smith, Dallas, pick 26.
Pfeiffer's been on a little bit of a run these last couple picks too.
So no tight end for the Cowboys. We have the Jags on the clock. Evan Ingram's still on the squad. They're not going to go tight end. We could see Cincinnati go Mayor. That's a possibility. The Bengals could go that route.
He's a Bengals fan growing up too.
And Chiefs. Oh, there you go.
He also broke Tyler Eifert's Notre Dame records too. So there's a little bit of synergy there. If you want to go that route.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I like it. It's kind of feeling like
I
it
think
might
Jacksonville is feeling great because I think they've traded back twice now.
Twice,
They've gotten more draft capital, and I think the player they've wanted the whole time is Brian Branch. So if that happens, that would be pretty good for them.
Yeah.
They also need help at guard, so maybe Osiris Torrance, but I don't know if he's a first-round player at this point. But then again, didn't think Jahmyr Gibbs is going 12, so what the hell do I know?
Ben, this Jags offense can compete with anybody in the NFL. Do you agree with that statement?
Anybody? I think they're probably a tier below, team like Kansas City. But can they hold on for a while? Sure. Lawrence made the steps, which a lot of us expected. Just took the second half of the season for us to start to see it a little bit more. It always made sense that the development would come when you finally put an adult in the room and Doug Peterson over Urban Meyer. It's remarkable what can happen when you get some level of competency. The only thing that concerns me is that as good as Ingram was last year, we haven't seen it year to year with him. And you can make the argument that the quarterback throwing him the ball is nowhere to the level that he had with Trevor Lawrence. But are we expecting another fantastic second year in Jacksonville? I'm not necessarily sure. Are they going to remain as healthy this year? Not so sure as well as the wide receiver core. But the talent is there. But you also had a lot of guys reach some ceiling years that I just don't know if you're going to see it again.
Top 10 offense last year, top 5 in the second half of the season. You're right. We did see a big season from Evan Ingram. We all laughed. Everybody, I know it. We all laughed when the contract went out to Christian Kirk, but he had a really good season. And now you add Calvin Ridley to that squad, and Travis Etienne had a really nice season in his first full year in the NFL. And I'd assume he's going to see fewer stacked boxes with all of the weapons in there. And I think Zay Jones is an underrated wide receiver as well. So you're right. The leap forward with a capable head coach and Doug Peterson. And now you look for what they can do in year 3. But I still don't love the offensive line. They didn't really do a great job of protecting Trevor Lawrence, and they do have some holes defensively, and the pick is in. We're just waiting to see what it is. Where do you think Jacksonville ranks Pfeifer in terms of their offense inside the AFC? Because there's a lot of loaded squads there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you relatively comfortably put Kansas City, Buffalo ahead of them still. I think Kellen Moore will allow the Chargers to have more upside, and we just saw him get Quentin Johnson. It's tough because Calvin Ridley, I think, is still at least one of the best 5 route running receivers in the league, so that'll be great for them. But I think Baltimore is going to be back as long as Lamar's healthy to being a very good offense, especially with Dobbins a second year healthy. Obviously Buffalo and Kansas City. There's just a lot of really loaded teams, but Trevor Lawrence had stretches and 6-7 week stretches of playing top 3 quarterback play in the entire league. So they'll be
we got to include Cincinnati in that mix.
Yeah, Cincinnati. I knew I was
Definitely.
forgetting a team.
Definitely.
AFCs is just too many. It's absurd. They'll be in that at least in the AFC, probably the 6 range for me, probably right behind. It depends on Lamar Jackson's health, obviously, and I think the Chargers can be really good, but also we've seen the Chargers really underwhelm offensively because they don't have the health at wide receiver. So, but overall, you pretty much have the same offense, except you pretty much replace Marvin Jones with Calvin Ridley. So,
not bad. Even though
we
are Marvin Jones supporters.
I almost wonder if Dolphins at their ceiling to be at that same level as Jacksonville too. And again, quarterback still remains a bit of a concern, but purely just based on health of Tua. But weapons wise,
oh yeah,
you consider them as well.
It is crazy. The AFC
question, Ben. So are they going to be do you have them ahead of Miami? Ben's reading my mind.
So Brandon Bean said that if Dalton Kincaid was there, was not there, they were going to trade back, and they had a good feeling Dallas was going to take him. So,
okay, yeah. So they get their guy, right? Maybe Dallas. You just never know, right? Again, you move up and ahead of Dallas, and you get your guy, and then you have your guy. That's it. That's what it is. And I'm surprised that Nolan Smith continues to fall. I don't know if there's something going on that we just don't know or we're not aware, but he's still hanging around. So is Branch. One of those two just might fall to Philadelphia. Do we know what the Jags pick is yet? No, not
it
yet.
Still just says picking.
Still just waiting. Cincinnati in the clock, followed by the Saints, the Birds, and then the Chiefs. But yeah, it's, again, back to the AFC. I just haven't seen something like this in quite some time. I mean, there's a lot of teams that have double-digit win totals, and Jags are one of them. I'm not sure I'm really buying into the over 10.5, but it just goes to show of all the teams that are really kind of if you name top 10 teams in the league, 7 of them are from the AFC.
That's pretty fair, though. I mean, you think about it. I mean, they're the best team in the AFC South, so they could sweep the AFC South. That gives them 6 wins right there. You know what I mean?
But did they lose to Houston week 1? They lost to the Texans week 1, I think.
Yeah, I think they did. That always happens. But I'm just saying, you know what I mean? There's an easy path to 6 wins you could see. At least I could.
Okay, offense. I thought maybe the Bengals would go this way.
Oh, I forgot. Isn't Greg Robinson out for the first 6 games of the season?
Did he just get suspended today?
Yeah.
Did I see that?
Yeah, I forgot about that. So this makes sense.
Did not have them taking an offensive lineman though. Okay, so the Bengals are on the clock. What do you think, Ben? What do you think Cincy's doing here?
I think I'm buying into the Michael Mayer, Tyler Eifert synergy. Notre Dame. It makes too much sense, so they'll likely go with something completely off the board.
Man,
I'll say Meyer.
Mayer.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm with you. We're going to go that road as well. And we just talked about we were just talking about all the other offenses, and we're like, oh yeah, the Bengals. Like, how could we like forget about the Bengals and then potentially adding a tight end like that to the already loaded room for
that would be
Joe
like
Burrow.
For me for tight ends. Like it would make Dalton Kincaid like a clear one. Like Mayer joining in to that group in Cincinnati, just the fantasy upside just wouldn't be there, I don't think.
You're thinking from just a straight up rookie only tight end. Yeah, Kincaid would be one for you. Yeah.
Yeah, just in general. Like the tight end in Cincinnati just doesn't do much for me. Because like Hayden Hurst is a pretty good athlete and he had a pretty good year and wasn't overly great for fantasy. So I mean with T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, Mixon, Chase, like there's not many targets to go around to a tight end. And I feel like when we're looking for tight end production for fantasy, you're looking for volume and touchdowns, both things Cincinnati tight end doesn't get. So I think it's a perfect fit for Cincy, but like,
plus he's a really good run blocker too, and that's something.
Like,
yeah, I was going to bring that up as well. The opportunity to be able, because you know you're going to have to try to figure out something with whether it's not going to be Mixon, I wouldn't think. Right? Like, are they going to?
I don't know what's going on with that.
Like it feels like an August cut, honestly.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I think the writing's on the wall for Mixon. I think he's going to be gone. And
as good as Pirine was too, are you buying the fact that
what if it's Charbonnet at 28?
I thought maybe Gibbs, if he was around, could be the pick.
Me too. I thought it was going to be Gibbs, but
yeah, I could see it. I could see them getting a running back before the weekend is over as well. Losing. There's the two guys that I'm just unsure about at the moment is Mixon and Dalvin Cook. I don't know what their future is like with their respective squads. So Mike is hanging by. So we're going to bring him back in here in a second, and we're going to wrap up. The pick is in. So we're just waiting on what it may be. Randall in the house. Any more martinis for you before the night is over or what? That's it?
No martinis, but Maisie Smith was beautiful. It cashed me for the Cowboys to take a defensive lineman, and it also cashed Maisie first round on a really solid night. Very happy about that, guys.
Nice. You've been crushing it. We love it. I don't love the pick overall for Dallas.
No, I'm not saying that.
Give it like a C. But you nailed it. All right.
I'm gonna dip out of here, Chris and Mike.
Okay.
Thanks for having me in.
Thank you, sir.
I'll be back tomorrow.
Popes
me and Adam are gonna lock it down tomorrow. So
yeah, you guys will be really driving the bus tomorrow. We'll be hanging out all together. But yeah, Jeremy, thanks for the time, dude. Have a good night.
Yep. You too.
Order that Kincaid jersey. We will see it on the wall, I'm sure.
Miles Murphy.
Okay.
All right. He kind of fell a little bit too. I was kind of expecting him in the kind of mid to late teens.
It's a nice pick.
So he's a nice pick. He's a good player.
Ben, have we discussed? So where are they going? Wrap it up here. I have to ask you. I'm curious.
With Kansas City?
Yeah.
Nolan Smith, if he's there.
Yeah, he's dropped far, man.
Philly's taking him. No, probably not. They might go Branch. If Branch is there, I would expect
they are definitely going Branch if he's there.
Yeah, they need help big time at safety.
Yeah, Branch is in play. Smith would be really interesting, right? Like, and there's still the possibility of. There's been some reports that they might even consider bringing Clark back, which
I thought they would go Will McDonald, but he went earlier than I anticipated.
Very early.
I
like Will McDonald.
I do like him too. I was kind of harsh there earlier, but it was a kind of pick by the Jets.
He barely got to line up on the outside and just rush the passer against the tackle. They lined him up inside way too much. Like he could have been posting monster numbers if they kind of used him the right way.
All right, so we talked. Receiver, I don't think is happening anymore just because of the run. Porter Jr. to try and get that corner that could remain an option. I don't know, you guys. Like, it's who are we missing here from the
I am surprised, Ben, about Porter Jr. This is a little too far of a drive.
Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, and I'll throw something out there a little bit.
I wonder if you're going where I'm going.
Okay. they might get booed for making this pick, but it would actually be a really intriguing pick.
Jalen Hyatt.
If they took Darnell Washington.
Okay, I was thinking Jalen Hyatt.
I was thinking Hyatt too, actually.
Hyatt could be, but at some point, like because of Kelsey's age, and you have an incredible weapon in the wings, and you can play a little bit more two tight end sets, especially because you don't have the options that you once had at wide receiver. It would shock me, but it could be a really strategic play if they love him.
Wow. I mean, at some point, the question becomes, when do you start replacing the golden goose, right, of the offense? Like, when do you start worrying about, replacing him? That's a great question. Guys, I'm going to say this. I do not think Joey Porter Jr. gets by Philadelphia. Do you think
he gets by New Orleans?
I think he could.
Might not get by New Orleans.
Kelsey's going to be 34 next October.
Yep.
It's a long time for a guy, and he's played a ton of games, and he's incredible.
How long did Tony Gonzalez play when he finished with Atlanta? Like 36, 37?
Sounds about right.
I think so. Yeah.
Kelsey could play like 4 more years, I think.
Oh, we did the whole Kelsey on pace to break all those records. He kind of is.
Listen, I hope he does, because I traded for him in Dynasty like 2 months ago. So
he still has multiple elite years left. I do believe he's just I'm a big Kelsey fan. I like the brothers. I love the podcast. Like, how do you not like the Kelseys? Like, they're just so good for the game too.
Chris, Quan just said Tony G retired at 37. Chris, I think you got 1 year left of Kelsey. I think he's gone after this year for you with the Eagles. I think it's
yeah, for sure. I mean, he could still play an elite level.
Oh yeah,
like he was still arguably the best center in football this year.
Mm-hmm.
The way that he just moves up the line and wins almost every single battle. But yeah, I would agree. He's back for one more go because the team is competitive. I would say if the team wasn't competitive, probably would have called it quits. But yeah, one more year for Jason, but few more for Travis.
I am of the camp, Ben. I'm believing the narrative. I think Kansas City's going to make this pick at the end of the round. I don't think they're going to trade it. I think they want to end it. I think it's unless they were overwhelmed by something, which I don't think is going to happen at this point, unless someone's crazy for a quarterback. But I think they want to make it. I mean, the rich get richer. But wow, a lot of surprises, guys. Maisie to Dallas. Woo.
That one was a little surprising. Definitely Gibbs is probably one of the most shocking things.
Yeah, that was big
in the draft.
Yep,
that was pretty shocking.
What's weird too is that like
Levis still on the board.
Yep. It felt very uncharacteristic. I know the Lions are easy as an easy team to shit on, but they've done a good job in the draft the last few years. This felt very out of character for them, the way in which they handled the first round so far this year.
I just wonder, like, obviously you're going to give Gibbs, like, at most, like, an Aaron Jones, Kamara type workload of, like, 14, 15 carries. But I wonder how much they just line him up at receiver, especially with Jamison Williams out the first 6 weeks. Because Gibbs was lining up out wide against DBs in college. He was unstoppable from the slot. Like, I wonder how much of that is part of their plan, at least until Jamison Williams is back.
It's just so wide open.
Still waiting on this Saints pick. Yeah,
guys, it's so wide open the NFC. It's crazy.
By the way, it's Brian Brise, and that means Joey Porter and Nolan Smith are on the board for the Eagles at 30. Why does the league keep letting them do this?
I think it's Joey Porter. Wow, and they were mocked to get Nolan Smith at him early.
Yeah, I was thinking about them at 10 getting him.
They could walk away with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
And still have plenty of picks.
What the hell?
I love it.
Oh,
what's the deal? Why is no one falling so far? What's going on? I'd like to know what's up with that. Because
Mike. By the way, you were talking about the medicals for Kincaid. Buffalo and Brandon Beane said they fully cleared him. He had a back injury. He's fully cleared. He's been fully cleared since beginning of April. So
Adam, I'm mad at myself. He was fully clear. Doctor came out, made a statement. It was just a matter of whether I thought the NFL teams would really invest and support that. But in my mind, I loved Kincaid. I heard a lot of people always saying it was Kincaid as the number one tight end. Frustrated with myself. I got scared off with the medicals.
The Eagles are just once again loaded beyond belief.
They got a pretty decent squad.
What do you think, guys? I say Porter. I say Porter Jr. I could be crazy here. That's my pick.
Branch is still there too.
I think it's. I don't know if they go Smith after Carter.
I
think it's got to be Porter.
Another Georgia guy for Philadelphia too.
Which
load him up.
Keep racking them up. I think it's. My guess is going to be Branch. I think Branch here.
That's fair. Yeah.
I'll go Smith. Just make it fun.
I'll go Brian Branch.
What do you think, Mike? Porter?
I'm saying Porter. I think that teams really do understand when they have a strength and they just want to fortify it. That's my guess. Because remember, they almost lost some quarterbacks there in the offseason. Everything ended up working out. But that's sort of their strength. I'm going with that. Wow, I am shocked about Porter at this point. By the way, guys, tight ends? Anybody? Tight ends? Just saying.
One of them. Yeah, that's it. Someone said, I think it was Emmanuel Sanders, and I know he was just maybe with some bold prediction. He said 4. He's like, yeah, we're gonna see 4. 4 tight ends. Everyone looked at him on the desk like, wait, what? Come on,
Chris. It is a copycat league, and when Kyle Pitts went and has had 1 touchdown in 6,000 years, I know that shouldn't matter, but I think it does. I think teams, offensive line, defensive line, that's how I think. And if you're Detroit, running back.
Yeah. T-shirt running back. No Will Levis in the first. That's kind of surprising.
Mayonnaise in his coffee. He's got to have him dropping, right, guys?
I saw him talk about that. He said it was just a joke. He said he wanted to get that out of the way first. Yeah, yesterday on his pro day in Kentucky, he's like, listen, first thing I want to say is I don't have any mayonnaise in my coffee. It's like, thank goodness.
So people just didn't go to, Will Levis's birthday party, right? Like this happened.
Very good, Ben. Very good. Very well. Yeah. Very good. Excellent.
If you had that reference on your prop sheet, congratulations on the over.
Very good.
Kind of feel for him at this point. We look ahead at the second round. Pittsburgh has the first pick in the second round. Arizona, Detroit, Indy, the Rams, Seattle.
See, Chris, here's
the Raiders get him.
Chris, if Joey Porter Jr. does not go tonight, I will find a way to wager a lot of money on him going to Pittsburgh in round 2. Then I will buy the narrative. I mean,
that makes me sick because that should have been the Bears pick.
Yes,
they ended up with Claypool instead. Which at the time I didn't hate it because it was either going to be Chicago or Green Bay, and I don't mind Chicago taking any sort of gamble to put Fields in a situation to be successful. I'm not giving up on Claypool either. But it just, with how everything fell, now losing to that pick that early, that's what hurts.
I didn't love it at the time. I kind of felt like they could have got a wide receiver that was equal or maybe better than him with that second pick. But now kind of seeing this draft fold out, like these 4 guys, I thought those are the 4 guys.
Like from an upside play, like you still see it with Claypool. It's just a matter of health and it's a matter of fit. And Chicago basically, once they got him, were already in tank mode. Like there wasn't much incentive for him to like suit up even when he wasn't 100% healthy. Now you get DJ, now you get Claypool. If Mooney comes back healthy and you have Kmet and a much improved offensive line, I'm not saying he looks like the Claypool that we saw from the first couple of years in Pittsburgh, but
Ben,
I would expect noticeable improvement.
Ben, I love the Bears. I'm way too bullish on the Bears with that division, everything going on. No Aaron Rodgers. I love what they've done.
Can I admit something to you guys? When during the Super Bowl, being in Kansas City as a Bears fan is a bit rough because it's just nothing but winning and Mahomes and everyone telling me about the fact that the Chicago could have had him instead of Trubisky. Like
I don't enjoy it either, Ben. So it's okay.
Yeah, but I did a FOMO bet on the Bears and one. I think Caesars had him at one point at 100 to 1. I was like, shit, why not? And I think it's dropped in half. Like from where it opened. And again, I very much, I don't see it in play, but it's nice to be very much ahead of that number. So you're right. Like they could be good. I don't know about great, like, but the NFC is so bad. Other than San Francisco and Philadelphia, might as well roll the dice a little bit on a team like Chicago right now.
I like the direction. Good offseason, right? Had some money to spend. Did some nice things here, and I think they'll do some good things here throughout the draft. So we might as well call them
too.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Still get some time. And I believe in Fields. I really do believe in him. So yeah, we can just call them the Philadelphia Bulldogs. Because they're Nolan Smith.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
I can't believe they got him at this point of the draft.
It's on the record, you guys. I got one pick right in this draft. Nolan Smith to the Eagles.
Nice finish.
Yeah, not how you start, clearly.
So does that mean the Eagles are taking Kenny McIntosh in round 4? Like that's happening.
Man,
right?
this defense is shaping up. I mean, the fact that they did lose some pieces, obviously. But they were able to bring back Bradbury and also Slay. As you see Adam's in the house, he wants to talk about it. We bring him in. Adam Rosenberg in the house.
Oh,
baby!
Hey! I'm back. I'm back because I wanted to be on with Benny. And
what's up, big guy?
But hey, buddy.
What a night!
And
what
I
a
had to
night
come back
for you,
to our pick. I mean, like, I love it, man. Nolan's great. This is great. This is. It's spoilers. It's Nolan. Like it's great. So, I mean, like now I'm really interested in what they're going to do. Now I think they're going to go wild on the rest of the draft because
they already did.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just like but now like there's so many guys that I think that are like just studs that they can now go after. I mean, I'm just also still surprised that there's guys like Branch that are still on the board. Like there's still there's a conceivable world where the Eagles get him. Like there's like it's not not far fetched, man. Like I think to Mike's point, Nolan was on like 35% of mocks going at 10 to them. Like he's just it's incredible. So.
Assuming it won't be tight end here. I'll wrap up the betting. 12-7 on the FTN bet tracker, up 5 units. A critical 5 units lost to Zay Flowers. Had I just shown some restraint, it could have been a great night.
So close.
But overall, 12-7, 5 units. We'll take it. It's a good night.
Very good night. Salute to you guys.
Yeah, and you were really close to the Flowers. What, one off?
Yeah, I was one off of Flowers. I thought for sure he was going second, so I hedged. I put the 2 units on the first and 3 units on second, but it is what it is. We got lucky with Maisie. We hit Bijan accurately. Paris Johnson, no matter what, Chris, you know the deal.
I do know the deal. Yeah. I'm still like, I just thought the Eagles were going to take Nolan Smith at 10. Like, I thought that was a real possibility.
I thought so too.
This guy completely fall. And then I'm sure they thought about it as well. I mean, Jalen Carter obviously high on their list, but I'm sure they were thinking that maybe it was a possibility for them to take a 10, and I'm sure they were ecstatic when he was there for them to pick at that point as well. So we're just waiting now on the Chiefs. We got any guesses? Ben, you're hot fire with the guess. What do you think here?
If they don't trade the pick, I will say they take either Joey Porter Jr. or Brian Branch.
Positions.
Good players. And I would imagine they'd be ecstatic, Mike, with that as well. Like one of those two guys. I didn't think that either one of those guys would be hanging around here at this point.
Oh, I would think so. Yeah. I mean, that's, I'm curious because they do need some offensive weapons. And what Ben was saying earlier about Darnell Washington has me intrigued in terms of that with Kansas City. But, at this point, I think that's very reasonable.
All right. It's been fun. It's been a fun ride for sure. We Adam said he would freak out if the Bills got a tight end, and it wasn't that bad. It wasn't.
Did you guys talk about this? So with the Bills drafting a tight end after they gave all that Knox, all that money, I mean, it never. I mean, Adam, you're the Bills guy. Like, do you guys have a number? Is he like? Is Kincaid kind of now the number 2? Like, because like I never felt like anybody on that was a 2.
He's literally going to be,
or it was like. Yeah. Various versions of Nelson Aguilar that you guys had. Like, barring any other wide receiver moves they make, I mean,
He's probably going to be their slot receiver.
Yeah,
because Kincaid essentially played slot receiver at Utah. So I'm okay.
They're going to have
to
change up their offense, right? As we talked about earlier, just about a lot of 11 personnel 3 wide. So we'll see. Another weapon for Josh. And I think that's the biggest
goal line anytime from him. That's what I want. That's.
Oh man. So yeah, we're just waiting. We're just waiting to see what Kansas City does here with the pick. To
Ben Yeoman's work by Ben here, staying around. This is great.
And he's been hanging out for quite some time.
Yeah, good job by you.
Ben's awesome. Like he's just. I mean, like.
No, because as soon as I sign off, I have to finish up some actual like real work. This is I'm staying away from real work. This is much more fun.
Biggest takeaways, guys?
It's still the Lions for me.
Yeah, that Lion.
The Lions threw us off. Yeah.
The Lions are the Charlie Day of the NFL, and are absolutely
the wild card bitches.
They're the wild card team. They are determined. They don't even want the division. They will go for the wild card just to commit to the bit.
If not for Philadelphia getting the 2 Georgia guys, Houston's moves, I think we have to actually. I don't like applauding anything that Houston does because I think there's still a lot of weird shit in that franchise. But CJ Stroud and Will Anderson getting them back to back, I thought that was impressive. And they gave up some capital, but they had the capital to give it up. And your team is significantly better with those 2 guys on. So I commend them for those picks early on.
I also think Seattle had
coach of the year.
Seattle also had an outstanding first round, getting essentially the wide receiver 1 and the CB 1 in Witherspoon and JSN. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, Seattle. I would say it's like Seattle, like with the exception of the Eagles, like Seattle jumps out as having the best first round, just based on. And I think Mike, you had said it. Like the worst kept secret is that Seattle's going for it.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's what I kind of thought Detroit would have in that draft, like Seattle, a top 10 pick and another pick, and that they would nail it. But I just didn't like the way that they went about things. I just feel like they could have traded back again and got more picks if they wanted to go that route. But I agree with you guys. I mean, Houston 2 and 3. I like that they got Stroud. I wanted them to get Stroud. They got him. Seattle. The draft just kind of fell to Philly again. Like those guys just kind of fell to them. So they get a little bit younger, a little bit more nastier on the defensive side of the football. And I like Baltimore getting a weapon for Lamar. It was a big day for the Ravens, signing Lamar, getting Odell last week and getting Zay Flowers. And now you hope that J.K. Dobbins is healthy. Lamar is ready to go. You got some weapons now. This is the best set of weapons that he's had. Mark Andrews in there as well. So I think they're a pretty big winner as well.
Now they just need to get guys on defense who can tackle, and then they'll be fine.
Yes.
We ignore this. We ignore this because this is not that Ray Lewis defense. This is that defense has tackling issues. But no, I think the vibe should be high in Baltimore. As a PR guy, you could not have better news going one after each other. Like your quarterbacks here. Everything. I gotta find a way now out of my Ravens under win total bet that I confidently made when I touted like, oh yeah, Lamar Jackson's played his last down. He's a Colt. He's a
So was that 8.5? 8.5, I think.
I think I took an alt. It's fine. It's like a plus alt. I think I found an alt of like under 6.5, which I still kind of like. But I like whenever I do we're way ahead of it. But whenever I do win totals, I always just try to. I never take a juiced win total. I always try to find something alt. Like last year, my best one was under 4 for the Bears at like plus 330. Just because if a team's gonna go under their win total,
Super Bowl, my friend,
go very badly under your win total. And then
I dig that.
And all my Bills ones voided because that were all alt overs, all voided because they didn't play 17 games.
We also might want to have to give a little bit of love to the Patriots for getting Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
So that's a Belichick pick, dude. That's a
it's a good
because they had what's his name retired. They had
McCourty.
McCourty retired. One of them did.
Yeah.
That's a good pick. I totally had forgotten that he had retired, but that's also what they do. They plug in guys like from other teams that, it's similar to what Baltimore tries to do, but like I don't think Baltimore does it the right way right now, like with Justin Houston and some of those guys. But the Patriots will bring in guys. And you're like, oh, I remember Peppers, like all like dude, and then they'll play up and like Judon and these guys, and they play up really well. But the Gonzo pick is a very, very good pick for them.
Well, the ironic thing too, Adam, is that like the Lions, after moving out of the 6th spot because they thought they were going to get Witherspoon, had the opportunity to get Gonzalez at 12 and took Gibbs. Right.
Yep.
So everything was just from that point forward. Detroit was just basically gonna be like, all right, we're gonna just drunk dial this entire draft.
I just thought when they traded Jeff Okudah, they were definitely taking a corner. That's what I thought.
Right.
I'm like, oh, they're
telegraphed.
They're gonna.
What are you doing?
18.
Let's see what happens. And then I got a question for you guys. Who's the pick?
I don't know, but I know it's not. Obviously, it's not going to be. It's not a trade, so the pick is in. So Will Levis definitely going to the 2nd round.
Well, that's my question to you guys. So
Will Levis just going to stuff his face with barbecue tonight, and you know what?
The
man?
Will Levis slide
Is
the Will Levis slide because of his toe, or is the Will Levis slide because of his talent?
I think it's his inaccuracy. That also is a big. If you're going to make that investment, I think obviously Josh Allen was different. But that was rare. I think that was the exception more than the rule.
I mean, like this is a huge slide. This is a guy that literally everybody was talking about. I mean, this is like people are gonna deconstruct this for a lot because look, the problems that everyone saw with Will Levis, like again, all of this stuff has nothing to all the stuff that we're talking about is who takes the guys. It has nothing to do with whether or not they perform. That is a totally separate exercise. But the Will Levis stuff is just he has the body. And you can't teach height, you can't teach muscle, but he like against arguably the best defenses, he didn't do well, and it's just such an amazing slide that's happened here.
Chiefs and none of us got it.
None of us.
But I do think there will be plenty of people in the crowd that will be very hyped up about it because a local guy is going.
They're
taking the guy out of reports are that they're taking the defensive end out of Kansas State.
Oh, okay.
Felix, is it Anudike Uzoma?
Yep.
Nice. That's a great Harry Carey name.
Guys,
Felix Anudike Uzoma. Except it wouldn't be anything like that. It'd be like Anudike Jagomada.
Guys, Hendon Hooker. No, thank you.
Not even close.
Yeah.
No chance. I didn't buy any of those mocks that had Hooker.
Here's the question.
Like,
what's the line of Joey Porter as the first pick in round 2 with Pittsburgh on the clock?
It's a great pick for them.
Minus 280.
They're not passing on twice.
You can't.
They're not passing on twice. I'm looking ahead here. Let's wrap up with where we think Levis will go. Like Pittsburgh, no. Arizona, no. Detroit, no. I don't think so. Anyways,
Detroit's going Charbonnet.
100%. Rams, probably not. Raiders.
Levis does have some Stafford like qualities.
I was gonna say let's not completely
wait. Hold on, the Rams. Hold on, the Rams isn't. I don't know if that's necessarily an off.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
Levis has some Stafford.
Keep in mind, I mean, Nick Vay loves projects too. Like that's his thing. I mean, it's sort of.
Wasn't he leaving last week? A couple months ago, he was leaving. Now he's staying.
Now, yeah, I don't know. Like now, he
also has the Raiders. The Raiders at 38 and the Titans.
Goodness, Stefano, Steph in the house. What's going on?
He can go to the Saints.
I got added. Oh shit,
Steph.
Yeah, you got added. You're in.
You're in the show. You had to watch basketball tonight.
I was waiting for the post-draft hangout. It's not expected to be part of the live draft.
Well, we're just about to wrap up, anyways. Wrap up into the post. I was asking the guys where they thought Will Levis is going to go. I think maybe the Raiders. Passing him earlier, and he's still there for them. Interesting. Right, should we wrap?
I like the Rams. I like the Rams are going to be my pick.
Rams are your pick?
Rams are my pick too. We could also
Yeah.
end up in Atlanta at 44 overall, or maybe they move up.
I mean, the Saints are there too. The Titans. There's a whole little mess of guys who have like sort of issues, but don't. But the Rams, just, I don't know. Like there's it feels like a McVay project.
I don't mind that play at all.
Well, there's certainly some teams there like the Rams, like the Raiders and the Titans. Just a couple picks after them as well. So, all right, guys, I think we'll wrap. We do appreciate everybody hanging out. Ben, you hung out for a long time, dude. You were with us for the last half of the draft, so that was fantastic as well.
Thanks for having me, guys. This was fun.
Yeah,
Awesome.
no, we appreciate it. And Adam Rosenberg, of course, in the house.
Yeah, dude.
Rocking the
Thanks for
green.
having
We
me.
love that as well. And Pfeifer, and we are going to be with you guys tomorrow as well through the entire night. And the picks will be coming in a little bit quicker. We'll be talking a little bit more about Detroit running backs. I got a good feeling about it. Randall, lots of cash for you tonight.
Yeah, you got it, man. Meaney, great job hosting. I mean,
Yeah, good job,
just relentless, bro. You are relentless, celebrating with your Eagles. Great job. Guys, we'll be back FTN tomorrow night. Ton of guests. Pfeifer won't be sleeping whatsoever throughout the entire night. A lot of fantasy implications tomorrow night, guys, for sure. Round 2, round 3.
All right. Cheers, guys. Thanks to everybody
Cheers.
for hanging out
Take
with us
care.
and for joining the show as well. Have a great night. We'll be back tomorrow.
See y'all.
Peace.
See ya.
Let's-